Shoot the lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free. What you know is more than with me. It's our destiny. Down we never let go. Influence through our investigation. Difference nowadays a direction. In this game, friends break through the chains. Some lost memories, untold the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fate remains. The words collide. We know the endless night.
你知道什么是压机吗？
求生者将场上最后一台密码机破译至极限状态，可在危急时刻瞬间破译。还不切镜头吗？轮到你上场了，第5人格。
你知道什么是秒倒怪吗？
在游戏开局不久便被监管者击倒进入倒地状态的求生者，被称为秒倒怪。
轮到你上场了，第5人格。
你知道什么是自洗吗？
求生者使用天赋绝处逢生，在倒地后自行恢复至受伤状态的行为，称为自起。轮到你上场了，第5人格。
你知道什么是骗刀吗？
骗刀即求生者通过走位引诱监管者攻击建筑物或者火箭椅，造成擦刀硬直。骗刀成功时，求生者可进行转点、救援等有效操作。要不要来一口？轮到你上场了，第5人格。第5人格3周年，生日快乐！
啊！破物重逢之时，侦探在庄园等你们。
안녕하십니까. 저는 제5인격 실면의 명장과 팀 SM TIANBA입니다.
Before you, I'm Spencer, the carrier of the team, the hunter of the team.
I am the last human from OSM Club.
I am Ram from Team BL.
我是 RD 战队的队長郑凯。
我是 Rocky。
私たちは COAIV に参戦する GD 戦隊です。ハンターのノリノです。
サメヤバのユウトです。
こんにちは、サンシスターのユイです。
サンシスターのアルフレッドです。
サンシスターのカズネコです。
サンシスターのモッチです。
サンシスターのルトです。
サンシスターのシルクです。
サンシスタのリムです。한국 김치 K-pop이고요.
Because we are from different city, like me, which is Ram, and Guan Li is from Malaysian. For Johan, Aries, and MX, they are from Singapore. And for our cute little Zeno is from Thailand.
Opportunity, variety, and chaotic.
Very hot. Very hot.
教育、機能、納税。
開心、治安好、酷哎。
住みやすい、ご飯が美味しい、アニメが面白い。
アシツ、刀、テラです。
저희 팀에 대해서 소개하자면 예능 팀입니다.
Competitive, optimistic, and hectic. When everyone's there, it gets crazy.
Never give up, try hard, try harder.
We are OSM. That's awesome.
仲良し、ゆり、ホワイト。
喜欢团队配合，还有就是可能比较快乐的在玩吧。
仲良く楽しんで勝つことです。
環境が今なんかお散歩パーティーに変化しつつあるんですけど、その環境にうまいこと解読軽い編成から重い編成にうまく移れたのがチームとして良かったかなって思います。
エールチームは個性的な人が多く、特にカット君はすごい自分に自信を持っていて、あらゆるジャンルで自分がトップだという自信を持っていて、すごい見ていて面白いです。
다른 팀분들도 저희 팀처럼 좋고 후회 없는 경기 펼쳐주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
The forwards from Day1 and CPG, and then the forward from, not the forward, the hunter from ZQ, Ken. He's pretty good for playing any hunter but Dreamwatch. He's impressive.
For other regions club I admire, I will be saying ZQ, of course. The coordination and their teamwork are splendid. And Team MRC, where my idol is over there, 小迪老师我爱你. And for the last team, it will be OSM, where they will join this COAIV with us, representing the sea. Let's fight together to be proud.
I admire Team C by being competitive because that makes us the best.
同5のドンシェン選手と、ウェイボーのイ選手。
日本赛区的朱莉，还有中国大陆赛区的李健和东雪。
サバイバーズと Z9 戦隊の AK 選手、MK 選手、ハンターだと GG 戦隊のイキシャー選手です。
ゴディバ対 LM の時計ハンター赤の魔術師選手のバルクでマップが時計村で4逃げした試合ですね。
ワンピー選手ですね。彼のキャラの才能だったり決まりの良さだったり、やっぱり何年もこのゲームを続けているだけあって本当にうまいので、
自分たちのチームの最強ハンターの柳沢ですかね。彼のボンボンはもう練習ではめちゃくちゃボコられてるんで、自分たち大会でも見せてくれると思います。彼は。
Good luck in Coal 4.
我们会尽力的，就让你们刮目相看，也觉得也希望能为我们亚服争取一点光荣吧。
We the OSM team will do our best.
中国のプロチームの皆さん、日本のアマチュア舐めてると痛い目見ますよ。
我们阿弟来了，希望可以跟你们一起打出一场精彩的比赛。
世界大会で日本はまだ優勝していませんが、今回は僕たち3シスターが絶対優勝するので覚悟しておいてください。
優勝目指してるんで倒します。
やっぱり勝つのは僕たちなんで、首を洗って待っとけって感じですかね。
僕の得意なキャラの爆弾技術避けれるかな。
저희 팀은 부족한 팀이지만 열심히 노력할 테니까 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
Have fun watching Coal 4 and make the most of it, because this only happens once a year.
Thanks for supporting BL. We will try to be proud as C players and bring pride to them. Yeah, C pride maybe. Yeah, and bring our toxicness to this tournament.
絶対優勝するんで応援よろしくお願いします。頑張ります。
谢谢那些支持我们的人，然后我们一定会尽力打好比赛，然后让你们看到热血沸腾的比赛。如果没有的话，那这把不算，再来一把可以吗？
応援ありがとうございます。今回の世界大会優勝するので、今回も応援よろしくお願いします。
エールチーム最後の大会として応援よろしくお願いします。優勝を常に狙っていって頑張っていきたいなと思っています。
昔日本語を全然喋れない頃から応援してくれた方も、私が日本の戦隊に入って今のソンシストを応援してくれる方も、いつもありがとうございます。これからも頑張ります。
大家好，我们是第五人格深渊的不安室参赛战队基基，
我是机器战队的 PP3。
我是来自声音呼唤4 JR 战队的小木木。
大家好，我是 GR 战队的 PP 线。
大家好，我是TIANBA 战队的柚子。
大家好，我是第5人格深渊的呼唤4参赛战队微博战队，我是蓝色。
大家好，我是 XROCK 的石小耀。
大家好，我是第5人格深渊的呼唤斗武战队的求生者选手九霄。
大家好，我是第5人格深渊的呼唤4参赛选手放不拉斯朱雀战队的小组。
大家好，我是 MRC 的青创。
大家好，我是 MRC 的海洋。
大家好，我是 MRC 的小陈。
大家好，我是 MRC 的新版，顺便带一下小迪。
Hello， 我是 MRC 战队的 Willow。
我们所在的城市是中国广州，用3个词来形容的话，就是好吃、好喝、好玩。
风景好看，吃的马，天气热。
第一个是富饶，第二个是美丽，第3个是强大。
我的家乡东北的话，用东北的话来说，那就是贼冷、贼爽、贼漂亮。
安全、繁华、多姿多彩吧。
雄伟、壮观、大气。
富强、舒适、有爱。
民主、富强、有爱。激进、凶猛、狠。
稳健，有时候也很凶猛啊，有时候还很帅气。
团队协作，互相鼓励，大家一起调整心态。
团结、稳健、一致。
比较白给吧。
敢修、敢打、敢拼。
敢打、激进，求生监管，互相扶持。
狗出就3跑的，狗出就4杀。
安好服、抽风还有超 Q。
我们要对阵的 AR 战队的 Battle、Cat、有 NASA。
我们抽风他们那一队就打得挺好的。还有一个的话，我觉得是风旋吧。
诺诺，
监管者玩家，一个 Day1，一个 ARES， 还有他们队的一个求生者玩家 MX。
超 Q，
梦境，
抽风。看起来你们运气不太好，居然遇到了我们。
大家一起加油，争取我们一起在总决赛上见。
来挑战我们吧，来看一下是能不能赢我们。
你们这次不能来到线下，希望你们线上能有精彩的表现，打出好成绩。
冠军一定会留在中国大陆赛区。
我们会拼尽全力打好每一场比赛，也希望你们能拼尽全力打好每一场比赛。
我和朱雀战队会守护中国赛区 IVL 的荣誉，然后希望你们已经做好了和我们对战的准备。
你好，
我们在线下等你。
半决赛见。
我人虽然长得不帅，但是我们骚啊！
非常感谢大家来到线下看我们TIANBA战队的比赛，也很感谢大家一直以来对TIANBA战队各位成员的支持。
感谢大家对第5人格赛事的关注，希望大家能多多支持微博战队。
希望第5人格赛制以后办得越来越好，能有更多的新鲜血液加入这个职业赛场。
以后斗武会越来越好，希望更多的观众能支持斗武。
请大家支持我们FunPlus朱雀战队，我们会竭尽全力为大家带来精彩的表演。
你们辛苦了，多多支持我们 MRC 战队。
我们将给你们看到中国赛区的统治力。
地上断桥残雪，三藤阴秋一轮占星明月，宋城里还沿着千古情缘，一盏龙井刹那间悠闲，飞来风灯顶上美景万千，钱塘临岸屹立有千年，何执掌再望见还有孙权，杭州人间天堂来赴约，深渊的呼唤，全球总决赛在这里，滨江奥体中心网球馆内举行，300万的奖金格外吸睛，5一开始为期4天的比拼，地铁很方便，有数10条公交线，体温监测和健康码是绿色塞进里面，能调身份很关键，琳琅满目的周边，和 KOL 明星选手握手见个面。
全球总决赛将于5月1号开赛，届时全球6大赛区共计16支队伍展开为期4天的激烈角逐。由于特殊时期全球共抗疫情，本次比赛只有中国大陆赛区的选手来到现
场。地铁6、7号线直达场地，延安路、湖滨路都很有名，定身高从宝汇方向4亿，尝尝这些美味再回去，飞来风灯顶上美景万千，钱塘临岸屹立有千年，何执掌再往前还有孙权，杭州人间天堂来赴约，来吧和我们一起进入狂欢深渊，享受这4天无限乐趣极致体验，为最喜爱的战队打 call 动力无限，共同庆祝这场空前盛典，很期待所有玩家欢聚努力共勉，在杭州见证冠军诞生的夜，又一年新的辉煌会被谱写，准备好开启这段旅途，忘掉一切。Open your eyes, we'll see only kindness. I will be here whenever you
Xperia, built on Sony camera technology creators rely on. Capture the eyes of those you love and capture their hearts. Xperia 5 Mark II.
《纯净至真，营养升级，成就如实高蛋白质发酵乳，国际先进滤乳清工艺，利用强大离心力分离乳清，使蛋白质高度浓缩，每杯蛋白质含量大于10克，超过普通酸奶的3倍。一款集营养和美味的划时代发酵乳就此诞生。纯净发酵先进动态平滑工艺，使其口感顺滑。自由添加复合谷萃，丰富口感，顺滑曲线，纯净原味，营养加满。
这就是光明如实高蛋白质发酵乳。
纯净如实，纯粹营养。
口喉消肿止痛治溃疡，请用3金牌桂林西瓜霜。喉咙肿痛、声音嘶哑、日常防治，请用3金牌西瓜霜润喉片；咽喉肿痛，请用3金牌桂林西瓜霜含片。
Listen, the fastest race you ever seen, sponsored by 3 companies. Rule applies, don't stop, just try. Keep your eyes on the prize, now what's behind? Nothing stop to win the fight. If you do it alone, we won't survive it. Come together, just multiply. When this race is close, they're about to drive. We'll make the victory side by side. On a Stars are still underway. It's time to rise up again for a dream. We're going our own way. Remember our passion for the one great race. Gear up and go overdrive. We never look back anymore. Don't let up and go overdrive. We never put the brakes on anymore. Get your strength back. Join the
3 companies. Only one rule applies, don't stop, just try. Keep your eyes on the prize, now what's behind. Nothing can stop you win the fight. Survive it, don't together just multiply. When the streets are close, they're about to die. We'll break the victory side by side.
On a star still underway, it's time to rise up again for a dream. We're going our own way. Remember our passion for the one great race. Gear up and go overdrive. We never look back anymore. Don't let up and go overdrive. We never put the brakes on anymore. Get your strength back.
Rock, see, not day. Flash of his last day, hammer away. Rock, see, not day. Join the great race and win the day. Rock, see, not day. Flash of his last day, hammer away. Rock, see, not day. Join the great race and win the day. They used to be enemies, then he and she became close and agreed. We won't lead to victory. Share secrets, help and take the lead. Draw no bros as slick as ice. Once they pop, you pay the price. Chased by the hound who's not so nice. Stakes are hard, take my advice. Just wanna do it, gonna play fair. Went to a hallway, too much of air. After that, all let's care. That's why he rescued the Vector. First company, put a hound in it. More than so many bosses clear. They should take a roll down when fly in the air. Popping time, living on fear. Clash the day, fall, then disappear. In how to rest through laughter there. Repairman, feel aging here. So I'm doing this till they get caught. Helping Cavalier fix the scar. Been them on the crisis edges. Now they feel that we're bitches, you can't points. Last of the hand versions, more bars. Scaring everyone, he can cross on the way to win. Fish like stars, give it out, we will vanishing gone.
Trials on a star still underway. It's time to rise up again for a dream. We're going our own way. Remember our passion for the one great race. Our unity is the key for my rivals. Now drive us one. We never stop, no bending knee. Finish the final lap to seize the day. Gear up and go overdrive. We never look back anymore. Don't let up and go overdrive. We never put the brakes on anymore. Get your strength back.
Hello， 现场以及全球正在观看直播的观众朋友们，欢迎来到2021第5人格深渊的呼唤4全球总决赛开幕式的现场。Welcome to the opening ceremony of 2021 COAIV Baseball in Hangzhou. 现在，代表第5人格赛事年度最高荣誉的冠军奖杯已经立在舞台之上，赛道开启，战火重燃，让我们掌声欢迎来自全球6大赛区的16支战队登场。Let's welcome our 16 teams. 首先，让我们欢迎来自韩国赛区的 SMT 战队 ，Welcome SMT.
让我们欢迎来自欧美赛区的 B4U 战队 ，Welcome B4U。让我们欢迎来自东南亚赛区的 BL 战队 ，Welcome Team BL。让我们欢迎来自东南亚赛区的 OSM 战队 ，Welcome OSM。欢迎来自港澳台赛区的 RD 战队 ，Welcome RD。欢迎来自日本赛区的 AL 战队 ，Welcome Team AL。欢迎来自日本赛区的 GD 战队 ，Welcome GD。让我们欢迎来自日本赛区的 SST 战队 ，Welcome SST。接下来，让我们欢迎来自中国大陆赛区的 XROCK 战队 ，Welcome XROCK。有请中国大陆赛区的天霸战队 ，Welcome 天霸。有请中国大陆赛区的微博战队 ，Welcome Team 微博。有请中国大陆赛区的 MRC 战队 ，Welcome Miracle。有请中国大陆赛区的斗舞战队 ，Welcome 斗舞。有请中国大陆赛区的 GG 战队 ，Welcome Team GG。有请中国大陆赛区的 FPX 朱雀战队 ，Welcome FPX CQ。最后，有请深渊的呼唤全球总决赛3连冠的队伍，来自中国大陆赛区的 GR 战队。Everybody, let's welcome the defending champion of COAIV, Team GR. 让我们再次感谢这16支战队。巅峰时速现已开启，6大赛区16支队伍，谁将突破重围，问鼎冠军？让我们拭目以待。在此，我宣布，2021第5人格深渊的呼唤4全球总决赛正式开战。Now call the base for global finals starts right now.
Call the Abyss 4 Championship Finals has begun.
글로벌 6개 지역에서 16개의 탑 클랜을 선별했습니다.
GR3 連覇の栄光が続くのか、それとも新たな歴史が幕を開けるのか。
全球总决赛带你揭晓。
Hey everybody, it has finally come, the day we've been all waiting for, pretty much. Not just us, but for any player that wishes to make the apex of IdentityV esports. It is the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. We'll be joining you once again on behalf of Gaming Grizzly as well. I am Articuno, and with me is Potchspice. How are you, man? It's been a month and a half since we last saw each other, but we are finally here from the comfort of home. We're not at the studio right now. We don't have to wear those masks. We're just keeping safe. But yeah, the good thing is at least the audience will be able to see our expressions every single step of the way.
I'm so excited. Like all roads led up to here, and it's finally COA season. It's 4 days of IdentityV action, and just watching the videos, watching all the teams, the representations, the 16 clubs around the world, battling for COA glory is finally come, and I'm so excited. I'm here to witness history once again.
I am too, and there's just a lot to look forward to as far as, are we going to be seeing like a 3-time champion come in once again?
4-time, yeah.
4-time actually, rather.
Yeah.
4 right? It's 4 times.
Yeah.
Or will we finally see somebody dethrone them? I don't know.
I don't know. GR again, the big baddie. You saw that they were the reigning, defending, tried and true champions. But you know what? A lot of people are saying that a lot of the casters in China, that maybe FPX ZQ has a chance because they did so well in the IVL. And yeah, not to discredit GR because they did really well in the qualifiers. So it's going to be an intense weekend of IdentityV action, and you can't miss any match, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, definitely do not want to miss out. As cliche as we always keep on saying it, history is about to be made within these next 4 days. 4 days that we have. And it's pretty much come down to this. It's been an interesting year. I think I recall during Call of the Abyss 3, we were all talking about how it would be nice if Call of the Abyss 4 was done under much more better circumstances. Fortunately, the pandemic is still ongoing. There's been a lot that went behind the scenes, just to make this happen. It's very hard, in all fairness, to make tournaments like this, especially
Right.
big tournaments like Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals happen. Even imagine how tricky it was just to do the qualifiers last time.
Yeah,
So the fact
for
that
sure.
we were, yeah. So
it's super important for each and every one of you to realize that, and also support the players, support the people behind this all, because again, Articuno said it's no easy feat to pull this off. But thank God, thank you to NetEase, thank you to IdentityV for being able to give us some amazing action like this. And I just also want to give big shout outs to some content creators that I reached out to. Soy Milk, Kinwai, Mayhem, and the YouTube channel IV Lychee. They've been, producing content, keeping the community alive and well. And also shout outs to Gaming Grizzly, because he'll be joining us shortly. And yeah, it's really important, aside from supporting the game, just support the content creators in your local region and around the world, because they keep the flame and the passion burning.
Yeah, support those content creators, keep your community alive and healthy at the same time, of course. And then who knows, more activity could come for your region if if ever our awesome devs see that there's a lot of love from the community going into the game, as well as the personalities that represent your respective communities. So it's interesting, actually, since we've been talking about it. Look at Southeast Asia, for example. Southeast Asia, it was mostly within the confines of Thailand where a lot of the IdentityV activity was going, but now it's starting to spread much more wider. A lot of that is contributed to the fact that, number one, we have players stepping up from across different countries. The community has been super positive, and the devs recognize that. So hopefully for all of you from across the world, if you want more IdentityV, let's keep it rolling. But you know what? Let's put the community talk for the side, because what we have to talk about right now is that climb that 16 of these teams are going to have to traverse in order to make it to the tippity top. Only one, of course, can become our champion. Will it be one of our representatives from mainland China, or will we see not just another team, but maybe another region take it?
Yeah, so just to break down the days, the first 2 days, it's going to be for them to qualify to the semifinals. The third and fourth day, the fourth day is the most intense one, because that's when we're going to crown a champion. So here are the brackets, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off the day with RD versus GG. After that, GR versus AL. Then after that half, it's SST versus TIANBA, and we're ending the day with XROCK versus B4U.
Yes, and if you happen to be a fan of some of our other teams, which will be playing on the second day, don't worry, you'll be seeing them tomorrow. As you can see on the second side. Now, of course, Poch was gracious enough to already give us the rundown of today's matches. And as we said, it'll be the three of us, myself, Pochbice, as well as Gaming Grizzly, that will be bringing you all the action for today. And crazy 4 days that we have ahead, Poch. I pretty much went into this not even sure. I know there's a lot of meta talk going into, not meta game-wise, but just meta as far as esports teams, like who people are expecting to make it far into the tournament, who's likely going to win. But I keep on talking about this constantly. I'm all for the shakeups, and we've seen how some of these regions have been improving year after year after year. But then again, so has the teams from mainland China. But I think what's interesting about Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals this time around is a lot of the other regions are really playing catch up to the caliber that some of the top teams from mainland China are not. But the big question is whether or not that will be enough going into this, because we thought it was enough last time. Clearly wasn't enough. Maybe this time, but who knows?
I think this time, because of the presence of IVC, IVL, it's just the community understanding. Usually it's, the teams in mainland China are a whole nother level. But as you mentioned, the other regions are slowly catching up. And this is the grandest stage to show off that what your region has been preparing for. And just today, I believe we're going to have one match coming, matches coming from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. We're going to have 2 matches coming from Japan, and as well as one from NAEU versus the China team. So it's very important for each of you guys to take note of those schedules and support your favorite teams.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 matches total. A lot of hours of IdentityV action coming your way. I hope you're ready, Poch. If Grizzly, if you're listening, I hope you're ready too, because we have ourselves some pretty intense matches to spectate. And of course, for all of you in the audience, don't forget,
Mhm.
we keep on saying it time and time again, show some love for those players in chat, especially the teams that will be playing today. All that energy, all that positive energy, send it their way. And hopefully, just maybe the team that you are supporting will make it not only far into the tournament, but potentially make it as our champion. But of course, Destiny will chart its course, and they'll have to let their prowess on the field speak for it.
Yeah, exactly. So, just to talk about the meta, just coming from this year, from last year, you know what? We both shared the stage of casting last year. The meta has changed a lot. There's a lot of new hunters that are viable. Oh, actually, two more. The queen has fallen, Articuno. She's not in present sight as of the first and second round lately. It seems like a sculptor. It's that the disciple has made its way to the meta, as well as usually we see the usual suspects, right? But now the China teams have developed like the international team, if you would. The wildling has come into the mix. It's that you've seen a lot of forwards more often instead of the usual like mercenary, seer, and mechanic. And this is attributed to the crazy hunters that we're seeing, especially like those chip damage hunters, the bonbons, the sculptors. Is there any character that you're looking forward to seeing today, Articuno?
Oh gosh, to be honest, I am, like you mentioned, I've been such a fan of how survivors, particularly forward and wildling, how they kind of come into play to bring in those extra seconds that survivors would want to buy enough time to get things going. And it's interesting you raised this point, by the way, because as we've seen, some of these regions are just very hardcore into knowing what would be the best option as far as what compositions to bring to the table if you're on Survivor, what would just guarantee you safer passage into the tournament if you're Hunter. And then we have some interesting regions like Southeast Asia that play it, I wouldn't say differently, but tend to favor hunters or survivors that otherwise wouldn't be as prevalent in other regions. And same goes for some of the others. It's just been magnificent, if you will, as a spectator to see how these different regions have kind of not only grown with the international meta, but have kind of come into their own as well with their bits and pieces of what they favor.
Right. I think that it comes down to preference, but rest assured that all the regions have studied the meta, studied the sculptor first pick, the Dream Witch first pick. Man, the Dream Witch, it's been 2 years. She's been like always the first pick or always the priority ban. So I'm sure that, you know, she's a terror. She's always tearing up the scene. I'm actually really interested to see some Disciple. We've seen a lot of Anne come into the mix, especially in IVL. She's more favored than Bloody Queen now because of how she has 2 jumps now. She has cat explosions. So that's going to be happening as we move on for the rest of the matches. But here to introduce the first team here representing the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region is RD. First of all, RD, their hunter Crazy, who have Air QAQ, which is a survivor. Dream, also a hunter. Zekai, a survivor. Super Q, another hunter. AQ, and Raki, both survivors. So Articuno, we got 3 hunters on deck.
Man, that just shows it's interesting. It's interesting when you have these types of setups for teams. It just grants you the team. Just had to take a moment to groove to that, by the way. It was like sudden pause. Oh, this music is pretty good. But no, just so that we also get the preview of the teams during that introduction. But yeah, as we already got the highlight of our first team, and it looks like we're just gonna be looking into making their entry into their respective spots. By the way, Poch, can we just talk about the stage real quick? Holy cow.
It just keeps leveling up compared to last year and this year. It just looks so beautiful. And you got a race car right in the center. And you see the division between RD and GG. And now we see that a representative, I believe, from GG is making his way on deck. Something to note about GG, yeah, they are a pro IVL team. The GG survivors have a little bit of the upper hand because they have faced Crazy in the past and did pretty well. So Crazy being the hunter of RD, I believe Crazy mains, he used to be one of the hunters for Wolves. So that's gonna be pretty interesting to note as we head into this match.
And here we have the overview of our players. Just some stats towards the bottom that you guys can graze over. It's somewhat reminiscent of how we did it during qualifiers, where we had like the individual slots. So now it's just like a little
yeah.
How did they put it? Lower third?
Yeah.
There we go.
Here we go. Air QAQ here. Some stats on Air QAQ for RD is that, yeah, he is known as the decoder, but you saw Zikai, he is known as like an explorer, if you would. So again, you really have to take into all the numbers into account here, especially when it comes to picks and bans, especially how they adjust to whatever characters are left on the table. Maybe they have to play a character that's not in their in their playstyle.
Yes. And one thing I'd also like to give particular highlight to is I believe this was already announced on the page anyway, but if you notice, not all the teams of course are going to be at the venue for the day for the next 4 days due to the ongoing travel restrictions that we unfortunately have. We know that initially that was the note that was put up where we'll be having all the teams, but yeah, in which case, of course, all the teams were, not all, but of course, the teams that aren't able to make it to the venue were given the opportunity to play from the comforts of their home. But yeah, anyway, going back to our players here, one of the players we do have at the venue is going to be the hunter from GG. And look at this, by the way. Eliminate 2.14 is pretty good.
Yeah, I guess PP Ja has made his rounds in the IVL. Very solid hunter. Also, just to note, the survivors we did see, some of them have past COA experience, so that will be very important coming into this match. But PP Ja, again, one of those really known hunters, plus Zom as well, is known for his Bonbon and Vayo. So they have been showing some stable survivors, but let's see how the PP Ja will be able to set the tempo for this matchup. Because again, coming into the first round, it's so important for you to seize that momentum coming in, so you'll have at least more breathing room coming on. And you see here in the crowd, a lot of fanfare coming to GG.
Yeah, look at this. This is the beauty of the supporters from mainland China. I believe I mentioned this during a broadcast where it almost feels like you're at one of those big like K-pop, J-pop concerts where the support towards the players are just that warm. And as we said, with that support, this motivates the players all the more to give it their all going into the global finals. And that said, of course, our teams present at the venue will for sure be feeling all that hype from the audience.
So something also to note is that GG hasn't competed since January, so they've been in a bit of a break, if you would, because they already qualified. So that gave them time, but it could also be a double-edged sword because a lot of the players that did qualify went through the ringer and they were able to practice with other teams and they were able to really hone in their skills. So this is actually, I can understand the fanfare because it's been a while since we saw GG compete in a big stage, especially in a stage like Call of the Abyss 4.
Yeah, in which case, hopefully the time wherein we haven't seen them was spent duly in preparation for this tournament, just so that you go into this with no regrets. And without a doubt, these guys are for sure put in the hours. Whatever scrims that they could get outside of tournaments, they made sure to take full advantage of, just so that you don't want to get rusty going into tournaments like this. And I know for a fact that all of 16 teams have come in very, very well prepared.
Oh yeah, and speaking of well prepared, they have the GG survivors need to come very prepared because, again, RD's Hunter, there are three. You got Crazy, Super Q, and Dream. And Dream being a Mad Eyes main, you barely see that coming into play in tournaments. So I wonder how they're going to, again, you have 3 hunters, right? When you see someone go on stage or represent that, will you respect ban that, or have they been labbing other hunters or practicing other hunters? So it's really important for them because they do want to duplicate that magic they did before, the GG survivors when they faced Crazy in the past.
Definitely. And it actually makes me wonder because at most, when we see teams come in with substitutes, it's usually the common 2 hunter at least, just so that you have that one backup. Sometimes for other teams, you don't even see the light of day for one of those hunters. So to have a team with 3 hunters really shows not only proficiency in being able to put out different hunters, but it also gives you variety based on how you would want to respond to how a rivaling survivor team would be going about a best of 3 if you go far enough into a best of 5. So it's always nice to have that. And like you mentioned, Poch, coming with these 3 hunters, you also have players which could boast picks that aren't technically within the usual meta, but it goes back to the discussion we have about proficiency. And I would love to see that come to play going into this tournament, whether or not teams will be able to gamble that risk of pulling those picks out this far into the competitive season. The fourth competitive season for Call of Duty especially.
Oh yeah, we'll have to wait for that one because it's RD that's doing surviving now. And just to flip the script a little bit, from 3 hunters to 1, PPJA again doing a lot of the work. I mean, he's a very solid hunter. They got an auto bid coming into Call of the Abyss 4. They're technically on the same level as ZQ, so that just says a lot. So big test for RD. But then again, RD representing the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region for them to be able to win. That region has been showing a lot of promise, and I'm sure they won't disappoint as we head into the first match. Now going into picks and bans.
It's going to be very, very crucial for these teams waiting out, in which case...
And I believe the first match is ARMS?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Arms Factory being a very interesting map, really small. In IVL, it's like the 3rd map being chosen most often. And a lot of these Chinese teams, mainland China teams, they love the small map. So I've noticed that especially when we casted IVC and some of the qualifiers, Ever Sleeping Town was a big part of it, as well as Leo's Memory. Leo's Memory wasn't picked that much, but Ever Sleeping Town, a lot of that was actually the #1 map chosen in IVL. So it's really interesting to see how we're going to start things off, especially when we're going to have just 1 survivor being banned coming from PPJA, and PPJA allowed to pick any hunter he chooses.
Yes, and this time around, since we are at the global finals, okay.
One of the international teams being selected here is Wildling. Happy birthday, Murrow. It was his birthday yesterday.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday. This is interesting. I'm not we have this spread of picks happening, but I don't think we see a ban.
I think they're assuming it's a mech, because mech usually is the ban. And based on, I guess we just got to wait. But so far, they're just locking in for now. I think they already assumed, or they already know who the ban is. But based on what the lineup is for now, it seems like they're locking in a very... if Explorer is coming into the mix, then I think mech was banned, especially if it's on the table. ARMS, it does have a lot of grassy patches for the Explorer to hide in. Now, I wonder if he'll be going for a Sculptor or a Dream Witch in the first pick, but he does have like a Violinist and a Bonbon. So we'll see how that pans out. But so far, this team is very brawny. I think they're having a tough guy meta, especially when it comes to the Wildling forward and Merc, while hopefully, again, the most tasty survivor, as they would say, is the Explorer. Because, again, once you find him, first hit is for free because he has to get out of that Lilliput book state. So we'll find out what PPJA will lock in with in Hunter. Oh, interesting.
Sculptor. Shall be. I really like this combination coming in from RD, though. I mean, you definitely want to keep that Explorer up for as long as possible. Both Wildling and Forward could very well easily do that job. And then on the flip side, I think a Sculptor is a really nice response to this as well, just so that you have a little bit more control over those chases, especially when you don't necessarily want to be dealing with this Wildling and Forward in close quarters. At least be able to have someone like the Sculptor with the kit that they have to not have to let that be a problem as much.
Yeah, what's interesting to note is that with the Sculptor, with the chip damage, PPJA is very confident in him picking that, because he definitely has to down, either try to look for the Explorer, spend a lot of time looking for him, or try to go for one of these tough guy characters that take a lot, especially like with the Merc, with the delayed effect. Wildling, once he's on his Porky friend, his Boar, it takes so much time for him to be able to down. And the Forward just being a menace when it comes to that football. So I'm really interested to see who PPJA is going to lock into when it comes to chasing down his first survivor, because again, as we mentioned, it's very important for each of the players to set this tempo, especially the Hunter, with how RD is gonna respond in the next half of this first round.
Definitely. So with all said, we have our lock-in for the very first game, the very first match of Call of the Abyss for Global Finals. As we usually say, guys, let us know what your thoughts are on these players entering the fray, and more importantly, who you guys are rooting for to head into the next stage of this tournament. Do you want to see RD or GG? You know what, Putch? Let's get the action going right away as we head into the action right here, right now.
PPJA rotating around, sees that someone's been around the Cypher here. Doesn't know it's AQ just yet. We do see him, I guess he's going to lock in with AQ, the Merc, but then that's going to be a tough chase if ever he'll be able to really down this Merc, especially in the ruins here. Nice, uses the elbow pads just to get a little bit away from PPJA, and now the chase still continues.
Yes, PPJA looks like we'll be going the full commit on this Merc, in which case doesn't want to waste too much time. Just goes for a little bit of a peek before continuing on to the target. Looks like there won't be any shifts, just wants to make the most of the time just so that
I think he's brought like teleport quenching effect or something. Yeah, so he's able to look for that Explorer. Excellent teleport there while Zekai was trying to hunt for those pages. Finds him in the corner. Oh wow, misses that hit, but PPJA found the best target ever in this scenario, Articuno.
Definitely worked out in the end, and this is gonna be Christmas for our Sculptor right now. Just needs that one more hit. Can PPJA close out the distance? Slowly getting in there. Zekai trying to play in with as much terrain as possible. Not gonna quite work out in the end. Gets pincered into those walls, and that will be a very, very happy Sculptor as he brings his first target to a rock chair. First time around. Let's see how this rolls out.
I'm not sure. I think that was quite impressive by PPJA. Just practicing his patience with that Merc, trying to down him, but you know what? Knew when to shift priorities. He knew that the most optimal target and the one that would disrupt the Cypher Rush the most is the Explorer. Was able to teleport accordingly. And now we see that Chisel. Again, one of the best tools that the Sculptor has, so she's able to monitor and camp at bay. So now still trying to harass anyone that tries to come in. Zekai almost at the halfway mark, so PPJA making sure that he has at least one survivor ready. Rock, you see that the Wildling is up on deck, and the Forward now has to dodge the Sculptors coming from this Chisel.
This is an interesting set though, coming in from RD. I mean, sure, PPJA just not a single second wasted thus far. Like you said, Mercury into the Explorer worked out quite well. On the flip side, I'd say RD definitely holding out their own as well, not wanting to give up any form of progress on these ciphers. As you can see, 2 will be heading towards completion, but teleport coming in right away.
That was pretty actually, I think they were going to give that person up. The Wildling was just there just to keep him at bay, but now knew that Rocky was hanging out here at the factory area. PPJA not wasting any time, teleports. Rocky wise to use the football just to gain a little bit of distance away from that Chisel, but PPJA is hunting for his next target.
Yeah, nice transition here in which case, and not a bad move here coming in from RD. It's just one of those high risk, high reward things that you have as an Explorer. Just once caught, you're gonna have to weigh in, but that's gonna be the down onto Rocky.
Yeah, he's PP again, not one to mess around with when it comes to those sculptors. And now look at that, Rocky on the chair, second survivor, and still 4 ciphers remaining. Some progress is done. Accelerated coding has been popped, and now I think they have to try to force a rescue or try to approach in some way.
There you go. Rescue gonna come in, just waiting for that right time and not wanting to give up on any further of their members. There you go. That's the first hit coming in, and off they go. PP Shah is gonna be back on the trail, though. We'll just continue to commit onto Rocky, trying to land a hit over the window. He will go. Volt come in, tries to play around, but luckily this is gonna buy a little bit more time. Pallet has been dropped, but PP Shah gonna easily be able to play catch up here. Just gonna go over the ledge once again, and the chase continues. But
so far, excellent rebound kite from Rocky. Has a little bit of the football to utilize, transitioning away from the factory. The pallet here, oh, unfortunate there. PP Shah, excellent timing on that hit. And you know what, the sculptor does have a little swing there, so he timed that pretty well. And now Rocky will see his second round in the chair. I believe that was past half.
I believe so.
Oh, not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. But then now, now we do see that he has teleport ready. So that is, he's ready to go for his next target. We do see some cipher progress happening. 2 ciphers remaining, but they have to try to figure out, will they go for the save or will they just try to get as much objectives as possible?
This is just nice and steady coming in from our sculptor here. We do see at least the progress still being made.
Teleport. Q, oh man, has to use the elbow pads to get away, and then you see that the forward is able to, the forward sent back to the manor. PP Shah working on his third target. He's so calculated with this Articuno. He just knows with the timing, the ebbs and flows, and gets a hit on that mercenary. Excellent stuff from PP Shah. Now it is Air QAQ that he is looking for.
What I find really commendable here, Clutch, is just also noting which particular ciphers have had that more prolonged wiggle in the distance, just so that he has that mental account of which ciphers are most likely farther off in progress than others, which is why there's been just a lot of precision, a lot of mental multitasking, just being able to note all of that. And at the end of the day, PP Shah, from what we've been seeing, has been in total command of this game. Not to discount RD either, who's been making excellent progress on these ciphers. You can only do so much, however.
Yeah, it was, they were responding pretty well, but PP Shah, once he got that Explorer down, and his sculptor hits, these statue hits are just so on point. And now working on getting Air QAQ to join the fray here in the down survivors. And AQ pops back up to try to push some of these objectives. PP Shah changing targets right away with that chisel, sees AQ try to just get out of the range of that chisel, and he does. PP Shah now still trying to focus on downing AQ, so that's one less survivor to worry about.
Yes, and of course, PP Shah gonna be traversing the distance right now to try to get there onto AQ. A little bit of a way to go, but gonna get his sights on him once again. Tries to land that hit, and down AQ goes. Teleport doesn't want to waste any time whatsoever. Makes a beautiful transition over here to the Wildling, but how much time can our boy here buy?
Yeah, he jumped back. Yeah, just great timing on getting into his pal Porky there. Air QAQ trying to bolt that window, but no, he was hit out of that boar state. Drops the pallet just to extend the kite a little bit more. AQ now, is down and already used his self heals. So now PP Shah, only a matter of time till he tries to down Air QAQ.
The last piece of the puzzle, and darn, that was pretty quick. And there you have it. That is going to be our first half, going over picture perfect 5 points. Man, oh man.
PP Shah, again, one of the best to ever do it. His sculptor is the map itself, he was able to carry the right persona, the traits and the skills he was able to use. Again, he was really he was really adjusting to the ebbs and flows of that match. First, he tried chasing that mercenary, but knew that, all right, you know what, there's one target I want to go after, and it's that explorer, because everyone else is going to take so much time. Because if you note that when he was trying to down that forward, when he was trying to down that mercenary, it took so much time. So for him to be able to zone in on that explorer, and as you said also, kind of change the flow of the match by prioritizing the other ciphers that have been wiggling, it's just an excellent showing of how he was able to adjust accordingly. RD, though, the survivors, they were playing according to how it was being dictated. And, you know, they're down, but not quite out yet, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm excited to see how the survivors will rebound from this first match.
Absolutely. It is only the first half, but I'm not going to lie, just watching how that game went down, definitely no disappointments whatsoever coming in from other side. If anything, this is just top caliber play that we're seeing here at the global finals. And I think that was a good demonstration of that, even though, let's say, sure, it might have been 5 points towards the Hunter side, but it just really goes to show how even the survivors knowing what to do, how to react towards certain circumstances that play out. And it just so happened that the sculptor, like we said, had really good grasp of and control over the game, that there was only so much that the survivors can do. But yeah, we'll be seeing how that rolls out. Still a second half that will play out before we see how this round one pans out as far as the points. And I'm really looking forward to it, especially how pick and ban will go. That's going to be the first step.
Yeah, well, I think it's safe to say that the first ban was Mech, because Explorer coming to that mix. Again, Mech is probably one of the best, if not the best, Cypher rusher out there in terms of characters. Next is Explorer, but you saw that once he found that Explorer, it was just really unfortunate for RD that the Explorer was found out, and that just shows the experience that PPJA is bringing to the table. And you know, RD again, big test for them, because they're going up one of the best teams in IVL. They got the auto bid to get here, so it's a level up experience for them. And as you said, Articuno, we're gonna find out in the next match how they're gonna adjust, especially the survivors. But we got to switch sides. The question is, I wonder which Hunter RD is going to go with. Is it going to be Crazy, Super Q, or Dream?
Actually, yeah. And what I would like to see, at least going into this, since it is the first match, is try to go with one of the Hunters that can play towards the meta, reserve those that which are a bit flexible towards the later parts.
Right.
Because going into this, of course, these teams have had ample material to look at out of their competition, you know, review some of the VODs or gather what information that they can from other players that might have faced them. But it's just a totally different ball game going into this, because you never know what each team might have prepared. And that said, this match one, it's always discussion that we have in the best of three. It's a nice feeling out process to see whether or not what data you have from the previous tournaments, will it hold consistently going into this one, or are there any shakeups that might be happening for some of these teams which they might have prepared going into the global finals? Particularly, that is something that is yet to be seen. That said, though, as I've said, going into match one, you want to try to probably play it a little bit more standard while you still have all these Hunters, all these survivors up. In this particular case, for the Hunters particularly, while you have all these prime picks up, if you need to shake it up later on, then do so. But right now, I would just love to see that something just more textbook. Not is it only safe, but it just also allows you to maximize what you still have while these bans are still at a minimum.
Yeah, that makes sense. I totally agree with that. And maybe one of them could be actually Crazy, getting that vindication of facing the survivors of GG. He didn't fare so well, so as you mentioned, this time preparing for this competition, could he level up? Was he able to make the right adjustments? GG again, can they sustain that same performance they had when facing Crazy? So again, we're gonna find out as we look at the team GG, the survivors here. Again, we have a ZB, Zizai, Kukao, as well as 445, and I hope 445 comes into the mix, because he has definitely made waves in IVL, being the cowboy of the team.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be something to look forward to. And it looks like, at least for this particular one, we have all the players on stage, so this should be great, actually. Both sides.
I believe if this is Crazy, they might be. He's a mainland China player, because he's also played for Wolves before.
And you know what? While we're talking about this, let's go ahead and check out our overview on the player stats towards the bottom for your reference, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, all this data is it's pretty much an add up from the previous tournaments leading up to this particular. So whatever their progress going up to this, there you have it.
Yeah, we've seen Ziza use the Explorer, but also something to note is that the containment time is pretty impressive as well. So he might be the decoder, but rest assured that he's resting around the 50-second average containment time, which can definitely help the team pop some ciphers.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you bring that up, Poch, because going into this, I feel like the ideal thing if you're a survivor is you want to be as well-rounded as possible. Sure, you could be an absolute beast at a certain role, but you still want to have that contingency of being able to be the jack of all trades, just so that in case you're the one that's taking aggro, you're the one that's needing to keep counter occupied, you could hold your own just as well as any other player on, regardless of what your main is.
Yeah, that's why the numbers are pretty impressive. Moving over to Kukao here. We've seen him in IVL use the forward, but then again, you see the containment time above the 60-second mark, which is very impressive, as well as the decoding time, and also stuns per round under the 1. But then again, that could change. Again, this is just a snapshot of what these players can offer. So very impressive forward he showed in IVL.
And of course, moving on to our final survivor, we have Z. And not some bad stats across the board either. We'll see how that goes, especially for someone that means mercenary. Definitely going to look out for how heavy it will be on the rescues, as well as to an extent maybe a bit of that containment as well.
Yeah, again, the rescues per round, almost at the 1 mark. That's again quite impressive, as well as the decoding. So this ZB just take note that he might play a big role, especially towards the end of the game when he's probably second rescuer and he's just there just decoding. As you saw, that is 150 decoding progress. Now we're going with Dream first. Okay, the Mad Eyes main. This is going to be very interesting. Character here is Sculptor, so I have a feeling that we're going to get what you said, a textbook Sculptor coming out, but note, he does have a Mad Eyes.
Just to have that comfort of a pocket pick if needed, but yeah, wouldn't be surprised if we just see a default Sculptor coming in from Dream, because stats are pretty impressive going into this. Now the big question is whether or not Dream can pull in the points needed to, if not pull off the 5, at least maybe try to equal out the playing or get as much points as possible, just so that it's not too much of a catch-up game. But 5 points, of course, is going to be the dream. And no pun intended, by the way. That was not intended.
It's the dream, the hope, and the prayer, right? Yeah, again, starting things out, great stuff coming from PPJ, able to set the pace here. So putting the pressure on Dream. Wants to aim for that 5. That's going to tie it, just so we can see that round number 3. But yeah, again, just get as much as possible. Want as much survivors as possible, just so that the point parity won't be so great.
Absolutely. So hopefully it works out for these players going into it, particularly for RD. As I've said, needing to play up on catch up. First things first, of course, we'll see how that goes in ban. I'm also wondering how these survivors are going to play out, whether it will be something similar in composition where you have that high risk, high reward in Explorer, or maybe go for something much more well-rounded. It is the first match after all, so first round rather. So you do have that safety of playing something a little bit more, I wouldn't say off, but something that does play a little bit more harder into risk. Or who knows, maybe you do want to play it a bit more safe, since especially for the survivors, they already have those 5 points. So all they need to do is at least get that 3-1. Oh, sorry, no, not even 3-1, but like a 1-3. Yeah, just 1 point, and automatically gives them that round win.
Yeah, so I think this would depend on what Dream would ban. Would he go for a, as we saw at the start, a mech ban? But then you're leaving the brawny survivors in the mix. This is the duality of his choice, because he could try going for like a Gravekeeper or a Mercenary, or the ones that can just take the tough guys out of the table, so at least he can go for at least one survivor. But I have a feeling it's a tall order, especially if he goes for that mechanic ban. They could just go Explorer and just sacrifice the Explorer. Like you mentioned, they only need one survivor to win this round.
Yeah. Actually, now that you bring that up, it's somewhat of a discussion where, do you want to push for a composition that'll maybe give you all the more points, or do you just want to play something that's a little bit more on the safer side, where you just buy enough time just to have at least one survivor get out of the game?
Yeah,
Because-
that's the scenario. You painted it pretty well, Articuno, with how GG will bring their composition into this match, because again, they could just go for the safety and just make sure to reserve their strengths for the next round. Again, they only need one, but if they want to make a statement, they're going to try to go for a lot of points. But if they just want one, maybe they could put an Embalmer in the mix. They could sacrifice one of the, just get one Decoder, Explorer, and then just, or whoever goes on chair, just sacrifice them. And then once it's the Gate War, they just go for a tie, and then they'll be able to still win.
I guess that's what we'll be anticipating going into picking ban. Is it going to be a matter of choice based on textbook? Or is it going to be a matter of, not textbook, but rather, is it going to be a choice of points, getting optimal points? Or is it going to be more of a choice based off what your current win?
Yeah, so we're going to see a banned forward. Okay, so RD not wanting to deal with the pesky stuns of that forward. So this kind of changes things, leaving the mechanic on the table. But as we mentioned, do they just want to go for one survivor out, or are they going to try to go for the international team minus the forward? Oh, they're not. An Enchantress makes her way to the mix. So still having that fear of a stunner in the mix would definitely force Dream to probably carry excitement. So making a huge statement here. Again, Articuno, as you mentioned, maybe textbook was the right word. This is kind of not what you'd see in the first round picks. An Enchantress, very interesting.
I love this though. Having an Enchantress come into the play, this composition I see would play out a bit well to what we were talking about as far as a composition that plays towards win conditions. You already have the points. Let's go ahead and bring in a composition that will try to just bring it on, stretch it long enough so that we have some decent progress on those ciphers with a hope and a prayer, get 5 of them popped up, get one of our men out of the gate, and that's just good to go.
And just for some context, you guys, that the Enchantress was only picked once in IVL. So her being picked in first round is, I'm pretty sure they practiced this comp, because it's not the usual one you'd see. Especially, I would also bring up Priestess. She's usually very good at late game, especially when trying to get to the dungeon. But in a small map like Arms Factory, you rarely see it. You usually see her in the Ever Sleeping Towns, the Moonlit River Park, the Leo's Memories. But a Priestess coming into the mix, I would love to see how GG would use this composition.
Absolutely. And it also makes me wonder how Artie's going to be responding to it, because that's just a lot of slippery slopes that he's going to have to deal with these particular 4 survivors. So if anything, I would love to see a hunter that could probably accelerate the pace a bit more to not allow GG the opportunity to maximize the kit that they have. Yes, sir.
Going with the Mad Eyes, the hunter he's known for. Big statement that Dream is making here. Sculptor was in the table, but no. Again, as you mentioned, that I know that we were wanting to see like textbook, like, okay, we're going to go with regular, usual suspects, but seeing a Mad Eyes in this comp, I'm pretty sure he wants to go for comfort more than anything else, for him to be able to, and hopefully he'll be able to get those 5 survivors down.
I love this. It's not, I wouldn't even call it gutsy, because it's just straight up Dream putting his best foot forward in this match. And let's talk about these interesting picks a bit more, because what I love about this is it's almost a level of surprise factor, because you have to take into account there's only so much preparation you can put into this tournament. And usually with how preparation goes, you want to try to prepare in a way where you prepare for what will most likely be the high level threats, such as a sculptor, such as a Dream Witch. So there's also that factor wherein how prepared are you when these curveballs are thrown at you?
Well, GG being that known team, hopefully they knew that Dream has this Mad Eyes and they prepared for it this early on, or they're expecting it. I think once they saw him walk on stage, they were able to understand. I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking, but this is an amazing graphic we're seeing.
Yep, there we go. I was not expecting that. That looked pretty darn good. But you know what? What we weren't expecting either was a Mad Eyes to start off Call of the Abyss for Global Finals. I am all for it. Let's get it on, Clutch.
Yeah, and I think GG was sort of expecting this because they knew Dream had a Mad Eyes, but this early on though, let's hope that they're able to understand this this Mad Eyes and how Dream's going to operate accordingly, because again, they do have some survivors that can, again, the Enchantress coming to the mix, the Seer's always welcome, Mercenary always there, but Priestess as well being that slippery target. Now Dream just setting up his walls just so he makes sure that no one's going to be able to use that that shack area. Kukao in the area. Is this the most optimal target though? It's the Enchantress, so you know she can kite for a while if she gets those stacks going.
Absolutely, and I think there you go. Dream is already on it,
and something to note as well: confined space plus blink. Dream really wants to down these survivors. Kukao, nice drop on that pallet to just gain some distance from Dream. Kukao again just going to the ruins area here just to gain, and now has one stack, so he'll be able to use that just in case he gets in a precarious situation. Over at the box here, shifting over to the factory. So really long time already being bought by this Enchantress.
Exactly, and take note. Okay, first hit will come in, still has a stun to work with just in case. And there you go, trying to get that overview right there. Will it actually work out? No.
Yeah, he cut it off. He cut off his exit path, and oh my god, the Enchantress there had to go for it, and the Owl was able to block it, but Dream gets his first survivor down. Excellent utilization of the walls.
That was perfection coming in from Dream, knowing very well how to play out key exit points for this Enchantress to escape, and you know, just get a pretty nice block off, and that's
wow,
that was quick.
That was a great rescue by ZB, catching a Dream off guard. But Kukao again has that borrowed time just to gain a little bit. Again, look at the walls. The placement of this is just so good. He's gonna have to eat that hit, and that is gonna be a downed Enchantress once borrowed time's done.
Yes, and
Ty Turner, sorry. Yeah, go.
No worries, but yeah, as I was about to say, okay, trying to get that overview. Want to try to pressure out the other survivors. Don't want to give them as much opportunity as possible to decode. And all said, yeah. I love how Dream's trying to keep on top of things and just blocking off any progress.
Exactly, just so good. Just is like the iron wall of RD. Gets another save, but then tries to just time it well, put a wall down just so he can get chip damage for that Priestess. And look at that. We see another downed Enchantress. This is her last time on the chair. So far, so good for Dream. 2 ciphers remaining.
Yeah, still quite the hefty progress that they have to get on that 5th one, but still at least more than halfway for the 4th one they were already working on. Still, mission accomplished for this Enchantress. That was just so much time bought out here. And as we said, we're not even looking for 5 points. We're not looking for a perfect score from these survivors. They just need that one. And so far, it is looking very, very feasible with 3 survivors left on the field. Now, Dream really has his work cut out.
Yeah, Zizai in the area. That Priestess can gain a lot of distance, but he's trying to fake out with those walls. Again, uses that portal just to get a little bit away and continue this kite. Dream changing targets here. 2 ciphers remaining. You see that 1 cipher is almost ready to pop, but 2 still remain just being pushed.
Gotta be very careful here. Slowly getting blocked out of F2000 and just ultimately gets pincered in. Fortunately, gonna try to work with these portals, though, working out pretty well thus far.
Oh,
roll with the punches, please.
Yeah, but the blink is going to be used, and Zizai will be falling. But just to highlight what Zizai was doing there, just using that portal just to get away, just so he won't be touching the fences that Dream is putting up. But this is his second survivor on the chair.
And this is where I believe the discussion of forethought comes in, where this Priestess, the perfect pick to have forward in anticipation to a potential Mad Eyes, and that was just a clear demonstration right there as to why you would want to have that forethought just in case you are up against a hunter such as Dream. But still, fight is not quite over just yet. Fourth Cypher already near completion. That fifth rather. The fifth and final surfer that they need to pop is already near completion. So it's all a matter of trying to make sure that they get a nice rescue on that Priestess, just so that they have more numbers to work with. You want to keep up the precaution as much as possible.
Exactly. 4-4-5 throwing caution at the wind here, trying to approach. But the walls are just, the fences are just blocking off this Priestess. They want to be able to go for at least 3 survivors to push for that gate war. And now we see 4-4-5 eat that hit and does not have an owl just yet. I don't know if he'll be able to make it in time as Dream continues to harass this Seer.
Oh,
he's trapped.
Nowhere to go, by the way.
Yeah, they had to pop it. Yeah, he had to jump through that again. Confined space as well as this. Just putting up the walls again, just clipping ZB. And now we still see that 2 survivors remain, Articuno.
Yes, 2 survivors. This should be enough to try to at least get one of them. In this case, Dream would as much as possible want to try to land one. There's a lot of heavy focus onto 4-4-5 here. As well as ZB trying to block out these exit gates, trying to prevent them from getting on.
Wow,
beautiful
getting closer and closer. ZB has nowhere to run already. He gets that hit. The delayed effect, thank God for that mercenary. And you see 4-4-5 still running away, not wanting to get in part of these fences. And Dream is just a master when it comes to just placing these fences and knowing and predicting where these survivors will be going. But we see 4-4-5 pushing that exit gate, but again has to move away because Dream putting up those fences is just so dangerous for them.
Yes, sirree. And from what we saw, halfway on that other gate, looks like Dream just going to try to close out here onto 4-4-5. Going to try to get a nice peek over. Wants to just get the full assurance of at least getting 4-4-5 out of game, because it's already a good done deal. Wow!
That blink! Awesome stuff from Dream. Gets the 3 down. Again, not that bad, because again, GG started out so well, but Dream, a very has to be respected. His Mad Eyes, gotta put respect in that name.
There you have it. That was still, I would say, an excellent demonstration of Mad Eyes, because it's already, you know how we say the first half of the battle is the working on those ciphers, the next battle would be trying to get out of those exit gates. When you're up against Mad Eyes, getting those exit gates open is just an additionally monumental task because of how much control Mad Eyes has, just making sure to properly position walls to prevent any of those exits, try to buy as much time as possible. But still, at the end of the day, with such a great effort from our hunter, it was just looking at the win conditions, that one survivor that they needed out, it worked out in the end. Of course, that's going to be a round 1 victory towards one side already. Now, big question, is it going to be the 2-0 in this best of 3? We'll just have to find out. But still, I don't want to jump to this second round just yet, because Mad Eyes Punch. Wow.
Yeah, Mad Eyes, the very scary, aggressive Mad Eyes was not deterred by the Enchantress, did not carry excitement, went with a blink, wanted to go for quick downs because he knew that once he was able to down his first survivor, which was the Enchantress, by the way, only able to get 1 stack, so quite impressive on Dream's side. He knew that he had so much confidence in his wall placements. He knew how to cut off the survivors before they could even try to vault a window inside factory or drop a pallet. So it just shows the prowess of Dream's Mad Eyes, and if he will go on stage again, you definitely have to respect that Mad Eyes. You have to ban it.
Absolutely. And That's the scary thing. We've seen this during other matches where it's an asset almost as a hunter if you have a pocket pick that you could play just as efficiently as something that's in the meta, because it really puts your opponents in a position where which way do we go as far as that pick and ban phase? And that's something we'll find out later on once we hit that first half. Talking a bit more about these picks. Another question I have at the back of my mind is, are we going to be seeing something high risk, high reward, such as Explorer coming into the play once again? Or if you're the team that is kind of on the back end of things right now, do you want to play something that's a little bit more well-rounded and safer?
I wouldn't say Explorer is high risk, high reward as it's seen. If mechanic is banned, you have to roll with the punches and try to go for that Cypher Rush. So it's playing to the strengths and weaknesses of Explorer. Again, there is that risk coming into it, but also the reward factor of having Explorer, especially in a big map or a map where you can hide, can definitely help out the survivors come in. So I wonder if they'll prioritize either surviving, because again, GG started out pretty well. They already got the first round in the bag. They need to try to duplicate that same performance to add pressure on RD. Or will they just try to coast on by and with the survivor side and make PP Ja get that try to aim for another 5 points in a 4K?
That's pretty fair, I would say. It does make me wonder, though, if ever we do see Explorer come into play once again, how they're going to be able to work around just the mental gymnastics of the hunter on the flip side, where it just accounts so well for every single factor, right down to knowing which cipher you would want to pressure that would likely have much more progress. That's the scary thing.
Yeah, especially having an Explorer just run, right? Your time is so valuable, especially when that Explorer is digging for pages, because with the recent changes of the Explorer, not only is it faster, he also has eyes on the hunter, and he can also warn people where to rotate and maybe possibly tell the kiter to go near the hunter so that the hunter will try to bite on that kiter. So again, I think it would depend on the map, especially the map first, and then what the hunter would try to ban. Because if mechanic's on the table, they'll definitely take that if they want to prioritize cipher rushing.
Actually, I would have to agree with you, and I guess we'll find out in a bit once we hit that pick and ban phase. But as usual, as we wait for our players to head in, we'd like to welcome everybody to the broadcast for Call of the Abyss for Global Finals. It is Articuno and Potchpice. Later on, Gaming Grizzly as well will be joining us for our round of matches for the day. A total of 4 matches that we're playing out. It is only the first phase of the tournament. 2 days, of course, will be that. And later on in the latter days, 4 days total, semifinal, quarterfinal, semis, and finals will follow for day 3. And then the last 2 for day 4 respectively.
Yeah. So again, guys, really tune in and support your favorite players, support your regions as well, because right now it is RD versus GG. In terms of points, we can see that RD is 3 points while GG is 6 points. GG winning the first round, again, one of the most formidable teams out there. They did get that auto bid, so RD is really being put to the test, facing one of the best hunters in IVL history. So big challenge for them. Now, when it comes to the next phase of this, I'm pretty sure they're going to ban Sculptor, because PPJ's Sculptor was just 5 stars all throughout, like really scary. Or maybe try to go for a bigger map if that would be the case, just to negate the Sculptor. But let's see how this will pan out.
Yeah. Just within the lines of that discussion, it also brings into perspective how even more crucial map selection is going into this. And I guess that's kind of the tricky part, since we don't really get a feel of which team gets the pick on the map going into this one. But if you're the team that's kind of on the better side of things, then even more better. But let's go ahead and check out these highlights.
Yeah, PPJ again so on point with those Sculptor hits. Again, he was very focused, right? He knew that he wanted to go for that Explorer, waited for the quenching effect for him to use that teleport to find out the Explorer. He was able to go for it, and then just being able to, patrol with that chisel, and knew when to change with the ebbs and flows of each of the survivors when they're pushing for ciphers, where they would be at all times. Again, Arms Factory is one of the smallest maps here. PPJ just played this sculpt to perfection.
Exactly, and as we said, just in that moment, there was not a single dull one. And on the flip side here for Dream as well, just a beautiful demonstration as one of the best we've seen in a global finals thus far, mind you. Sure, wasn't able to equal out towards the 5 points, but just as similar, there wasn't a dull moment, and knew how to put emphasis on control every single time.
So good. Yeah, he knew where the survivors were going to go at all times, and he knew where to place those walls, and he used the walls to be able to find his way to win that 3-1.
And we're back, ladies and gents. Already veering in for round 2, but as you can see, GG gonna go into this with a much more better footing. But it's still a respectable 3-point difference. So all the opposition has to do is make sure that they get at least a tie or above.
Yeah. For sure. The pressure is still on for RD, especially with the pace that PPJ was able to set. And I think now that they have utilized their Mad Eyes, I wonder if Super Q or Crazy will come into that mix, because Crazy still has a score to settle when it comes to the survivors of GG since he's faced them before. But also, again, PPJ, known for his Bonbon and Violinist, again, it comes down to, as Articuno mentioned, the map. I wonder where we're going to be settling this, because again, Bonbon is good, but if you're in a big map, that'll give a little more time for the survivors to just try to kite around, especially even not even play the camping game with Bonbon and just sell out their teammate just to go for more points instead. So really a lot of questions in the air, and I can't wait for this match to get started.
I'd have to agree with you. And another thing that we have to factor in is that GG has a little bit more luxury, not just in terms of points, but what they can bring to the table. They don't really have to go for anything particularly risky going into this. They can just opt to play something a bit more safer. But as we can see, players are raring to go once again, heading into round number 2. And really exciting to see how this pick and ban is going to be going to watch, even more so once we head into this game.
Yeah, I wonder, what map we're going to see. I have a feeling maybe a bigger map, probably Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah.
Or something just to negate the Mad Eyes, just to give a lot of, so that probably Super Q or Crazy is going to come out. And we'll see, because I believe, this PPR is on. The survivors of RD are on deck, and now it'll be GG that will be doing the hunting.
I wonder if ever RD has the preparation to at least try to equal things out, because honestly, I would not want to see the first match of Call of the Abyss for Global Finals just go into a 2-0 as far as rounds without us getting to, we always want to see those full 3 sets.
Of course. More Identity 5 action, the better, right? So Let's see how RD will rally back in this. Again, it's still the first round. They did set a crazy tempo at the start. still not out of it because we did see that Dream was able to get 3 points. So the point disparity, again, it's 3-6. Not too bad. Again, it's still, we can see a round number 3. So again, it really depends on the map and what these survivors will be picking, and hopefully it'll be to their preference heading into this the second round.
Yeah, a lot riding on. Imagine that, like already just the first match. But then again, this whole tournament in itself, there's a lot riding on it for these 16 teams. This is like the last leg for everyone, having already reached the biggest tournament you can achieve to hope to qualify for in IdentityV. And unfortunately, just given the nature, it is 16 teams. Towards the end of this first lap, we're gonna see half of it cut off.
Yeah, for sure. Again, it's the Apex tournament, Articuno. We want to find the best of the best in the world. Again, as we mentioned before, we have 8 clubs from mainland China, 1 from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, 1 from NAEU, 1 from Korea, 2 from Southeast Asia, and 3 from Japan. And 16 teams, but only 1 can be named the Call of the Abyss 4 champion.
And big question is, who is it going to be? First steps first, of course, RD and GG. We'll have to find out which one of these two are going to be heading in as we head into the pick and ban for Game 2 of the first half in Match 1.
Okay, so we are going to Red Church, the second most pick stage or map, if you would, in IVL. Again, rightly so. It's pretty compact. It's pretty. It's good for survivors in the back gate side and the graveyard side, but in the broken wall side, the hunter would want to try to find a survivor there. So let's see how RD will respond to the crazy pace that PPJA was able to put in the table.
Yeah, and so from what we gathered here, second round, of course, to be played on Red Church, there is going to be a switch up in Hunter as well. For, this is what I love when you have that flexibility. Now, the big question is how that flexibility comes into play for these particular players. Like, what win conditions are, whether or not these particular swaps would help build up towards that win condition that they're wishing to achieve. But yeah, still waiting on these bans though. Take note, it is going to be 1 hunter and 2 survivors taken off the table. We want to make the most of that.
Yeah, so the question is, since you mentioned the hunter swap, would RD still go for the sculptor ban? Because again, this isn't PPJA we're going with. Again, we should just wait for the bans for the survivor side. But if we're seeing Gravekeeper Coordinator, maybe Forward was banned, but we'll see. Mechanic is able to make his way. They're thinking about that. And Mercenary. So gathering this, probably the hunter banned Forward and Seer? Since Mechanic and Mercenary. I'm just making an educated guess here, Articuno, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Coordinator, interesting. One shot, one opportunity.
Yeah, again, it's a little bit of the same they were able to bring to the table in the previous match. You have these really tough guy meta and rescue heavy meta as well. Their Mercenary, Muro, the Wildling, and Coordinator are categorized as rescuers. Then you have that one juicy target for that hunter, which is the Mechanic. Again, Mechanic, you have to really rely on rock hiding skills because she doesn't have the best drops and pallets and jumps. Ooh, we're going to see a Disciple come into the mix. Again, a Disciple was able to trump Bloody Queen for being Tie Queen. From Win Queen to Tie Queen to Single Queen, the Bloody Queen. So sad. But we see the Disciple coming to the mix.
Yeah, and all said, just to note what how the bans played out here, it was actually a Bonbon ban.
Bonbon, okay.
And then for our survivors, very much understandable since we are playing on Red Church. Number 1, Seer, that's a given, and as well as Priestess, which is why Mechanic was up for grab.
Okay, yeah, Priestess can be very pesky, especially when it comes to the real estate of that church. So rightly so, but a Guard 26 ban. All right, they probably know some things from this hunter, but we're seeing a Disciple, Articuno.
A Disciple I am looking forward to quite heavily. But so there you have it, folks. We have our picks locked in. Let's see how this goes. both GG as well as RD ready to take the stage. Who are you rooting for? Do you want to see RD or do you want to see GG make it into the next phase of this tournament, which will be the quarterfinals? We are waiting for one of them. Let's find out which one it will be.
All right, starting with Swam's disciple, not wasting any time using that cat just to gain a little bit of that jump. Again, once she gets full presence, ladies and gentlemen, that jump will become twice, and she could use that as a double blink. Swam now going for spots the mechanic's doll, and that's going to give him some sight to where the mechanic is at. So great stuff so far from Swam. Able to use the cat. I mean, I've been trying to use disciple for a while, so I'm going to take down notes, Articuno.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead and do that. So, yeah, this is gonna be really nice. IQ will be the first spotted out, but then again, there is a bit of knowledge to where the mechanic initially was. So I'm wondering if the commit will come into fruition. In which case, and looks like it's going to be the coordinator. That's actually not bad either. Like we say, one shot, one opportunity. Exhaust that, and there's not really much to work with to coordinator's name.
Yeah, especially once you get that that cat going on, and then she gets that sun. Oh, excellent dodge of that flare gun. Beautiful stuff from Swam. And as you mentioned, Articuno, one shot, one kill, one opportunity. But man, Swam was able to dodge that.
Didn't quite work out, in which case, so now we have a... It's like just a bare bones survivor. Teleport will come in though, just to not waste out any time, and the catch comes on.
Yeah, the hop, and then that is one down coordinator. Rocky tried his best, trying to just create some distance there. Going for the flare gun was the right option, but again, the advantage was on Swam being able to utilize the real estate of the church to just dodge that flare gun. So now wanted order is being put on the mercenary, so he has a little bit of sight set, and we do know that teleport is being used, so probably teleport detention coming in. So we're gonna see how RD will respond to this downed coordinator.
Yeah, this is a bit scary as well. You have two members of RD within the immediate vicinity, but then again, it also just generally gives them options. Now, the big question is, AirQAQ, are they going to try to get the rescue onto the coordinator? Or are they just going to use the coordinator being on the chair to maximize the time to get whatever ciphers they can going? We already have two pop, so it's already a good start for RD.
Yeah, looking at where everyone is at, I think that, you know what, the wildling is just there to keep this hunter not disrupting any cipher rushes. He does have an option to try to go for that save, but always, and take note that this disciple doesn't really have that much when it comes to map harassment, so he will just stay here to try to buy as much time as possible, and let his teammates try to pop those ciphers since the mechanic is still at play. Is he gonna go for that full commit? Not quite.
Ooh, not quite, but the good thing is that just fully occupying disciple, not really deterring anybody else that's trying to push for ciphers. 3 ciphers already done for RD, so this is a massive step up from round number 1 earlier. Can it go to even better heights though?
Oh, Wildling is off his board now. He's completely vulnerable, and the stun is going to happen. AirQAQ is going to eat that first hit, and Swam will try to tunnel in on this Wildling.
Yeah, just wants to go to full commit here. Question is, how much time is going to be bought out here? Definitely wants to try to stop out Air, and there you go. Leap comes in, pallet drop, very well timed, but Air gonna unfortunately take that last hit as he falls down.
And look, Articuno, 1 cipher remaining for this side of RD, so they will try to push for the cipher as possibly the mercenary will go for it, but no, he's gonna go for a no camp strat. He's gonna go for the mechanic. So good proactivity coming from Swam. Zekai caught off guard here, but will transition to the shack area.
I love this coming in from our disciple, making up for lost time as far as what pressure this disciple was not able to push for on survivors. But
that
look
was
at that!
That was an excellent stun on the cat, and also brought confined space, so it's a 6-12. He has to be very careful, especially when jumping those windows. And if you notice, Articuno, that Swam allowed the Wildling to be saved, so the Tide Turner will not take effect anymore. So this is excellent strategy from Swam.
Beautiful forethought in which case, and it just makes you wonder what Artie's next move is going to be. This Disciple already has full account of what Cypher was already worked on, but the insta-rescue, nicely timed by Artie.
And AQ trying to body block, but Zekai will be falling. Again, Tide Turner is not in effect anymore. You see at the lower left side of the screen that the Wildling is trying to pop that Cypher, but Swam realizing that, trying to shift his attention because he knows that Zekai is still down. I believe that the Mercenary is trying to go for that heal and going to use these cats just to chase him away. Zekai will see his second round on the rocket chair.
Yeah, but with that Wildling on, progress on that Cypher will be halted for a bit, halfway through for Zekai, so that at least gives a little bit more room to breathe for RD. But the question is, it's going to be a monumental task to try to get that more than halfway Cypher popped up.
Yeah, it's just the pressure that Swam was able to bring, especially using teleport, not being satisfied. Just the cap, hits him once he's over that window, but we are going to see a safe and sound mechanic. Zekai now running away from that chair, and it is now the Wildling that's going to see around in the rocket chair.
What's kind of scary here, Paul, just you have to account, it's that one that one Cypher that RD was banking on. None of don't really have any other options here right now. But then again, it also owes the proximity. You have that one Cypher within the distance, but then again, with only so many survivors you have to work with. There you go, that's the hit, and the rest of them come.
But the stun of the cats, excellent placement on that. Both of them are stunned, excellent with that snipe on that Wildling, even though that rescue was great. Man, Swam again with that forethought, as you mentioned, but we did see that the mechanic now is a mercenary, does have elbow pads to use. AQ now kiting around this shack area. The cat is going to get that bite. The stun is going to happen, not quite. It is going to just negate any of the skills, and we are going to see a downed mercenary.
Yeah, I think the best thing you would want to see for RD right now is, because looking at things, dungeon escape not looking quite likely right now. It's just one of those very rare occurrences should it happen. But what RD wants to do ideally, I guess, is try to lure this hunter as far away as possible from where that Cypher has vision. We see a little bit of decent progress happening on one of the other Cyphers, but with this Disciple being so far out on the map, it is worth banking on to try to go turn back to the Cypher that they've already managed to work on. That's that better completion rate.
Yeah, Zekai utilizing that elbow pad just to move a little away from the top broken part of the map. Transitioning to bottom broken where there's some pallets, but man, the cats are coming out, able to use it once again just to move towards the church. Can she make it to the gate? No! Oh my gosh. Couldn't make it to that window. But then we see that AQ is popping back up. So again, Swam has to divert his attention. Can't rest on his laurels just yet.
Yeah, I love the not necessarily just the forethought, but just the control that we're seeing from this Disciple at this point, knowing not to miss out on any particular thing. AQ though gonna be back on his feet, but question is, will distance be established?
Able to use that wand from the Magician. AQ still at the corner of Graveyard here, and we did see that the mechanic is up. Now Swam just got that cat, and now we're gonna see a stun. Ooh, and now excellent hit. Swam again, just so smothering pressure, not giving any room for the survivors of RD to breathe.
Yeah, RD, they're trying their best here, but it's just monumentally hard because a lot of the time that we've been seeing has mostly been spent trying to work around this Disciple. As far as Cypher progress, it's almost reached a near complete halt because of how much they're trying to roll with these punches that are coming in left and right from this hunter.
Yeah, just excellent stuff so far. Wow, able to find just utilize that bot just to try to heal up this mercenary. But if he gets that hit, he'll find a whiff of where that mechanic is going to be at. And Swam is closing in on that. Oh, excellent drop though. Able to buy a little more time. And now the bot is done. So we're not going to be able to see him go to that mechanic. But teleport will be utilized for him to traverse the distance real quick. So Zekai now kiting for his life.
Yes, that's a very apt way to put it. But question is, Zekai, how long can he last? This disciple starting to slowly come in. You just need that one last hit. Nice Jukaroni, but how long can Zekai keep up with this though? Goes for the leap, and that's that last hit, and down the survivors go. It's gonna be another 5 points that we'll be seeing in this tournament, ladies and gents.
Wow, Swam showing his prowess there. Congratulations, GG. Setting the pace even more.
Just raking in all those points, living very apt GG, because that game was a true GG coming in from GG. I gotta stop putting all those GGs in one sentence, but there you have it, folks. Just a lot of real estate, a lot of distance being put on from GG. It's going to be, imagine this, Poch, when you're in these type of scenarios where you have such a build up on points, that second half for round 2 for RD is going to be super duper crucial if they want to keep themselves in the game.
It will be, and it just shows that GG wants to be able to dictate how their survivors will be approaching this matchup, because that Ann played the war of attrition pretty well. I think the keys to success for GG there was able to utilize the cats really well for the stuns to happen, as well as his priority to just shift targets and not really resting on camping. He knew that the wildling was going to get shared, wanted to go for that juicier mechanic just to stop that Cypher Rush. And Articuno, we didn't even reach the Gate War yet because there was just one Cypher remaining and he just halted it there. So he was really able to roll with the punch as well, even though that the down coordinator, as you mentioned, I think there were 3 Cyphers that was being popped while that coordinator is being sent back to the manor. So excellent stuff, and also excellent stuff on RD side because they were able to roll with the punches really well. Again, it's just a war of attrition, and the Hunter just able to utilize her cats really well for them to use all the elbow pads. You saw like they're opening up chest left and right. So it was quite the battle we just witnessed.
It really was. And if you're RD right now, this is where you have to pull the plus ultra, because GG has proven to have a very reliable hunter pool. By the way, I say hunter pool because 2 substitutions, both of which have not 2 substitutions, but rather 1 substitution, different hunter, which has proven to show that both of which are capable of holding the fort, of bringing in those juicy 5 points to add up to your bank as far as what points you want to roll with heading out of this first phase of the tournament. And at this point, I am still optimistic for RD Punch because they were able to get a 3-1 the survivor side. Wasn't the full 5 points, but there's promise there. There is promise, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah,
never count any team out, especially one of the best from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. And as I mentioned with this before to Grizzly and last year, there's so much pressure being put on these teams, but diamonds are made under pressure. So could we see that, as you mentioned, that plus ultra happen from RD because they just want to keep this puppy going? So for their hunter, it's super important for them to pick the right one. Will they go with super Q? Will they go with crazy or back to dream in this red church? And another valuable that, as you mentioned, to consider is the bans. If you put up Dream, because he did a great performance with his Mad Eyes, and Mad Eyes on Red Church is still pretty good. How will he adjust if his Mad Eyes is taken off the table?
Exactly. Well, one thing I can tell you, Poch, is we at least wouldn't have to speculate when it comes to Dream, because from what I just heard, got news in that it's not only GG that plans to do this swapperoo with hunters, but it seems like RD is going to utilize that same feat, having the bolster of hunters that they have on their roster by bringing in Crazy to the table.
Crazy. Okay. We've been talking about Crazy for a while. He was a former hunter from Wolves, so he's a very formidable hunter. Again, here the point disparity is quite a lot. If you see in the lower part of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11-3. So Crazy has to live up to his name and bring up that crazy 5 points for them to keep this puppy going.
Yeah, fingers crossed. In which case, if you're an RD fan, but if you're a GG fan, then your team's in a pretty good spot. A lot of points that they managed to roll with. This is the scary thing. It's pretty much 5 or nothing. 5 or nothing.
Yeah, actually, that's a good way of putting it, Articuno. That's the black and white of it, right? 5 or nothing for RD for them to stay, to keep their tournament lives here in Call of the Abyss 4. And now the survivors and Crazy. The survivors of GG and Crazy have this narrative, right? So Crazy is looking to get, just to settle the score here coming into this, because GG fared pretty well against Crazy in the previous meeting. So that's the storyline coming into this second half.
It's pretty crazy if you think about it. Some interesting circumstances that RD is on. But hey, if there's one guy that I'm looking to potentially pull it off for RD, then Crazy is just the guy for the job. Looking forward to seeing some crazy plays, in which case, gotta stop with these puns, but yes.
Yeah, Crazy again. He's battled the top mainland teams in China. So again, as you mentioned, someone to get the job done could be him. And rest assured that now they have to. The question is on GG's side. Which hunter are they going to be banning once Crazy takes the table?
Exactly, and just gonna have to see how it all pans out. But of course, guys, let us know who you all are rooting for in chat, and don't forget to share the stream, as well as keep your friends updated with what is going on here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. This is, guys, 4 days of intense action, and of course, GG and RD, a round of applause for them, guys. They're giving us a good start to this tournament.
Yeah, great start. It's starting off with Sculptor, just showing us what this new meta is compared to Call of the Abyss 1. You just saw that we did see a variety. Usually it's just the Wildling, the Dream Witch. We haven't seen them. The Wildling, the Dream Witch, and the Bloody Queen. But you know what? We've been seeing a different cast of characters, so it just shows how this game has evolved. We haven't seen a Dream Witch. We haven't seen a Bloody Queen. We've seen a Disciple. We've seen a Mad Eyes. So it's just amazing time to be an IdentityV fan, especially when it comes to supporting your favorite competitive players, because they're showing us how high-level IdentityV is supposed to be played, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, and if this right here is an indicator of what's to come, then I'm excited. I'm excited for these 4 days of Call of the Abyss 4 that we have, and again, just the best of the best from across these regions, and we're already seeing 2 of them right here who have very much well fought for their place in the top 16 of the biggest and baddest from across the world, and I'm excited for this. And take note, Poch, what's even crazier about this is we're in one of those high intensity scenarios where it's make or break for one of these teams. We're at that match point, if you will, for both RD and GG.
Yeah, so will RD play a little bit of spoiler for GG, especially in this scenario, because GG is on the cusp already. They just need, again, one survivor out. So we might not see that textbook second round picks, because we will probably see more survivor heavy, or like everyone can just kite on their own just so that they just get one survivor out. Maybe have an Embalmer in the mix, maybe have a lot of tough guy meta into that mix, because again, they just need that 1 point. So there is a lot of pressure coming into Crazy now. Just to, based on my research, I believe Crazy also has an Anne and a violinist. So I wonder if that's going to be an equation coming into the bans for the survivors of GG, because you're leaving Sculptor and Dream Witch on the table for him.
Absolutely. It does make you wonder what direction this is going to go at the end of the day. You can only speculate, but like I said, these teams have prepared to a tremendous degree, and if like we're just expecting the curveballs at this point. Like earlier, we know that it was up to expectation that a Mad Eyes would come into play. It was all a matter of whether or not they were comfortable enough to bring that to the table early on. They were very much so. And I'm just expecting even more curveballs to be thrown throughout all 4 days. That whole spread of the 4 days that we have here at the Call of the Abyss for Global Final. Ladies and gents.
Again, call it curveball picks, call it picks that would just make you play your style instead of play to your opponent's style. Because Mad Eyes, again, Dream being known for a Mad Eyes main, they knew that coming into this match, but again, coming like with the pace they set, not sure if they expected it right off the bat, like Mad Eyes right away, since usually, as you mentioned, Mad Eyes is usually seen like in second or third rounds. Now with Crazy coming into the mix, especially with this map of Red Church, the picks of Anne, you saw how Anne was able to be, the Disciple was able to fare. That's a respectable pick if they feel like they can't survive against his Anne. But the Violinist, we have yet to see him coming into the fray.
I'm really looking forward to seeing it. In which case, also not just that, but I'm wondering if ever in a world where, in one of the parallel universes that we're looking at, wherein RD wins, will we be seeing, it's a bit forward thinking, but that's kind of why I want to see the full 3 rounds come into play for this particular matchups, because I really want to look into the possibility of seeing all 3 Hunters see the light of day going into this tournament. I mean, both teams were comfortable enough to make the switches on Hunters, so who knows, maybe RD will just play full well into the comfort based on the arsenal of players that they have going into this tournament.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we could see. I wonder who that Hunter will be to take us to that round 3 if ever we get to that. And again, big task ahead of Crazy, because GG just needs that one survivor. So they can definitely just go for the same that they did. Go for like really off meta picks just for them to kite as long as possible, or they just give up whoever's on chair just for them to push the objectives for them to get out of that exit gate. So there's a lot to consider for Crazy because he has his work cut out for him.
Absolutely. And here we go. Looks like our prayers have been answered as we head into seeing how pick and ban will roll out. So don't worry, folks. We'll be keeping you updated as well on what the bans will be in case they do not reflect full enough on your screen. We got you there, folks. But yeah, first things first. These bans are starting to roll out now for both sides, since it is Crazy. You know, it's not like you have that transition of, oh, okay, Mad Eyes was a beast earlier, we just banned that out. No, you're facing another fresh Hunter where all you're going to be relying on right now is what data you're able to gather off of your opponent.
That seems like the same with when Swam changed PPJA, right? That's
True.
The same strategy coming in. And we just heard word that it's a Violinist ban. So taking that off the table, again, that's the off meta pick that we've been talking about. We are seeing, 4-4, I think it's 4-4-5 wanted to think about that Cowboy. Seer and Priestess ban, rightly so because of how pesky the Priestess can be. Seer, quite interested to see if he'll be going for those Bonbon maybe, or something that would counter, maybe a Dream Witch would come into that mix if you want to be able to take out that Seer. Because again, those chip damage hunters could definitely counter that Seer's Owl. But let's see what Crazy will bring to the table, as I believe this looks like a pretty solid lineup, actually. A lineup that you'd see in the conventional second round.
For sure. I'm wondering, though, that this is going to be very crucial for Crazy. He has to make sure that he chooses the right Hunter encounter to get those 5 points. You know, that's the crazy thing. Like, there's just so much pressure in your Hunter, but it's like, think of the mental for Crazy as well. Going into this fresh, you have that fresh mindset, but also you're going into this fresh with a win condition where you have to ace this very first game you're about to play. So this is where mental fortitude truly comes into play for these players, more specifically RD Center.
Yeah, so we definitely will see a level up in his game because he does need the full 4K for him to get that 5 points. And with this lineup, especially with how GG has been playing with their survivors, what we've seen in the first round or first match, they're not afraid to just let the chair expiry time happen, because again, just one survivor needs to get out of the gate. But with this mix though, I wouldn't be surprised also if they tried to go for saves, because just to extend the objectives of the hunter and just pivot him instead of focusing on another target and camping. Like, he still has to chair the other survivor. But the Axe Boy making his way into the mix.
I love these picks so far, by the way. We haven't seen any repeats. Each half that has been played out so far bringing on a different hunter, and we'll just have to see. Can Crazy maximize Axe Boy to get that full wipe? It is looking feasible, Potch. An Axe Boy pick at the church. I could see that happening.
Yeah, for sure. Axe Boy has terrorized a lot of the qualifiers as well as IVL, so this is a very solid pick by Crazy. And for an Axe Boy, especially with the terrain of Red Church, you could definitely get those peaceful pines down, those restful roads, for him to have a lot of mobility, and also those quick flame snipes. They have to worry about that. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is RD versus GG. RD needs the 5 points for them to extend their tournament lives as we head into match number 2, round 2.
Yes, this is going to be it. Again, here you have the overview of our players. Make sure to show your love and support. Is it GG? Is it RD? It's coming down to the wire, folks. This early on, first match has been brilliant as a wonderful start to our tournament. And let's just see as to whether or not RD can devise some pretty intense odds right now.
Okay, Crazy starting things off over at the red carpet reception, uses that flame just so he'll be able to get to the top broken side to see who's around here. Again, the survivors in the mix. You got a coordinator, you got a forward, you got a mechanic as well as a mercenary, and ZB just gave Crazy an early Christmas present, because getting the mechanic now would be great for RD.
Oh gosh, that is a very early start. Having that much pressure early on, and also have Zizai in the distance over there. Of course, you know, Crazy just gonna be glad to commit to the target. He has already got a nice whack on the head on. And not a bad target to start off with at all, by the way.
Yeah, and transitioning here, we see that Kukai was able to just halt his Cypher progress just a little bit. The forward was there, so he didn't want to commit to this mechanic, because, oh wow, that was a close snipe there on the flame. But using the blink, excellent sequence of events for Crazy there, able to down ZB. Now the question is, Articuno, who will try to go for that save?
Yeah, this is a very, very good start here for our hunter, in which case definitely an ideal target that you would want to, you know, kick things off with a bang on if you're Crazy. Now, on the flip side though, I will give it to GG. Just even that respectable window that ZB was able to contain the hunter. There's already some pretty good progress happening across the board for these ciphers. It's just unfortunate though that they had to go for that rescue earlier on in order to keep the consistency going on progress.
Yeah, as you were talking, the 445 making an excellent rescue there, making the mechanic transition to a great spot here over at Graveyard. ZB still playing with this pallet over here. Oh wow, excellent timing by Crazy just when ZB was going for that pallet drop. He gets that swipe in, second down for this mechanic.
Exactly, and oh man, still we already see that spread coming in from GG. One cipher down, 3 in very, very good progress, Potch. So this is still a huge step up from GG. But on the flip side, I think Crazy is doing a great job. That's one of the things that we constantly look for, you know? Just none of those dull moments for the hunter. But
Speaking of dull moment, okay, so the forward trying going for that commit and trying to go for that stun, but then forces to just go for that rescue. Tide Turner will buy a little more time for this mechanic. As you see, 3 ciphers have already been popped, and there's 1 cipher that is close to being primed. So now we're seeing just a massacre from Crazy. Gets the last effort here coming from this mechanic. Mechanic staying by that pallet just in case he wants to drop it, just to buy some more time for his team.
Yeah, looks like that will be the drop on the mechanic, in which case, but I would say mission accomplished here for MGG. They were able to maximize the mechanic enough, and this is what makes it even crazier, by the way. There's a bit of, Crazy can't really get the commit on the pickup just yet, since there will be a member of GG to potentially deter him.
Yeah, that was a great job by the forward there, extending the life of this mechanic. Just when he thought it was over, extended the kite a little bit more, but then the last cipher will be propped. We're gonna go for a gate war here, and now we see that the mechanic is over at back gate, while you see at the reception side the mercenary is trying to pop it. This could be a three-man out. How will Crazy respond to this pressure from the survivors?
It is just a lot to deal with right now, Poch, but first things first, wants to try to secure the survivor first off, but as you can see towards the lower left portion of your screen, ladies and gents, it's gonna be a good done deal. These survivors are gonna say, sayonara, baby. We're booking our ticket to the quarterfinals, and it is going to be JG as our first to make it all the way.
Wow, excellent coordination there from GG. Really knowing when to harass the hunter, when to play their roles properly, and that was an excellent sequence there. That was an excellent stun for them, especially for the mechanic to move all the way to back gate to make sure no one is at the red carpet area. So GG's to GG.
GG's indeed. But still, mad props, mad kudos to Artie for game well played. There were some pretty good highlight moments, especially during that first round. Where we were just kind of on the edge of our seats. And as I said, it's interesting because this is only it's just the start of the tournament, the very first match. So, like to thank, of course, Artie for participating in the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. And we hope that, they continue to keep on going, and we would love to just see them in participation once Call of the Abyss 5 comes along. But for now, this will, that's just how the cookie crumbles. This will mark the end of their journey for now, as we will be seeing GG through as one of our top 8 teams to proceed to the quarterfinals.
End of their journey here in Call of the Abyss 4, but definitely not the end of the journey when it comes to the competitive scene, because they were really able to represent what the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region represents. And it was solid gameplay. And then it was just a really big task going up against GG. The Hunter, Pipija, and Swam were just so on point, as well as just highlighting RD's excellent Mad Eyes, and also the Axe Boy there. Again, just trying to play his role to the best he can. It's just I think the pace that and the tempo that our GG brings to the table, just the resolve was just stronger. So congratulations to GG, and do support RD in any other tournaments that they'll enter. Again, this is Call of the Abyss, Articuno. We want to find the best of the best, and GG will be moving on.
Absolutely. And take note, that was just match number 1, guys. GG, of course, with the first team that we'll be seeing, we're still yet to determine 7 more. 3 more of which will be determined today, 4 of which more of tomorrow. To be honest, just stretching on about the match that we had a bit more, it's unfortunate, I would say, that we're seeing RD drop out this early. I would have really have loved to have seen them maximize the triple hunter that they have on their roster. Like I said, it would have been nice if we hit that round 3, wherein maybe, just maybe, it's a 1 out of 3 chance that we would have seen that third hunter come into play, but not quite. But this is just one of those moments where just those hopes that you wish would have happened. But I think, given the nature of Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, it is single elimination. We have so many hopes for this tournament. We're hoping that maybe this team versus this team will face in the finals and whatnot. But, there's just some things on your bucket list that you'll just never get that tick as far as what you would want to see as a spectator in this tournament.
Hey, there's always Call of the Best Five, right? I'm sure
Yep.
RD is going to learn from this and grow even stronger. As you mentioned, that usually it's the mainland teams that you see really go far in these tournaments, but the other regions have been catching up and understanding the meta and starting to develop their own. So this is also a great test to really put the best of the best together for us to find out who's going to come out on top. And this is just the first step. It was GG versus RD. GG will be moving on with an excellent performance. We didn't even see game 3, so kudos to them. One of the great teams of IVL. They got the auto bid. Again, big shout outs to RD. Show them much love, guys, because they did represent. Big task ahead of them for them to go up against one of the best teams in mainland China. So that was just the first. We have more IdentityV action coming your way, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and of course, as you saw towards the points, that is it for GG. And you know what, guys? That has been our round 1. When we will come back, it is Gaming Grizzly that'll come into the fray alongside myself. Potch will be taking a well-deserved break. And with that, when we come back, it'll be the second match of the day here at the first phase of Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. We'll catch you guys in a bit. For now, let's take a quick break. See ya.
拉开舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿。 戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞里，静待期盼。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie? A witch? A vampire? You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is the self now. That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween! Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。啦啦啦，啦啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
啊，我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在外，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
And we're back, ladies and gents, to the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. We just concluded our first match where GG was the first to triumph to make it into our top 8. Find out who the next one is in just a bit for our next one. But before we head into that, quick introduction, Articuno right here once again. And of course, joining me, finally reunited, Gaming Grizzly. How are you, my good man?
I'm doing fantastic. Just watching these first matches, RD versus GG was absolutely amazing, was really getting me into this, was really making me hyped to see more. And we are about to see GR versus AL, and GR, we all know GR won the title 3 times so far. The question is, will they be able to actually get the title yet again, or will one of the other teams, potentially AL, today defeat them and put them out of this competition? It's very, very interesting to see, very, very excited for that. And I just want to talk about the matches that I was spectating right now, the first few matches. GG just putting out a really, really great performance, starting off with the Sculptor, really doing a fantastic job. And we also saw that the survivors were able to get out. And I want to mention that the Disciple gameplay was very, very exciting for me to watch. That was such a great utilization of the cats, and the way the Disciple was putting pressure on the survivors. Fantastic. That's what I want to see. We also have to give it to RD. They were very, very interesting, at least for me, very interesting to see, bringing in the Wildling in the first matches right away. Like, I haven't seen the Wildling in top tier competition for a long, long time. And I thought it was very, very interesting to see him. It was getting me excited for everything, and I'm very, very excited to see what else we will see, because again, we have a lot of new survivors. What I would love to see is an entomologist. That would be something I would be absolutely excited about. And in general, I'm very excited about the next match that is coming up, GR versus AL.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because GR, one of the teams that was just highly anticipated going into this tournament. They have quite the reputation to live up to. If anything, there's a lot of pressure going into this one. A lot of people especially the GR fans, are looking for a 4-time champion in them. But the interesting thing is, just early on in the tournament, they're going up against quite the formidable foe that could deter them from doing just that, Grizzly.
It's gonna be very, very interesting. I want to say hi to the chat. Hello, everyone watching us at home. We are having a great time right here, and I hope you guys do too. I want you guys to put your favorite team into the chat right now and just hype them on, because that's what they want to see. They want to see the support from everyone out there. And talking about favorite teams, do you have a favorite team?
Oh man, I think, of course, at the end of the day, we want to try to look at the teams equally. But let's be honest, we're always going to have teams that we support at the back of our mind. As long as what comes off the cast is like completely on equal ground, it's fine. I've always been a GR fan from the first time I ever got to MC tournament, which was way back COA2. Of course, I'm always going to have some love for our Southeast Asia team. So it's OSM as well as the crazy roster that we have for the brilliant. I think those three teams have me psyched the most. How about you, Chris?
As you already mentioned, I love to see all the teams competing against each other. All of them are my favorites, but you said it, GR just being the all-time favorite. And again, you mentioned it, a lot of pressure on their shoulder. They have to prove themselves yet again. They already have successfully proven themselves 3 times in a row now. So it is always interesting to see what they can bring to the table. The stats of these teams are just, like, of all of them, are just amazing. So they will definitely give GR a hard time. But again, at the end of the day, we all know what they are capable of. So will there be a team stopping GR or not? So I wouldn't say GR is my favorite team, but like all of the teams are on the same level. But GR is definitely a team I'm looking forward to see, because I'm looking forward to see what they bring to the table and what the opponents will bring to the table to stop them. And then, of course, I am a player on North American and the European server, so B4U, as you said, at the back of my head, I always have them right there. And of course, a special place in my heart, because Persuable being the coach right there, he's getting a lot of support from me. He can't coach with us, not coach with us, he can't cast with us this time. He would have, but of course,
yes,
casting a team, casting the stream and coaching a team, casting and coaching, that doesn't really go well along. And therefore, greetings out, love out to Persuable and the team. Very, very excited to see them as well. We're gonna see them today as last game against XROCK. So today we have GR versus AL next, and then we see SST versus, I don't really know how to pronounce it. Is it TIANBA? TIANBA? I'm very bad with names. I'm very sorry. I'm very bad with names. If I'm slaughtering names, want to apologize to the team. And as last match, we have XROCK versus B4U. So all the matches that we are seeing today are going to be exciting, at least as exciting as the first matches that were going on already. What was your favorite moment in the first rounds right here?
Oh man, it's interesting you ask that, because normally when I'm asked this, it's something that I'm like, let's wait for the rest of the day to happen, because maybe there's something much more of a highlight. But like I was telling Poch, like that first match that we had, Grizzly, absolutely insane. Just a way to start off this tournament with a bang. I think the highlight for me right there was, I just keep on going back to that Mad Ice pick, Grizzly. It's just, I went into this tournament fully expecting, it's going to be Disciples and Dream Witches left and right. We didn't even see Dream Witch during the first match, by the way. And we got, each half had a different hunter. So that's just like praise. I think, but yeah, Mad Ice was my favorite. How about for you, Grizzly? Because you were watching, we saw a quick preview, guys.
I was watching, and as you just said, I think, yeah, I couldn't agree more. The Mad Eyes match, for me, very, very surprising. Did not expect to see a Mad Eyes in round number 1. And basically in the first round in this entire tournament. So I was very excited to see the Mad Eyes, and the Mad Eyes skill was just outstanding. Being able to really concentrate on the Enchantress early game, bring down that Enchantress so fast, and also the ability to use the walls to... I think the first time I was really just sitting there and my jaw dropped was when the Mad Eyes was trying to get the Priestess and was putting walls all around her, not really trying to hit her, but just to trap her and force her into the direction of the Mad Eyes. And then utilizing Blink to, you know, catch up and bring down the Priestess. That was such a good utilization of Mad Eyes, as well as late game, where we saw that both gates were like, one survivor was trying to get out of the gate. We had the Seer and the Mercenary alive at the end, and the survivor team of GG only needed one survivor out, so they were splitting up to the gates. But Mad Eyes was just putting pressure on both gates, almost being able to get them. But at the end of the day, one survivor made it out, and GG was taking that round for themselves. Great. Not for them. Like, I mean, obviously RD was getting 3 points for this match, but for the entire round, GG was able to secure the victory. Fantastic match. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think for now, the Mad Eyes match was my favorite so far.
Have to. And imagine, Grizzly, like, as this tournament goes along, how many more epic plays, those highlights that we'll be getting off of 4 days of the global finals. And you know what? I'm glad that you could join us this time around. Like you said, would have been nice to have had some of our some of our other comrades that usually join us. Like Persuadable, you mentioned one. Usually we'll Raph for the Southeast Asia side, or even Sayora from last year. But you know what? It's going to be the 3 of us. Let's go ahead and highlight our players this time. I'll do GR. You'll do the honors of the other Grizzly. We have Super Rich, XMM, Sai, PPX, Kong, 567, and MKK. Some very familiar faces that we're seeing. Our reigning champs. Let's see if AL will challenge them.
In AL, we have Raoli, we have Cat, Doliso, Van P, Ato, Takaku, and Yanasa. Very, very excited to see these teams go against each other. Very, very excited to see the next upcoming matches. And as you already said, the next upcoming Hunter picks. We might expect to see more variation, as we just did in the first game where we had RD going against GG. I'm very, very excited to see more action coming to this tournament, and hopefully we'll see some Feaster gameplay. I know, I'm a Feaster fan. I just want to see my Feaster in action.
At the back of my head, I was wondering if at any point in time is Grizzly gonna hope for a Feaster during the Call of the Abyss Global Final. I am not disappointed the least bit. I was hoping it would come. It did.
No, at any time I am excited for a Feaster at every single second of this tournament. As soon as I see him on screen, I'm gonna take over the entire match. But for now, let's see what we can expect from GR versus AL when it comes to the Survivor as well as Hunter picks.
There you have it, folks. GR and AL taking the stage. It's a battle between mainland China, the reigning champions, versus some of the finest, some of the best from Japan. And it has been an ongoing discussion. This team from Japan could very well be one of the teams that is expected to actually maybe put up a strong challenge going up against GR. And here you have it, folks. Players are already starting to get onto that stage. The love for GR right now is just crazy. But then again, that's just what you'd expect off of the warm support and love from the fans down there in mainland China, where they really, really like to keep it positive, keep the energy going for the teams that they represent, for the region that they are representing in this tournament. And of course, we have the stats playing out here. We're going to start looking at what AL is bringing to the table. And not going to lie, Grizz, so far looking pretty darn good here for Cat right off the bat.
Yes, very excited. You can see favorite survivor forward right here. I always love to see a forward too. Forward was one of my main characters I was playing when I started playing IdentityV. So it's just beautiful to see how the skills and how to utilize forward has changed over time. We can see right here for Spectre main really, really good stats. Containment time 81 seconds. That's so much time to buy for the team. And I also want to mention, because it hasn't been mentioned before, I think the stage looks stunning. Absolutely amazing. I am very impressed. I would love to be there, but of course we have to stay at home and stay safe right here. We can see the stats. Mercenary for Raoli. Very, very excited to see all of these top players coming out with their favorite survivors and favorite hunters as well, and just show us what they can do with them.
Exactly. And I'm just ultimately looking forward to how this will all pan out, Grizzly. And I guess, okay, so we have the stats here for AL Dolisu. Not much to work with as of the moment. So if anything, it will be the global finals actually that will be Dolisu's first step into getting those stats, and looking forward to seeing what this particular player brings to the table for his team. As we look at the highlight on the hunter for GR, it is the epic, the legendary PPX.
Very, very excited to see him again right here performing in this tournament. And in general, you can be excited to see every single player in this tournament. Very, very hyped to see that match. Whew. Again, GR versus AL. What can we expect?
Did you see the stats on PPX, Grizzly? He has a 3.57 rating on elimination. That's 75, more than 75%, and not to mention that is above and beyond most of the stats that we see on hunters in this tournament.
This is absolutely crazy. He has an over 80% of for survivor elimination rate. That means in almost 9 out of 10 games, he catches all 4 survivors. And that is extremely crucial here in the tournament, to get 4 survivors out of the game, because as soon as you get 4 survivors out of the game, you get this 1 extra point, you get 5 points, and you give the opponent 0. Obviously, you give the opponent 0 if you get all 4 survivors out there. And that is really putting a lot of pressure on the opponent's team. And obviously, AL needs to keep that in mind, that as soon as GR is eliminating all 4 survivors, they have to do the same to at least tie the round, because that's what it is all about. It is the best out of 3, and if one of the teams is putting up a really, really good fight, just getting the 5 points in the first round, the other team wants to do the very same.
Oh, definitely. And I guess, gosh, to be honest, for Glory, this is gonna be a really big challenge for them. I mean, the fact that you're starting off your journey in global finals, going up against the reigning champions, that's an interesting feat in itself. But if they are able to defy the odds, at least that's how people are viewing it, because any team that goes up against the reigning champion, that's like a monumental challenge, how people would perceive it. But as we said, Glory is just one of those teams that is expected to maybe contend with it. Glory I was referring to G. I was referring to the other team. So just looking forward to it. I'm just in. My mind is just boggled right now because I want to see how this match goes down, Grizzly.
Yes, very same, very same. I'm curious to see what GR is bringing into the match in round number 1, where we won't have any bans for the Hunter side. So very curious to see what PPX will bring to the table, as well as AL. AL, very, very well known for their X-Boy and Guard 26 gameplay. But will they bring it in the first round? That is the question. Or will they bring in maybe a Dream Witch? You already mentioned it. Very, very surprisingly, we didn't see a Dream Witch in the first game. And I'm just curious to see when we will see the Dream Witch. She will definitely come, in my opinion. Yeah. Let's just look at that trophy. I wish I could take that home.
Remember how heavy that was?
Yes, I do remember. There we can see the fans in the background too. It's always amazing to see the support for the teams right here. Again, everyone in the chat, I want to see your favorite team, your support for the teams just right now. And yeah, everyone is getting prepared for the first round in game number 2, GR versus AL.
Very exciting, and it's going to be Grizzly and myself that will be bringing you all the action that is to happen. A very El Clasico battle between two of some of the biggest regions that people anticipate enter into the global finals, because the pressure is always real coming in from both of these regions. Of course, I'm talking about mainland China, as well as our representatives from Japan. Both, I'm looking forward to this, Grizzly. This is like some top caliber IdentityV that everyone is anticipating to witness today. And couldn't think of a better partner to share this particular match to MC over. But
so nice. You didn't have to.
But I did.
Right. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm very, very excited to cast it with you two. Very, very excited to go through this whole entire tournament with you and Poch. It's gonna be a pleasure. And I am just looking at the stage right here. I'm looking at the players. I'm looking at the fan base. And it's just like, if I imagine I would play IdentityV professionally, which I am not doing, but if I imagine being on that stage, first of all, yes, the pressure is up. Yes, the expectations are up. But at the same time, it is like a dream coming true, just being up there and just being one of the best teams. It is already such a huge achievement to be in this tournament and to be in this competition with the top 16 teams worldwide. And right now, the teams are getting ready, and see, like, that is something that I could never do. They seem so chill. They are just sitting there. They are waiting for the match to start. They are ready. They are here to show what they are capable of. And it just seems like there's no pressure at all. Look at them. No pressure at all. And I know that they will bring the best to the table that they have to offer. Very, very excited to see it. It's like a dream come true for these players. It would be for me. And yeah, very curious to see what they can do.
I am as well, Grizzly. So with that said, I'm also very curious, like, because if anything, we've already seen it time and time again. GR is just super hardcore into being able, if not one of the best teams that just is crazy when it comes to abusing the meta in IdentityV. And you know what? It looks like we'll already get a peek of how things will roll out. AL on the Survivor side and GR on the Hunter side.
Could you do me a favor and just take over for a minute? I got information that my microphone is a little bit...
Of course.
Interesting. So I'm trying to fix it real quick. Thank you.
Definitely. I got you, my good man. So with that said, yeah, we're just heading into the bans right now. No worries, as in case I haven't had it pop up earlier, in case it does that again, I'll keep you all updated on what the band will come in. Luckily, it is only the first half, so we will only be seeing one band, and that band is going to be from the Hunter, which will be that one survivor. So, of course, PPX is thinking about that. Take note, our first map for this particular for this particular game, game 1 in the second match rather, it's going to be Leo's Memory. And you already see the picks coming in. If there's a mechanic coming in, then I'm just gonna heavily assume it could very well be a Seer band that we have on our hands. Oh wait, so no,
maybe
a Mercury. Mercenary rather. Where did Mercury come from?
I mean, almost sounds the same. I hope I fixed my microphone. I would appreciate some patience if it isn't fixed. I have Persuable actually right here texting me and telling me that my microphone is a little bit wonky, and he told me to say hi to the chat from Persuable. Very, very excited to see this match. Again, I hope my microphone is better. I hope you can hear me clearly. I hope everything is fine. And what we can see right here is a pretty solid meta team. We can see the forward, we can see Seer, Priestess, and Mechanic. Mechanic being the main decoder of this team. Let's see what GR is picking as Hunter for the first match. Very, very excited. And it seems like we have... Wait, are we playing on Leo's Memory? Is that what I'm seeing? Dreamwitch is being utilized. Dreamwitch on the Leo's Memory map.
This is gonna be interesting. Not necessarily because it's an interesting pick, but this is PPX. So, yep, we did get confirmation that it was a mercenary band that we saw come out for the side of GR onto our friends from AL. So this is going to be it. First half of our second match of the day, probably one of the most highly anticipated that we have for day 1 of this. So let's get the overview. Once again, Grizzly, it is both sides, both GR and AL, taking the stage. Let us know in chat who y'all are supporting. Do you want to see GR, our reigning champions, make it all the way as a 4-time champion? Potentially, of course. First step is right here if they want it to happen, but we'll find out.
All right, let's get into this. Dreamwitch is on the Hunter side, GR, and I am very, very excited. I remember the Dreamwitch in the last Call of Duty, giving me a headache just to watch it because it is such a complex Hunter, and if you know how to utilize her, you can put so much pressure on the survivor side. Very, very excited to see what we can expect right here with the championship skin for GR. Very, very exciting to see. And we can see the first survivor already found. It is the Seer trying to putting the leech right on the Seer and transitioning out right here, because the Seer is definitely not the first pick you want to go for. Finding the mechanic stall immediately, which gives away the location of the mechanic, which is just absolutely perfect for the Dreamwitch.
It really is, Chris. And okay, looks like it will continue, in which case gonna try to... Oh, okay. Wasting no time whatsoever. Definitely just wants to get the fastest way to down this mechanic. And of course, no problem whatsoever for this follower. Gets the first whack. But how long will this mechanic last out? The chase will continue.
Chase will continue. And there we can see the leeches are coming in. Very, very exciting. Very, very exciting to spectate PPX right here, utilizing the Dreamwitch again, trying to find the mechanic first. And we can see the Cypher progress, which I think is a very, very fantastic thing on the left side, is very, very fast. We can see almost three Cypher machines are over halfway. We can see the Seer is getting chased. and we can see the pressure on several survivors right here.
Yes, indeed. And oh gosh, good on this mechanic though, trying to establish as much distance as possible just so that it doesn't make it any easier for PPX to bring this mechanic to a rocket chair. But there you go, in which case luckily there was one just right inside the factory. So not as much time wasted here for PPX. AL so far doing a great job already. Gonna get 2 pops on the Cypher, so they're at a nice steady pace, this Japanese representatives that we have here. But of course, from what we're seeing here, PPX is gonna try to play some good defense, gets the first hit onto our rescuing survivor, but of course we'll just instantly turn attention to make sure that that mechanic is kept on her feet.
Great rescue indeed. As you already said, we have 2 Cypher machines done there, working on the rest. Great job from AL right here, doing the Cypher machines, but we also have to mention Dreamwatch is just very well known for her late game. So I'm very, very curious to see how AL will perform against PPX late game, when PPX probably brought more. Oh, fantastic hit right here. Was not expecting that leech to come in that fast. Good job. We have the mechanic down for the second time, which will slow down the decoding for sure. And also allow PPX to bring the mechanic on the chair for the second time. There goes the mechanic's doll. That was crucial. That is the second time right here. The doll is gone. Doll is out of the game. Can't utilize the doll anymore. And again, mechanic is already down and will get on the chair for the second time. We have the forward right here. Getting ready to rescue.
Yep. Question is, will it be a mission that is worth accomplishing? Rowley was able to heal up, and there you go, the charge come in as well as the rescue. So, from what we're seeing, AL just getting the full benefit of this mechanic, but wasting no time whatsoever. That is going to be the third and potentially final here for this mechanic, should things go quite well. But nonetheless, I would say AL, really good step up. You know, it's definitely a challenge for PPX.
Very, very good. Again, we had the third hit on the third down on the mechanic right here. Very, very crucial to bring down the first, to bring out the first survivor of this game. And we had a little bit of tight turn running on the mechanic, which was allowing her to kite around, or at least waste a little bit more time off the hunter. But at the end of the day, these 20 seconds were not allowing the team to finish the 3 Cypher machines. Again, if we look at the Cypher progress, we can see that... Are my eyes bad? Does it say 3 Cypher machines remaining, but on the left side it says 3 Cypher machines done?
Actually, yeah, now that you mention it.
I'm really trying to pay attention to the Cypher machines, because that is like a very, very important part of the game, to get the Cypher machines done very fast and to see how many are remaining. So that was just a little confusing, but here we can see Seer is taking control, Seer is taking the hit, and now Seer is on the run, taking the time off the Dreamwatch.
But look at this. Already one more one Cypher primed and ready to go, Grizzly. So this is some good flexes coming in from AL. PPX not having the easiest time against the survivors of AL. So that said, AL, even with only 3 survivors remaining, they look very healthy as far as what points they could potentially manage to pull off towards the end of this first half. And the pop comes in.
There we go. There comes the Cypher pop. Fantastic teamwork from AL right here. Opening the gate in the bottom left, we can already see fantastic job going against PPX right here. We already said it before this match even started. PPX has a very, very high ratio when it comes to eliminating all the 4 survivors. But will PPX be able to bring down all survivors this time? It seems like a challenge. There we have the Seer down, and we can see that we have 2 survivors escaping through the gate. Fantastic job from AL to put up such a fantastic fight 2 survivors out in the first round. The first match, fantastic job securing 2 points for each side, GR and AL.
AL indeed. 2 points. So not making it at all easy for PPX here, Grizzly. AL did not come to play. They have really come to, put in their best foot forward, and they did not disappoint whatsoever in that regard by pulling 2 points. I think we've seen so many dominating performances from PPX, and I think the fact that AL was able to get 2 survivors out the gate towards the start against one of the best hunters, this, I believe, Grizzly, for those of you that aren't familiar with AL and why they're being seen as one of the teams that could potentially contend with GR, I think that is very good showing as to why that is feasible.
Yes, absolutely agree. Here we can see the bans again. And we had the Mercenary being banned. We had the Dream Witch in action. For my microphone, it still seems that I have a little bit of an issue. So I will probably, as soon as the next match starts, I will restart my router real quick and see if that is helping. Therefore, I would appreciate if you could just take over that match.
Of course.
And we will see in the next match GR on the survivor side. Very, very excited to see what they will bring to the table. Again, it is 2-2. Both teams have the same amount of points. So therefore, I am very, very curious to see because both teams know if they can get 1 survivor either out of the game or through the exit gate more than before, it will mean that the first round will go to that team. So will it be GR on the survivor side that will get out with 3 survivors, or will it be AL on the hunter side who will be able to bring down 3 survivors in this upcoming match?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, if you at least you have that win condition for you, since it did end in the equal 2-2. You just need to try to get that 1 extra point, regardless on whatever side you're going to tip the scales in your team's favor. So that is definitely something to look forward to, in which case. So, yeah, that said, I'm looking forward to seeing how that all rolls out for both teams here. And like I said, guys, like Grizzly has mentioned as well, be sure to continue showing your love and support for these teams. Even more so for if one of these teams just so happens to be your favorite, then do just that. AL from Japan or GR from mainland China. Those are our 2 teams taking the stage right now for what is our second match of the day here at the Call of Duty 4 Global Finals. And of course, Grizzly and I will be bringing the action to you all the way later on. It will be Potch Spice as well. That'll be joining us on the MC. Well, we don't really have a table to speak of since we're all MCing from the comfort of our own homes. But yeah, just very, very exciting day that we have today. And not to mention a pretty good start to this tournament.
And yes. Very, very exciting start right here. And again, I can't wait to see what else we can expect during this tournament. I already mentioned I would love to see a Feaster, but Feaster is not the only character I would love to see on the survivor side. Entomologist would be very, very exciting to see for me. And in general, just a little bit of a mix-up would be very interesting to see. And that is going to happen as soon as we are jumping into a round 3, because then, of course, we have more bans for the survivor side as well as for the hunter side. And that's going to be shaking up things a little bit. Of course, all the teams are prepared for this. No, not a single player right here that we are watching is a one-trick pony. They all have tricks up their sleeves and different survivors, different hunters they can utilize and that they can bring to the table. So I'm very, very excited to see what is going on in the future matches, in the future rounds. Again, with round 3, we have more bans. And on the last day, the last match will actually go into a best out of 5. So I am extremely excited for that, but that's still a few days ahead of us. So maybe we shouldn't jump ahead of us. But at the end of the day, we have a best out of 5, which means more bans and probably even more unique hunters we usually don't see in tournaments.
I'd have to agree with you. I mean, that's something that you're gonna have to have all those qualities that you mentioned in order to contend with the best of the best here at the Call of the Abyss for Global Finals. And I guess that's why it's a good thing we have the qualifier, because that's where you're really able to trim it down to some of the best in the best that is well-rounded enough to deal with whatever could be thrown at them, especially on such a big stage. The apex, as we continue to play it, the apex of Identity 5 esports for any aspiring professional team that wishes to enter the fray of competitive Identity 5. And as you can see on your screen, ladies and gents, we will be seeing our players take the stage. It is, of course, GR on the Survivor side this time, while AL's Hunter, of course, can't be with us at the venue, as we mentioned, due to the unfortunate situation of COVID still running rampant, resulting into this pandemic. There are certain travel restrictions that are still into play, so we'll be keeping our Japanese representatives, of course, still very much well underway from the comfort of their respective homes or wherever they are playing right now, to assure that they have the optimal connection to participate in this tournament. And of course, we're looking at the stats here. 5, 6, 7 first off. Some heavy decoding times that we're seeing. So that's definitely going to come to play as something good. On a mercenary, not to mention. Next up, we have GR's XMM, who, of course, particular stat that you would want to look at here is the actually very well-rounded looking as a priestess, most especially. Containment time definitely going to be one of the more crucial factors that you want to look into. Of course, looking at our next play, it is going to be Seer that this outstanding survivor from GR is bringing on. Of course, containment time, as well as these particular stats doesn't reflect just how efficient this here MKK is, but trust and respect, he will be doing greatly well for GR here. And of course, wrapping up the 4 survivors that will be leading the charge for GR, it's going to be Ty with a preferred forward pick. Of course, like I said, some of these stats aren't necessarily going to be reflection to the survivor. Okay, that 0 stat right there, that is definitely not the case. That is definitely not the case whatsoever. If anything, we're probably looking at more fresher stats. Could be a change in preference towards survivor, which might have resulted to showing a 0, but trust and believe that is, especially for the players from GR, by the way, that is not as. So there you have it. We have that nice preview of our players from GR, and let me try to see if we are gonna get a nice preview of our hunter from our Japanese.
Very, very excited to see the hunter this time. It could be a guard 26, could be an X-Boy, could be a Dream Witch too. Again, in the first round, you definitely want to bring out your A game. And the question is, will we see a guard 26 or an X-Boy? Very, very well known, as you can see right here, for the guard 26. But again, Dream Witch is open right now. Maybe going for the Dream Witch right away, or, saving it up and just going for the guard 26, because of course each team knows the opponent's side, and guard 26 might be a ban in the next round.
Could very well be, Grizzly. Could very well be. And looking forward to looking at whether or not that will come to fruition as far as that prediction. Right. We have the matchup. Interesting matchup here that we have, by the way. Fortunately, I'm not really well versed in Mandarin, so can't really give you the particulars on each tab. But it's basically the same as what we saw, or just pretty much a head-to-head that we're looking at, if you may. And with all said and done, we've got the overview of players entering our second half. It'll pretty much come down to execution once we head into our matchup right here. And the fans, again, the fans just raring to go, super excited to root for their teams. Of course, definitely expected that we'll be seeing a lot of support here for GR going into this one, being the reigning champs, not to mention one of the most popular, if not the most popular team in mainland China right now. But then again, that is to be expected. You don't just end up the champion of Call of the Abyss 3 consecutive times in a row for nothing. That will most definitely garner some level of respect, some level of support from the community, from the fans, even from their fellow competitors, Grizzly.
Exactly. Again, as you already said, GR being the champion for 3 times in a row now. And that is going to be very, very exciting to spectate right here. Because again, in the first round, AL was able, in the first match, AL was able to put up an extremely good fight, getting 2 survivors through the gate. Again, during the first rounds, it is always more difficult to get more survivors through the gate because the more powerful hunters can be utilized. So now the question is, what is going to happen in this next round? What is in this next match? In round 1, match 2, where we have AL on the hunter side. Will we see AL coming out on top and putting a lot of pressure on GR because they will already get the first point for round number 1? Or will we see GR coming out on top with 3 survivors through the gate and putting pressure on AL side? Or we might even see another tie because we already saw what they were able to do in the first round, in the first match. And yeah, it could be another tie, seeing these 2 titans clashing against each other, but we will just have to wait and see.
We will, Grizzly. Like I said, time and time again, we could look at the stats, we could look at the VODs, we could review as much data as we want, but when it comes right down to it, sometimes even what we manage to gather as far as information doesn't really prepare us for the craziness that just suddenly breaks out once you head into these games. And we've had such upsets in the past. You know, we have a history to work with that has clearly shown us that. Just when you think that there's a team that someone favors, that is heavily favored to win a particular matchup, all of a sudden, huge curveball is thrown by the opposition. And that's somewhat what we're, I wouldn't say anticipating, but it's something that is very much well feasible, especially for the side of AL of Japan, going up against the reigning champions. And it's just going to be quite the sight to behold as we head into the pick and ban. All 4 survivors of GR just raring to go, waiting for those bans. Take note, it is only the first round of the second half of the first round in this tournament. So there is only 1 ban that we're looking for, and it is that survivor ban, which will come up courtesy of AL's hunter Yanasa. I'll be updating you guys on what that ban is. Don't worry, even if it might not reflect on your screen, ladies and gents. We will keep it going along. But yeah, as a quick reminder, once again, the map that we're playing on for this first round is going to be Leo's Memory. Quite the interesting...
Leo's Memory. I have to be quite honest with you. Leo's Memory is my least favorite map to play on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it really is. I really don't like playing on this map, but of course, I am not the standard. We can see Leo's Memory is being utilized in the first round right here, and this time we have AL on the hunter side. As you mentioned, mechanical span just to reduce the Cypher rush a little bit right here. But we can already see Explorer being utilized. Explorer has been utilized way more often in the recent past. So I'm very, very curious to see what we can expect. We also have another wildling on GR side. Now that is making me very, very excited to see what we can expect from GR. We have the mercenary, the wildling, we have the explorer, and we have the forward. Seer would be allowed. One of the meta character would be allowed since the mechanic is banned, but not seeing the Seer in this formation. Now we are just waiting for AL to see what hunter we can expect.
Yeah, I'm wondering, very much wondering indeed, what Yanasa is going to be bringing to the table. This is another one of those standard starts that we're seeing here, similar to what we saw during Game 1, where it's Explorer complemented with a forward and wildling with a nice wrap-up utilizing the mercenary. And it does look like Yanasa going to follow a similar feat. Sculptor being one of the best hunters that you could bring to the table to deal with a composition. And trust Yanasa to bring on the pressure onto the survivors of GR. Like I said, this isn't another one of those scenarios where we're going to be seeing the omnipotence of GR as a team. One of the godliest teams to ever grace the stage for Call of the Abyss for Global Finals. This is, like I said, a scenario wherein the teams, the regions are really starting to catch up to mainland China. Some of the best teams in the world. But will that be enough? Of course, AL is going to be one of the teams that we will try to see will prove that to be the case. As you can see, we have the overview right here. Let us know. Earlier I was highlighting GR. This time, if you're one of the teams that is rooting for our representatives from Japan, Alpha, be sure to root for them in the chat right now. They could use all the energy, all the support to defy the odds in a match which is heavily anticipated to really make things spicy here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Final.
Let's go. Let's jump right into this match. Let's see what AL is bringing to the table right here.
Okay, Grizzly, as we're about to enter this game, let me hear that voice once again, because if I'm not mistaken, you're sounding pretty clear now.
I hope so.
You do! It sounds so much better. You sound so much better, my good man. Not sure if it reflects in chat as well, but at least on my end, you sound much better.
I really hope it reflects everywhere. This was a long journey to get my microphone set up. I don't know what happened. I appreciate the patience you guys had. We see the AL right here as Sculptor searching for the first survivor, searching for the first target. Let's see how this will turn out. Again, both teams have 2 points thanks to the first match tying up, and now they are both going to try and get 3 points out of the second match right here.
The NASA trying to play patiently here, figuring out what direction the survivor's going to try to kite him around. So far, so good. MKK keeping a nice distance though, but it's getting tricky. These sculptures are just coming in back and forth, and that's the whack that Inasa is looking first to go down from GR. Going to be very satisfied, not wasting any time whatsoever, Grizzly.
So we have the mercenary actually extremely good to bring down that early, an extremely good rescuer, bring him down into the basement. There we go, we can see that that is putting a lot of pressure on the survivors. Again, mercenary who is here to rescue and who is here to actually take a hit and still be able to run around, was taking damage from the statues as well, and that was definitely a really, really good play from LA, putting pressure on GR so early in the game.
Yeah, it's some pretty interesting circumstances that we're looking at here for GR. Of course, Tsai just making sure to play it a bit more patiently here, but at this point in time, hitting two birds with one stone, putting on pressure whilst making sure that targeting the rocket chair is kept well guarded. 5, 6, 7 just kind of lingering in the vicinity as well, but it's not gonna lie, it's quite a bit of a tough rescue. Overview coming in once again. Just trying to peek out at if anyone would want to attempt it, but time is ticking for MKK in this case. This is really good. Yanasa covering a lot of ground here. In fact, 2 of the key points of entry going down to that basement. But it looks like it's going to be a good done deal as Yanasa is already prepping to make the transition, already anticipating that nobody from GR was going to go for the rescue and just settles on, you know what, GR going to make the most of that shared comrade towards trying to get as much ciphers prepped as possible. But the good thing here is that Inasa is in such a good position with a survivor out this early on. It makes it much more feasible for him to potentially just maybe go beyond the 2-2, because look at it right now. Ciphers prepped so far. We still have like 3 to go. Things are a little bit pixely on our end, but I'm pretty sure things should be crystal clear on yours. But yeah, indeed, 2 ciphers that remain. 2 ciphers done, and 3 that yet to be popped up. Luckily, this one is already nearing completion, but it's still a bit of a journey for both sides. For a survivor, oh, Blink comes in, not quite getting the connect that Inasa was looking for. So a lot of time being bought out here by Zach.
There we go, giving the hit, and now we can see that almost down. There we go! Goes down. Now we have the second survivor on the chair. This looks really, really good for AL so far. Very, very good hunting skills from the sculptor. And of course, we love to see GR performing well as well. So they're doing, if you look at the cipher machines on the left, they're doing a fantastic job just bringing down these cipher machines, and this is still far from being over. Both sides have the chance of getting these 3 points in this match, in this round right here. So let's see who will take it home. Will it be GR giving the hit? Now the question is, will the Wildling be able to go in for the rescue, or will AL be able to prevent that from happening? Was able to get the Wildling off the board right here. Fantastic job. And what we can see right here is the rescue was happening from the rocket chair, but at the same time Wildling was going down. So we have pressure on both sides. There's 1 cipher machine remaining, but since the Wildling went down and the other survivor was rescued, there was nobody able to cipher pop that cipher machine. So it is a back and forth right here, what we can see. Back and forth. 1 survivor is going down, 1 survivor is getting on the chair, while the other one is getting rescued, leaving no time to pop the cipher at the right moment. Very, very, very fantastic head-to-head match right here from GR versus AL. Very curious to see. They are healing up, preparing for the rescue. Again, the cipher is already, like, they don't have to decode anymore. The cipher is already primed. You can see the rescue happened. What you can expect right now is, as soon as 1 survivor goes down, we will see a cipher pop to bring him up. There goes the survivor. Cipher pop is... Oh, survivor is not at the cipher machine yet.
Oh gosh.
That's such a back and forth. That's such a good gameplay. Really, really like to see it. You can see AL putting more pressure on the team right here. Fantastic job with the statues.
Not making it easy, this pop, I would say. Not making it easy at all. Everyone
Not
just
making it easy.
on the edge of our seats right now, I would say. Whew. Looks like the pop finally comes in, and back up they go.
Back up they go indeed. Again, they want to get out with 3 survivors, but are they able to get out with 3 survivors against AL? It is extremely difficult to do so. Extremely difficult to do so. But on the other side, we also have the question, will AL be able to bring down maybe even 2 survivors to secure the 3 points? But at this point in time, I assume we're gonna see a tie, but both teams can surprise us. This match is far from being over. Getting away. The support goes down. And that might be a tie if, yes, there we go. They are both leaving. They are not deciding to rescue. We have a tie. Very, very intense match. Again, GR under a lot of pressure right here. Trying or defending the 3-time champ title. And at the same time, AL under a lot of pressure going against the strongest team for 3 years in a row. Now just showing that they are capable of putting them into their spot and just to like put up such a good fight. Ties in both first matches. Round number 1. Very, very exciting stuff that we are seeing right here. Very curious to see how this turns out.
Very curious as well, Grizzly. And yeah, that pretty much means we have a tie for both halves.
Yes.
And with a tie for both halves in the first round means we are getting a full best of 3 today, Grizzly. And I'm not going to lie, if there's any team that I would have wanted to see a full best of 3 from, it's these two, Alpha and GR. Like I said, these are two of the most anticipated teams entering this tournament, entering day 1, and with probably the most anticipated match of the day as well. Not to discount the other teams, of course. It's just that this is a matchup that people would have agreed would have made a beautiful, like a nice semis match or even a finals match. But I'm not going to lie, the fact that we're getting it this early on, perfection. But you know what? Before we head into that, we'll be taking a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I'm Mark Takuna. With me is Gaming Grizzly. And this is a Call of the Abyss 4 Global Fun. Catch you guys in a bit.
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞里静待期盼。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you scream.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is theirself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。 这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
"幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是， 他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑贵的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。
在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在外，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。
All right, ladies and gents, we are back. GR versus AL again, Articuno. What a barn burner of a start. All ties. I think that your request for getting into Game 3 is finally happening, courtesy of AL versus GR.
Yes, thankfully so. And this is a match that I am not mad about the least bit as far as the game that we're getting the full best of 3. Like I was saying earlier, before we headed on to a break, this is one of the most heavily anticipated matches of the day. So, just trust and believe that these two teams will be able to do just that for us. And by just that, I mean give us like the full action that we want out of this tournament. But in case you guys are wondering, Grizzly, we're just ironing things out on his end, just to make sure that when he comes back to us, we could hear his lovely voice quite properly. So it will be Poch Spice that will be joining me. But yeah, Poch, thank you for joining me. Let's check out this pick again.
Yeah, so Vampy making his way to the mix. It was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was Yanasa first, right? That was the hunter on AL side. So we're seeing this trend of hunters, specialty hunters, being able to come into the fray at a moment's notice. And the sculptor of Yanasa was amazing. Got a tie on one of the most formidable teams out there. But Vampy having a bonbon, and I believe this is Hospital. Interesting, pretty meta bands if you ask me, with Mercenary and Mech and Dream Witch. But looking at the fray here, having a priestess in Hospital, that's gonna be quite the target to down, Articuno.
It really is, Poch, and it actually makes me very curious at the same time. Like, okay, what the response will be to it. If you notice, AL is playing off Hunter early on once again. Van P.
Yeah, points are still on the board for anyone. So just the Dream Witch is off the board. I'm guessing Yanasa is the sculptor of the team. So Vampy can go for, we've seen Bonbon run amok in a Hospital. Especially, it can definitely counter a lot of the, like, chip damage. It can counter the Seer a lot, especially with chip damage. And the most peskiest target is that Priestess, and we are going to see another sculptor courtesy of Vampy. So it seems like the team of AL have sculptors up their pockets.
Looks like that is indeed the case, Poch. So Sculptor, once again, will be making an appearance courtesy of Vampy. This is going to be quite the sight to behold. Like you said, ties right now. And with these two teams, it's a bit of a tug of war for power right now, because like you said, AL just proven to be one of those teams which has proven to have played the game of catch up with some of the bigger teams. But then again, AL has always been a formidable team going into the past tournament, so it's not really as surprising. It's just that the big question will always come down to whether or not will it be enough this time around?
Yeah, something to note also, AL does want to come back stronger because they have struggled with facing mainland China teams in the past. They did win the 2020 Japan IVC, so they did get a direct invite for now. But again, we're talking about GR here. They got fourth in the fall IVL and third in IVL fall. They didn't get a direct invite because of the amazing teams, but you know what? They showed consistency and dominance in the qualifiers.
Right. You know, that's actually interesting to note because it just ties into not just the other regions, but even the teams in mainland China.
Yeah, 100%. Even though that the qualifiers did include some amateur teams, it's a feat on itself for them to be able to be consistent. And here we go, Vampy over at the statue area, seeing MKK here. The Seer actually would be a great target for this sculptor because again, she can definitely bait out that owl with all these statue hits, and it seems like Vampy is going to be locked and loaded for this Seer.
Yeah, now just waiting for that, whether or not we'll be seeing a full commit. Not necessarily the most ideal target, but not a bad way to go either. If ever timing, it really comes down to timing when it comes to this particular chase, and that's an early owl, by the way.
Yeah, again, baiting out that owl just so that the Seer would be a blank slate. When that owl gets hit, he gets a bolt debuff. So I believe this is actually a pretty formidable target because again, that priestess in oh my gosh, setting up these portals is gonna be a very tricky target. And comparing it to the brawny the brawny forward as well as the wildling, could definitely harass. So Vampy is locked and loaded with the MKK, but look at all these portals being utilized for him to gain this this distance.
And there you go, Vampy. Oh! Falls down.
But the chase is still on, Articuno.
That is definitely a huge breather for the Seer here. Just gets a lot of time. Bit of an unfortunate mishap right there, but you know what? This sculptor is back on the hunt, and not to mention closing out a lot of distance. MKK having to dodge and duck and weave and makes up for lost ground by getting that down on the Seer.
You see the timing on that sculptures and the regular hit? Amazing stuff from Vampy. Again, that was quite the unfortunate spot and really great stuff for MKK being able to let Vampy fall down to the basement. But now it seems like they have to respond to this shared Seer. The chisel will be used over at the shack area, and Seizai will definitely have to respect that.
I guess we'll have to see as well whether or not will we be actually finding the commit of a rescue, because in all fairness, Cypher progress is pretty decent for GR so I believe they can afford to commit some level of time to rescue that Seer, and you know, just to buy them a lot more time by having those full forward bolstered numbers straight on the field.
Yeah, and you see that the wildling does have wanted order, and he is always at the vicinity just to either bait a save or just keep the hunter at bay, just so the hunter would not disrupt any Cypher rush. But from this sculptor, you see that the chisel just does so much work, and it has so much surveillance around the area. Here we see the entrance of hospital. Seizai over there just ducking and weaving. You see that the wildling trying to find the opening, but Vampy does a great job in multitasking to see if like going for surveillance or gonna go camping. So now we see that the forward is over at hospital. 3 survivors remaining.
Yes, so that's going to be a bit of a breather here for Vampy, but at the same time, GR, like I said, significant progress on the 3 survivors that haven't been popped yet. But there is still going to be that struggle of that 5th one. Okay, we see a 5th one come to light, slowly being worked on. Not to mention, the good thing about this is, okay, on the flip side, they only have 1 pop. But with 3 at a very good position for priming, it gives them a lot of options. And this will force Vampy in a position where Vampy is not going to have the easiest time anticipating which area this particular hunter should be focusing on for these. So it's a lot of mind games that GR is bringing to the table.
Yeah, so far it's just gonna tunnel in on XMM, and look at that beautiful blink. And I'd like to highlight what you mentioned. Yes, these ciphers are being primed, so they're giving Vampy that false sense of security just to say like, oh, I have enough time, there's 4 ciphers remaining. But if you listen closely, like these ciphers are ready to pop. One is just about to do that, and they'll slowly be a domino effect if they're able to play their cards right.
Yeah, calm and collected GR still is, even in the face of having 1 survivor chaired, one back to the manor. So they're still making some good progress. It's just that with 3 survivors remaining, you can only do so much, and at the same time, there's just less room for error at this point in time.
Wow. Okay, Seaside using that football just to get to the priestess before the half hit, and great stuff, great rescue. XMM just had to take that hit to try to traverse a better area, but as you mentioned, the ciphers are popping one by one, so Vampy cannot, just sleep on the wheel. He needs to be able to keep pushing, and he notices that there's a cipher at the entrance gate there that's about to pop. Now zoning in on Seaside.
Yeah. And in all fairness, Kong is really starting to pick up the pace for the team. 2 ciphers which are ready for the popping. So Vampy definitely want to ideally keep up the pace here. Healing is coming on very nicely at 58% for XMM. It's only a matter of time though. There's only so much that Zai can do.
Without a football, that was, he didn't have that much resources. And I love the proactivity of Vampy, allowing the priestess to just use up her self-heal, focusing on this forward just to keep the survivors in check and keep them guessing on what's going to happen next. But Articuno, as you mentioned, there's 1 cipher remaining.
There is just 1, and timing is going to be everything at this point in time. Luckily, Zai is very fresh on this chair, so the possibility of working with the full 3 numbers towards the last pop is still very much feasible here for them, so long as they play their cards right. XMM, however, is not necessarily in the best position to go for that rescue, and actually gets a hit.
Yeah, Wildling tried to just get the attention there. Couldn't go for that save just yet. Still on that board, so he's going to have to ride that till the end. You see that XMM is pushing for that cipher. It's like 80% Articuno. The timing needs to be right here. Oh, look at that excellent push away, but pushing him closer to XMM to try and save the forward. XMM has to run and retreat away from that cipher.
Yes, and looks like that will be the fall of XMM, but Vampy, wow.
Okay, using Abnormal to prolong the game, and just like that, the tide is slowly turning in favor of Vampy.
That is pretty darn good. And with Abnormal coming into play for AL's Hunter, this just makes it monumentally harder for GR. We were already in a position where we were almost convinced they almost have it with that last pop, but that Abnormal coming into play just made things more difficult times 100.
Yeah, for sure. Because again, the late game was about to happen, the end game. The gate war was supposed to push through, and now just prolonging that with 2 survivors that are not really known as decoders. They have to start from 50%. It just prolongs the war of attrition here for Vampy. So far, so good. Can he be able to get a 4K? It's actually in the mids, I think.
Yeah, and I might be a bit bold saying this, but AL's Vampy, very impressive. Could still very much push for the feasibility of getting all 4 survivors out of this game. It's just a huge curveball from that point of Abnormal coming into play for GR. Like, everyone was convinced that this was about to lead towards some big numbers for GR at the gate, but no, that's not the case. Vampy just canceling out a lot of possibility for GR, and the pressure is on GR right now.
Vampy is doing a great job patrolling around the area, just making sure that he's patrolling these ciphers. None of them are popping, but it does give room for GR to get some items. You see that the forward is healing up, and now the Kong has the attention of Vampy, still on that board, so can't eat a lot of those hits. Already full presence, and mind you, the Abnormal already, the cooldown time is done, so Vampy can actually keep hammering at that cipher for them to really lose this war of attrition.
Indeed, and oh my gosh, this is crazy. GR, in all fairness, luckily they were able to recuperate, regroup, even in the midst of just 2 members remaining. It's not gonna lie, Poch, it's gonna be very hard. Zai,
it's a big task. Yeah, you see that the forward is trying to pop the Cypher at least above in the hospital, a place that the survivors find safe haven in. But you know, Vampy with the wherewithal just to try to counter this, still not sleeping on the wheel here, knows that GR is one of the most formidable survivor teams out there and very consistent. Now locks his sights on Seaside.
Yes, this is difficult. I think, if anything, it's going to be a game of patience and mental fortitude that we're looking at here. Patience for GR to try to work with the 2 survivors they have left into this game, working around that abnormal. And for Vampy, the patience game of just making sure to keep these ciphers in check. I mean, it's not as tough considering that there are only 2 survivors remaining. So it's like the scales at a very unstable situation right now for both teams, for both sides.
Yeah, that's true. But GR, being the formidable team they are, they're definitely trying to gain the attention just to try to pull Vampy away and lure an opening for them to push for that Cypher. But then again, this is why the Sculptor is one of the best hunters in this meta today, because of that chisel. She can definitely harass around the map and still have amazing chase because of the the statues that she presents. And now we see a propped up, I think the crows. Yeah, crows are being a factor for Kong, and he is not on his board, so this is definitely a big opening for Vampy if he can down this wildling.
Yeah, and oh goodness, the game continues. Like, look at GR, still at a 4th each damage, and it's been pretty steady.
Back and forth, tug of war. Look at this thing, just back and forth, inside the hospital, outside the hospital. But look at that, Vampy able to get a hit into Kong. Kong needs to find his way to get back into his wildling pal over there, but also eat that much hits. But look at that, Seaside trying to push, trying to tempt fate here. But Vampy again chasing out the forward. Will he go for the full commit to this forward?
Yeah, these survivors trying to do what they can, ideal scenario, to try to lure Vampy away from these ciphers. And of course, you know, this is what makes it tricky. Vampy has easy access to keeping those ciphers in check. So, like you said it best, Clutch, it's just this continuing struggle of power and a tug of war between AL and GR. And not gonna lie, it's an interesting sight to behold. It might be a repetition that we're seeing from both sides, but that's what makes it all the more intense. Who is going to be the first to break that cycle?
You know, it's just who's going to blink first, right? Who's going to commit the first mistake? Because so far, they're playing it very conservatively. Vampy darting back and forth, monitoring the ciphers outside the hospital while still defending this cipher that the forward is pushing. But also, mind you, he has 1 abnormal still on deck. So if he doesn't feel too comfy with this cipher, progress! And just like that, whittles away everything that the forward was working on. So really big hill to climb for GR. That hill actually turned into a mountain, Articuno.
It did. It really did, Clutch. And things are just gonna be very tricky. And okay, check out Cypher Project, by the way. Just you know, that's this thing. It's like just smidgets that they have to pull off, and this is turning out to be a long stretch of a game, Clutch. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind it actually. I really don't.
Okay, yeah, I don't think anybody does, because again, it's just back and forth. We want to find the best of the best who plays at their topmost conditions when it's already down to the wire between these two. Already half health are both the survivors on GR's side. Can Vampy do the unthinkable and get the 4K amongst this just amazing survivors? You do see the forward using up the last of that syringe. Kong jumping back on the wildling. I think this is one of the longest matches that we'll witness here in Call of the Abyss.
It really does look to be the case, because at this point, Vampy's the most ideal you would want is to, well, Kong already has halfway, so that's one thing. At least by taking down 1, it helps relieve a lot of the pressure. But then again, there's also the factor where you have to consider which survivors still have a self-heal tour, because it's not going to be an easy time of just bringing someone to the rocket chair. Vampy, of course, is in the mindset where he wants to go for all 4 out of the manor.
Oh yeah, for sure. If he can set that pace, since we did start at a 2-2, it could definitely happen. But Seaside gets caught in the mix, drops down to the first floor. Oh, luckily for him, the hit wasn't in the way, but he is chasing. Already used the elbow pads, and it is the forward that will be falling down first between the 2 survivors.
Yes. Now, it's all a matter of trying to scout out where Kong is. And of course, Vanpy, very well aware of positioning for Kong here. But looks like Vanpy's first instinct will be to try to close out the distance a bit. Probably bring somewhere... Oh, that's going to be the drop.
Yeah, yeah, like you said, close out that distance just to make sure that he's monitoring the cipher here. And I believe he's going to use abnormal once again. Oh my goodness, the pressure is it's insurmountable from the side of GR with this very calculated and very smothering playstyle of Vampy.
It's crazy if you think about it. Meanwhile, yeah, sights on Kong right now towards the top. Vanpy, of course, going to be very well aware of what is going on. Going to make that transition towards the second floor to keep Kong in check. Now, Vanpy is trying to weigh in. Did Kong already transition? Just trying to hear things out.
Yeah.
Looks like we'll just double check in case.
Yeah, he tries to see Kong if anybody is pushing that cipher in the second floor. He does see that the forward did get back up, and now again you said that he has to worry about the self heals. If he downs the forward again, that's a good done deal for him until they're able to pop that last cipher. Kong gets back on his horse just so that he can eat more of those hits. Will Vampy choose to commit? Because we see that Kong, the forward, is trying to dig for something, for an item to be able to use in this game. Exactly, and oh gosh, the patience is real for Vampy. Question is, where at this point in time, it's just Vampy not even really needing to be super proactive. It really comes down to the survivors to an extent revealing themselves first and foremost. Because it's them that's kind of in the pressure cooker right now, more so than Vampy, where all Vampy has to do is pretty much wait for activity to happen from either one of them. And looks like the heal will come up from inside by. Yeah, that's the thing. If Vampy does sleep on the wheel just a little bit, stuff like that could happen where the forward is able to heal. So you can't sleep on a formidable team like GR. Vampy is aware of that and still monitoring around. Does not want to give an inch to GR because he knows they'll take a mile, and this could be the opportunity for him to down this wildling, and he does. Oh my gosh. And there you have it. That's going to be Vampy keeping things in control. That's going to be a huge breather, by the way. Kong isn't going to be a problem. So it's going to be all coming down to taking down the final member of GR, who is trying to sneak his way through, by the way. Vampy, of course, trying to read the situation, figure out where the survivor is. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, so something to note also is that the wildling did have that self-heal. So it's really a war of attrition here where Vampy is making sure that he's secure. He doesn't want to even give them the luxury of that dungeon. Doesn't want to make sure to chair someone so that dungeon pops up. Wants to make sure he whittles down everything and wants to make sure he does this right because he knows that this round is very important to set the pace and gets a quick hit there on the side of the forward. This is crazy, Poch. GR in a bit of a struggle. There are no more second lives. No more chances for both Kong and Cizai. One drop. That's one. No more healing up. Unless a fellow survivor can up them, but I mean, chances are with only 2 survivors remaining, that's a tall order. Grande, Venti, however you want it. And another just abnormal, just to make sure that none of these objectives or none of these ciphers get popped. And that one, even though it's just one, the late game is still denied, all courtesy of Vampy. Excellent stuff here, just monitoring, still being very calculated, not making sure that he doesn't leave any corner of this map untouched because he wants to make sure that he downs both these survivors. And he sees Cizai in his radar, a fully healed up forward, by the way. Yes, at least that's a little bit of a small consolation to GR right now, but let's be honest, that's just counting what blessings you do have in this game. There is still the huge problem of GR not really having a clear solution on how to get these ciphers up. But the thing is, the more he uses abnormal, the less and less it gets. So they're really trying to push as much as they can and survive and really split the attention of Vampy. You saw that the wildling is so good at late game, especially when he gets on that boar he could just eat a lot of those hits, and a lot of time would be bought for Kong to pop that Cypher. But Vampy realizing that once he's on that board, make sure he switches target. The boar is on cooldown now. Porky is on cooldown, so now Vampy trying to set his sights, still monitoring around Birdcage here, the entrance of the hospital. Does see Kong in the distance, puts a chisel there. Could this be it? That is the last life of Kong. Can Seizai try to seize the opportunity and try to up his teammate, or wait for him to bleed out for him to get to the dungeon?
Tricky. Look at this, though. Trying to salvage what can, maybe find some tools that'll help his cause. Okay, wand to work with. That's it's gonna help a bit in terms of keeping himself up, but I mean, still not the most ideal.
Yeah. Oh wow, uses the wand right there just to buy him a little more time. Jukes back into this structure of ruins here. Seizai again running with still a little bit of ammunition with him. Uses the wand once again to try to well, he does have that wand left, but then 1/4 hit would actually down him. Can he survive long enough? No! It is gonna be a 4K for AL.
4 down, Poch, and you know what this means. AL with 5 points into their pocket. It took a bit of a while. Actually, not a bit. It took quite a while, but patience has paid off for Vampy, as the 5 points will be secured, and just like that, very, very well played out by both teams. In fact, both teams. You have to give kudos to both teams here. What was I about to say? No worries. So I lost my train of thought there, so I'll let you take it. Still baffled. Yes. Gaming Grizzly is the representation. The very embodiment.
There we are again. First of all, I hope my microphone works. First of all, I hope everything that was difficult on the technical side, that is gone now. I hope we're gonna have a fantastic rest of a day right here. And I have to say, just spectating this match, as you already mentioned, such a long match. Vampy AL really putting pressure on GR right here in the second round. Again, in the first round that we all spectated, we had ties on both sides. When GR went into the match, when AL went into the match, they were able to get 2 survivors out each. Now AL putting so much pressure on GR. Again, if anyone, GR can come back. We know that for a fact. If anyone, GR, the 3 times champion, will be able to come back. But this is already such a good start. Like, I feel like AL is getting into the head of GR right here with this game, with this move of just playing the long run, just downing one survivor and downing the other one, and as you already mentioned, like letting them on the floor instead of bringing them to the chairs so they can't get dungeon. It was a really good play, a play that we usually see in these tournament situations. But again, a 5-point game. This could mean if only one survivor from the AL team will get out through the gate, that AL will win this round for them and will win the first out of these 2 rounds for them, and putting even more pressure on GR in the third round. I am actually very excited to see how GR will react, how GR will respond to this match. Because again, as we already said, if anyone can come back from this, it is GR, and GR's Hunter. Again, we said this before, PPX just coming through with normally a 4 survivor elimination. Like out of almost 9 out of 10 matches, he is coming out on top with a 4 survivor elimination. This will be crucial for him to, show the world again right now, to make the second round a tie as well. But everything is open. Very curious to see what Hunter will be banned, what Hunter will be picked for this next match. And in general, just very excited to see round number 3 as well.
Very excited. I definitely share the same sentiment with you, Grizzly. And it's quite the match because, like I said, a lot of teams just ready to contend with the best of the best. And AL, if anything, I feel this is their time. Call of the Abyss for global. It's been a recurring story throughout the past tournaments where at what point do the regions catch up? AL was always one of those teams that people knew had what it takes to even contend with some of the mainland China teams. And look at it now. But statistically, based on how the current season went, GR hasn't really had the best time in some of the regular tournaments. Poch did bring it up where they didn't get the direct in. They did have to kind of work their way into making sure that they did qualify for Call of the Abyss for global. So all said, it's this is a really good test for them. Even though the regular season might not have been the best for them, maybe Call of the Abyss for global finals is where they make up for a lot of that lost ground. But not gonna lie, they have such a reputation to live up to, and just all said, it's not going to be easy. Not with the caliber of teams, the caliber of improvement that we see from a lot of, especially the returning teams to Call of the Abyss for global finals. Returning teams, oh my gosh, just keeps getting better and better, and just makes these games all the more favorable to look forward to, I'd say, Grizzly.
Yes. You said it's gonna be very, very, very intense and very, very interesting to watch as well. And as you already said, it is going to be difficult to get to the number one spot, not only for GR, not for AL, but for everyone right here. Again, those are the top 16 teams worldwide, and they are competing against each other for this number one spot. Only one team can get there to the top of the top. Very, very excited to see what they will come up with, which maybe with strategies we haven't seen before, because that's what I always love, to just, spectate these teams competing against each other and then just out of their sleeve coming up with a new technique, a new strategy that they have been practicing for a while and just to release to the world in the tournament. And AL is really definitely making, all of the teams, again, top 16 teams in the world are making names for themselves yet again. But AL right here, just showing that they can compete against GR, the 3-time champ. Even if they, as you mentioned, were having a little bit of a struggle in other matches, it is still, at the end of the day, the 3-time champ right here that they are going against. So it is still a huge achievement to actually get the upper hand right here in round number 2. At least for now. We will see how this will play out. Again, GR can come up with a lot of tricks too. A lot of pressure too for the survivor team. So we just have to wait and see for the next match. And again, I am curious to see the Hunter. It might be, I would assume it might be a Dream Witch ban, because even if AL was able to get out with 2 survivors in the round before, it might be, a good choice to just ban GR's Dream Witch. I think that's in general just a good choice for round number 2. So I think that's what we can expect. So what we will see on the what do you expect to see on GR's Hunter side now if the Dream Witch gets banned?
Well, that's a good question, Grizz, because just from the discussion earlier, we mentioned how PPX is one of those hunters that is just very much comfortable with sticking to hardcore meta choices. Now, Dream Witch is up. Sculptor is definitely up on the table for selection, but then again, you also have to consider the map. And we did see a Sculptor, so it's very much feasible if they do decide to go for it. Or who knows, maybe AL just says, we can deal with the Dream Witch a second time around. I mean, all we need to do is make sure that GR doesn't get a perfect one out of this, and we get not necessarily because round wins count at this point in time, but even more so, they already have a decent lead through the 5 points that they were able to establish. On the flip side, if they want to push for 5 points on the survivor side as well and take the measures to do so, then I am all for it. But looking at the ban so far, Grizzly, it will be a mercenary as well as a forward. What will the hunter ban?
Mercenary and forward ban. Very, very interesting. So we can expect the mechanic to just bring the decoding to the ground. Maybe we're gonna see a seer since he is in the meta too, but not necessarily. We saw it earlier. Even if the meta characters are not banned, we might expect different constellations. As I'm just saying it, we can see it. We have the wildling, the coordinator, and the explorer in addition to the mechanic. Very, very, very excited to see that the wildling is being utilized that often. I have to be very honest, I did not expect that. Wildling seems to be the new meta. So now we are just waiting for the hunter ban. The hunter ban will, again, I am predicting it will be a Dream Witch. Doesn't really, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter what the map is. You just want to ban that Dream Witch against GR. So let's see what the ban will be, and then let's see what PPX will come up with the hunter.
Well, I have some interesting news for you. See, I just got news that might not be reflecting on the screen, but the ban was indeed a Dream Witch. So that will force PPX to bring something different to the table. And okay!
It is the guard. I was expecting a guard, to be honest. I was expecting a guard. PPX very well known for his guard after his Dream Witch. Here he comes. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I am just as ready as you are, Grizzly. Looking for that lock-in. Still hovering it over. So, really thinking about this pick. Not going the full commit to it just yet.
I have to be very honest. I have been playing a little bit of Guard 26 myself.
Oh yeah? How'd that go, my friend?
And I'm definitely taking notes right here because I am not the best Guard 26, but Guard 26 is definitely dangerous. Allows you to really connect some bombs and put pressure on the survivors. We saw it with the Sculptor before, in the match before, where the Sculptures, just this little bit of damage that you can deal can change the entire match with the Sculptures statues. And it goes the same for Guard 26's bombs. You have these bombs, and these bombs allow you to just deal this little bit of damage. It can change everything in the match. Or it even allows you to, if you get 2 hits, to just damage the survivors in general and bring them down with a normal hit. Very, very excited to now see GRPPX utilizing Guard 26 against AL's team of Mechanic, Wildling, Coordinator, and Explorer.
Yes. There you have it, folks. This is it. The spread of players. Let us know once again who you're rooting for, GR or AL. It has come down to this. Of course, AL currently leading the fray after pulling off a 5-point knockdown on the survivor end of GR. Now, big question is whether or not PPX can live up to the challenge. And let's check out this video first.
Perfect representation of the teams right here, never hitting the break, and here it goes. PPX coming in, goes immediately into the check direction. All of these players know exactly where to go since they know the map layout, they know the spawn points, and just going into the direction of the check gives PPX 2 targets. Decide to go for Rolly, which is the coordinator in this lineup. Let's see what he can do. We also... Oh! That was a very, very early flare gun shot, but was still able to bring in the bomb pit. Fantastic job from PPX right here. Fantastic job from Rolly as well. Let's see how this plays out.
Indeed, let us see. So, this is quite the situation that AL has to deal with. A lot of members in the vicinity, 2 of which take a hit, so gonna be up to Rowley to try to make the most of that last bit of life. Can't suffer another bomb, or else that's gonna be one down coordinator.
That was a fantastic job right there. Good job with the remote bomb, bringing down Rowley immediately. Just not wasting any time at all to bring down the survivors. Fantastic job at the shack, where he just put down all these bombs around the pallet and still went through the pallet to give an additional hit to the coordinator. Fantastic job. We can now see Atto is coming in, who was already taking 1 damage with the bomb, but is on the board right here, so that might allow him to take 2 more hits. Oh, there comes the first. Now it's gonna be very dangerous. Now it's gonna be very dangerous to actually go in for a rescue. Gotta be careful, but as well, you want to get that rescue either before halfway or just trying to buy more time for the team. Again, we have the mechanic, as we can see in the bottom left, just bringing the coding speed to the ground. You can now see that Rowley is through the halfway mark, and Wildling is just keeping PPX a little bit distracted.
Yeah, a little bit. But I think at this point in time, it's safe to say that AL will be losing out on 1 survivor. Not to mention, I would say Cypher progress is decent. Made the most of what they can, because Rowley was taken down quite early, so that proved to be a bit of a problem for AL as this game went along. If anything, they just settled on maximizing the time Rowley had on that chair to work on what ciphers they can. Still a bit of a way to go, but it's without a doubt PPX. He is not having any of it.
Very, very nice with the bomb and reaching through the pallet right here and hitting the Wildling for the first time, which is actually the second time bringing him down because he had 2 bombs. Great job, as you already said, on the survivor side. Look at the Cypher machine progress. They were letting the coordinator on the chair. Wildling was there just to keep the Guard 26 on the chair, to allow the rest of the team to decode the Cypher machines. And you can see it right now, the Cypher machine will be popped quite soon, and the 5th Cypher machine is at halfway, so that is extremely good for AL. Again, want to remind everyone, this is a game in which both teams fight for 1 point, for the point for this entire round, and AL can get this point for this entire round by just getting out 1 survivor, and they know it. They already brought down 4 Cypher machines. Look at the progress. Fantastic job.
Really is. It really is.
Oh. Using the same strategy we saw earlier on the Sculptor match, where we had AL on the Hunter side, just using Abnormal to bring down the speed and to buy more time as Hunter.
Yes, and at this point in time, Grizzly, it's very crucial that they try to maximize while they still have 3 survivors. Otherwise, we might have a repeat of earlier wherein, that's going to be Deliso going down. But as I was saying, might have a repeat earlier where it's going to be a massive tug of war between Hunter and Survivor.
And it seems like that's going to be exactly the case. Going to place some bombs right here, and we can see going back to Doliso to either bring Atto down or to actually just secure the survivor on the chair and to buy a little bit more time and to put more pressure on the survivor side. Actually bringing the Explorer closer to the Cypher machine, extremely good to put more pressure on that one Cypher machine. He knows that the survivors want to decode, and it is halfway done, but can he prevent them to prime this Cypher machine before the rescue happens?
That is a bit tricky. I mean, they did get it towards the half mark once again, but look at this setup. It's just not going to make it easy whatsoever to try to get Doliso. Luckily though for AL, Doliso is still very fresh on this rocket chair, so they have a lot of time to work. But you know, they don't want to put themselves to the point where they have to maximize it to a TN. Look at this, just massive defense coming in from PPX here. So I think the best thing that AL can do right now, Cat is already on the case though, already trying to work on the Cypher in the distance, but of course PPX is going to want to try to keep that in check. Doliso time is ticking, that survivor is going to expire, so AL needs to go for the hope and a prayer that they got enough progress on that cipher, because PPX, as soon as he makes his way there, Abnormal's going to kick in. It's going to bring them nearly back to square one.
That's gonna be extremely difficult now for the survivors. Extremely good job from PPX putting pressure on the remaining survivors. Again, we have Atto, who can only take one more hit before going down. We have Cat right here going down. The question is, what are the survivors trying to do? And exactly that question is PPX asking himself. And of course, they want to go for that one cipher machine that is almost done, or at least almost at 75%, but 75%, that still means a long way to go to actually pop that cipher machine. And we have Abnormal coming in, really slowing down the progress, really putting pressure on the survivors. And for now, as you already said, it seems like history is repeating itself. We have the match, or at least it feels like the match we had before with the Sculptor, where it just goes forth and back and forth and back and back and forth between the two survivors until PPX finally got all of them down and they can't actually get up again. I think history is repeating itself. Let's see.
It really looks like that's the case, and oh my gosh.
These bombs!
You know what's kind of crazier here, Grizzly, is the fact that with PPX on this yard 26, and not to mention he's been very quick, by the way. He has been very quick on his feet. Cat is already on the way towards the healing. Now PPX just trying to veer towards Atto here. So, like I said, it's similar to earlier. This time around, PPX should be manageable as long as he keeps his patient, keeps the mental fortitude up. Just needs to try to exhaust these hunters all the way down, and all should be well.
All should be well. There comes the first hit on the boar, means only one more hit is needed. Can he connect? Yeah, he did, I think. I'm not really sure. There we can see he's really trying to get him off the boar with the bombs.
Will it lead to fruition for him, though? Taking a bit of a while, but then again, that is understandable. Cat in the midst of things, already near getting up again, so that should be a bit of room to breathe for AL. Take note of the progress on this one cipher, by the way, more than 50%, and Atto is doing a great job at keeping PPX preoccupied.
That might be it. I think you forgot that Cat already got up, right?
You're
actually. Yeah, I think Cat already got up earlier. That's why Atto is trying to buy more and more time, waiting for Cat to bleed out and hopefully get the dungeon. But at this point in time, it's not gonna happen. Fantastic job, as I already said before. If anyone can come back from a 0-point game, it is GR, and they did exactly do that. They got a 5-point game, which means the second round right here is tied as well, just as the first round was tied. Very, very exciting stuff that is going on right here. Very, very exciting matches. Again, we already mentioned this at the very beginning. It's going to go into a round 3, but now this round 3, it feels like it's the deciding round. It is. It doesn't feel like it. It is the deciding round. And both teams know that. Both teams will put pressure on each other. Will AL be able to put up another 5-point game? Will GR be able to put up another 5-point game? What will happen? We will see quite soon. But for now, these matches, these teams, they are not giving each other anything. Nothing at all. Very, very exciting. Can't wait to see the next round. I would assume that for PPX, that AL will ban not only the Dream Witch, but also the Guard 26 after this match. And the other way around, it will probably a ban for the Dream Witch and the Sculptor for AL in the next round. That was an extremely scary Sculptor and Guard 26 match.
Yeah, it was crazy, to be honest, and it was to a point where it was almost a mirror of sorts heading into that round 2, especially with what circumstance both teams were playing towards. Now, this is going to be the true test. If anything, it's like we've reset to this mini best of one between these two teams because none of the points really count for round 1 or since both were tied. This round 3 is potentially going to make it or break it. And another thing that you have to take into consideration is that this could also go into a tie, Chris. It's just this close between both of these teams. AL clearly has come in fully prepared to go up against our reigning champions. And for our reigning champions, it's just clearly, it's just definitely going to be their toughest run in this tournament yet. And if you're a GR fan, you would have to really give them your energy because, like I said, it's going to be a tough run for them. Not going to be the easiest time they'll have this time around because COAIV 3 was very dominating. That was probably one of their best performance yet on the international stage. But this time around, it's a challenge for sure. And if you're a GR fan, you don't want to see them out this early on. However, if you're an AL fan, then the victory is just going to be all the more sweeter if your representatives from Japan manage to topple down the range. Because that in itself makes a statement.
But that is exactly why we are here, because this is not easy. This is going to be a challenge for all of the teams, and as you already mentioned, it is a challenge for GR. It will be a challenge for AL as well. Very, very excited to see round number 3, and this challenge is just showing us how the top teams going against each other. It is a huge challenge. As you already mentioned, one of the teams will get not disqualified, but eliminated during the next match, during the next 2 rounds. And if I would have to take a bet, if I would have to say, all right, I'm gonna put everything I have into one team, I couldn't decide. It would be extremely difficult to decide because we just saw from both teams what they are capable of doing. First round, a tie. Again, a tie in the first round is extremely, extremely difficult for the survivor side, but both teams were managing to pull that off. And then second round, 5-point game on both sides. Very, very, very exciting. And you already said that round 3 could go into another tie. And if we see another tie in round 3, we actually can expect a round 4 to finally, figure out who will win this this game between GR versus AL. And if that is going to happen, we're gonna have again a round number 4. And if that is a tie again, that is I think it's gonna be calculated by time, containment time of the hunter. So whichever team was faster will win. This also means that you have to take in consideration how much time you want to spend chasing these survivors. We saw it with the Sculptor and with Guard 26 right now. Of course, you want to go back and forth to get both survivors. But if these 2 survivors just take a lot of time out of you, and in general you tie everywhere, the time that these survivors take out of you might be your demise. So you really have to take that in consideration. And I mean, of course they don't want to go back and forth and waste a lot of time. They want to get them down fast. But what we saw right here was just a phenomenal play on both sides, and I couldn't even tell which match was taking longer. Was it the Sculptor match or was it the Guard 26?
The Sculpture match for sure.
Was longer? Yeah, okay. I mean, if I would have to place a bet, I would also say the Sculptor, but both of the matches were definitely taking their time. Both survivors were really giving up nothing.
Agreed. It just really goes to show how much these teams have come in prepared. I'm not just talking about the practice, the hours of practice, their natural ability at the game, just knowing what to do in the moment. To get the best case scenario, how they should be responding to certain situations. And this is where you look at the finer things of how not only just how strategy goes, but how impressive these players are thinking in the moment based on what cards are dealt. And I'm it's almost a shame, to be honest, Grizzly, because like I said, this matchup is like a dream of sorts for a lot of spectators, that in the sense where it's just such a good head to head. And it's a shame that we have to see these two teams duke it out as early as this first set of games here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. This would have been a perfect semis or finals match, but you know what? That's that's sometimes fate. That's just how it is. And for one of these teams, their fate is just gonna be all the more better, all the more sweet if they manage to surpass this first intense hurdle towards for their start at the COAIV Global Finals journey.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is sad that one of these teams will be eliminated after the following rounds. Because, as you mentioned, they are both extremely good teams. That would have been such a good semifinal match. But at the end of the day, they are putting everything into this. So if we are seeing, it doesn't really matter if we are seeing it right now or if we are seeing it in the semifinals. We are getting to see high tier top gameplay of the best players in the world either way. So that makes me very excited to see what we can expect in the upcoming matches. Again, later on after GR versus AL, we will see SST versus still having problems with that name. I think it is TIANBA. But we can be very, very excited to see these two teams go against each other. And then after that, as last game of the day, we will see XROCK going against B4U. And I'm personally very excited to see that match as well, because B4U, the only North American European server team participating in this Call of the Abyss 4 tournament right here. So I'm curious to see what they can bring up to the table. We have dedicated server for everyone who can't be at the venue right now. NetEase was setting up dedicated server for the best, experience during this tournament, because we all know if you play online, you will have a ping depending on where you are from. Your ping might be a little bit worse, but don't you worry about that. There are dedicated tournament servers for this tournament, so every player can have the best experience on their device. Very, very curious again to see how all of these teams will proceed during this tournament. Right now, we are just waiting for round number 3, GR versus AL. And again, for everyone who tuned in, we saw absolutely fantastic matches, ties in both rounds. So now, round number 3 will be the deciding round. If it's not the deciding round, because we will see another time, we're gonna go into round 4. Whew. That is something I'm looking forward to, because I already mentioned it earlier. With the final day, the final match will have a best out of 5, in which we just see more bans. The more rounds, the more bans. And if we are going, like right now, we're going to see round 3, where we already have 2 Hunter and 3 Survivor bans. But if we are going into round 4, we will get 3 Hunter and 4 Survivor bans. Like that's gonna throw up a few constellations right here, and maybe the teams did not expect that, but even if they didn't expect it, I think they are prepared for everything. So very, 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 very exciting. I just want to jump into it. I see that sometimes in the chat that people are just like, hey, we want to see the game, we want to see the people play, so please start it. I wish I could start it. I wish I could just go there and be like, hey, can you start the game? I'm very excited to see you duke it out right here. Sadly, we can't. We are just here to, fill the air that they need, fill the space that they need to actually prepare everything. It's definitely a difficult situation to have this entire tournament, and you can't just jump into a quick match. It's not like you're starting quick match and then you jump into the quick match. There are a lot of technical things that have to be considered. So right now we are just waiting for everything. And yeah, I actually got I want to set the record straight right here. The
Okay.
third match that we will see today will be SST versus TIANBA. I got the correct pronunciation right here, and I want to apologize if I said it wrong earlier. So very excited for that match as well.
Yeah, very exciting. In which case, this just day one, Grizzly. It's only day one, and these games are just crazy. Then again, it is the global final, so best of the best coming in from each region. I get we shouldn't be a surprise, I suppose. So, that's just how it's gonna be for the rest of the day. Some high octane matches that we have going on here for the 16 teams that are in participation, down to 15 right now, as we already trimmed down one from our first match earlier. But rest assured, as these teams are dwindling, that just means we whittle it down even more to the best of the best. And rest assured, trust, these games are going to get even more intense as our time here at the Call of Abyss 4 Global Finals goes along. And of course, we will be with you all the way to figure out which one of our lucky teams will succeed as one of the champions. First off, right here, AL versus GR. One of them might very well be. We're looking at some champion material teams here. But then again, same can be said about the other 14 teams that made it all the way here.
Very, very true. And as you already mentioned, we had RD going against GG earlier. You already mentioned that one team was eliminated. It was RD, and GG just putting up a very, very good performance. I can't wait to see them proceed into the next bracket, and I can't see them going against their next opponent. Right now, what we can see on the stage right here is GR versus AL. GR this time, I believe, on the I don't want to say anything wrong. I believe on the Survivor side, but I might be mistaken.
No worries, I got you, fam. Right here on your screen, we have PPX, the hunter of GR, on your screen right now, with AL on the Survivor side. I got you, fam. Don't worry.
Alright, perfect. There we go. So we have PPX, and as I already mentioned earlier, since we can now expect a Dream Witch as well as Card 26 ban, very curious to see what Hunter PPX will utilize. I don't know the map yet. That might be a deciding factor as well. And I'm also curious to see what bans will be picked and what survivors will be picked on the Survivor side. So it's gonna be very, very exciting. Again, I want to mention that the stage just looks phenomenal. It's amazing. I can't imagine how it feels to be on that stage, performing against the top teams and trying to get the championship title. And again, for me, I can't really imagine how it must be. I would be under so much pressure, but these teams, they very well know that pressure shouldn't be here. They should just perform as good as they can, and that is exactly what they are doing. Very, very excited to see what they will come up with in the third round of this match.
Indeed. Oh my gosh.
I was just I'm trying to take a sneak peek at the screen right here, but he wasn't lifting it up enough. Okay, alright, there we go. It's getting ready for everything. Having the pressure on his shoulders again. This is round number 3. It is definitely very important to get as many points as possible for GR. That means as many survivors out of the game as possible. As Hunter for AL, that means as many survivors through the gate as possible. Only one survivor through the gate might change the game, because that is giving AL an opening to go for survivor elimination and get this round done. But at the same time, you don't know what GR survivor are capable of in round number 3 and what constellation they will bring to the table. They have face masks with the COAIV logo.
I want one of those, by the way.
Yeah. I was just seeing it, I was like, what is that? That can't be real.
Oh man, just some nice Koa 4 merchandise right there. I love how even no, that's a sticker. I was like thinking, wait, do they have them branded as well? I'm like, okay, that's a usual thing, by the way, guys. Behind the scenes stuff, like, usually, like, I'm pretty sure some of you might have seen it in maybe other broadcasts or even on streamers, for example. Especially streamers, like some of your favorite big streamers. You know how they cover the logo of, let's say they're wearing a headset and they cover the logo. So yeah, that's the thing. So that's kind of sometimes with broadcasts as well. So a little bit of a BTS tidbit right there.
Yes, very right. Very common thing. And I mean, with that beautiful logo right there, the Call of the Abyss, why wouldn't you want to put it on your headset?
Yes.
All right. Now okay. Very honest. I'm very honest right here. I'm getting ready. I'm getting very ready to finally jump into this match, and I think that transition right here means exactly that we are going to witness the next match in a few minutes. We're gonna see the Dream Witch ban as expected. I'm gonna expect another Guard 26 ban. There we go. And with another one, I mean, like, obviously you don't want to face that Guard 26 again.
Mm-hmm.
And now the question is, what is going to be banned on the Survivor mechanic? Will we see a Seer? No. Forward is the banned pick. So we have mechanic, mercenary, forward banned. What is going to happen? Will we see another wildling? I don't know. For me, it's just wild to see the wildling that many times being utilized. We have the Seers, and since that is a meta character that hasn't been banned, we have the Coordinator. We have the... Oh! It was a Prospector for a moment, but no, it is actually the wildling again.
It is indeed.
Huh. I mean, it was Wildling's birthday. Let's just celebrate that. Yesterday he was having, fantastic day.
Give him a lot of exposure here at Koa 4 as a birthday gift, but with very good reason, of course. Just very much feasible as the current meta. Prospector is going to be interesting. First Prospector of the global finals, if this is a lock-in or AL.
Yes, we saw that Atto and Cat were changing out characters. Atto was first picking the Seer, which is now going to be Cat and is utilizing the Prospector, as you said, for the first time in this tournament. Very, very excited to see it. Very, very excited to see this entire third round right here. We're gonna jump into the match in around 30 seconds. In the meantime, we can also check out the map. It will be... Oh! Prospector changes to Embalmer. The map will be Arms Factory as far as I can tell. Now I'm very curious to see... Yes, I'm very curious to see AL right here. With the Embalmer, first Embalmer in this tournament. Very curious to see how they perform on the Arms Factory. What will be PPX's Hunter pick? What do you think? One guess.
Oh man, I mean, I would love to see some Sculptor potentially from PPX to be, just to see just how refined he is when it comes to these meta picks. But I'm not discounting other hunters he can bring to the table, because he was a madman earlier on the bottom run. So I am expecting just as much success on regardless of what he brings to the table. Feaster, maybe. Feaster.
I am actually, I totally agree with you. I would expect Sculptor as well. Sculptor, very, very strong, dangerous hunter. Could very well be a different one, but Sculptor is my prediction as well. I actually hope for a different one. As I already mentioned, when we come to round 3 and maybe even round 4, and later in the tournament, even round 5, yeah, there we go, we have the Sculptor. We might expect more variety when it comes to hunters, because you can just ban right now up to 2 hunters, which is crazy. We have the Sculptor. If this goes into round 4, we will have a Sculptor ban, and then I'm curious to see what PPX will bring to the table, and then I'm curious to see what AL will bring to the table as well. But for now, we can see the team constellation right here is Seer and Balmer. You also have the Coordinator and the Wildling versus PPX's Sculptor.
Oh my gosh, this is it. And it's going to be a challenge. I think even more so for the survivors, because Sculptor has been a phenomenal pick throughout qualifiers going up into the global final. If anything, it's the survivors that are technically working with a bit more of a handicap because you have all those bans across the board. So you don't have that same strong optimal selection of survivors that you would have in a round one. But you know what? This is where it comes right down to it. Match 2. Round 3 of the first half, Chris. Whether or not we'll see a tie, that's yet to be seen, but here's the spread.
Match 2, GR versus AL. This could be the deciding round. Both teams are fighting for each point, trying to get point here, point there, just to make it, just to have a little bit of an advantage to the other team. But let's see what is happening again. PPX, very well known for just getting full survivors out of the game. So let's see if AL can prevent this from happening. We are just hitting the gas right here, jumping straight up into Arms Factory, our third match in this round right here. Very, very exciting. I also want to mention I love the animations for the maps. Just beautiful.
Really is.
I don't really know why I'm whispering. So here we have the casters for, I would assume, the Chinese the Chinese live stream of this tournament. But it seems like there are, as I already mentioned before, it seems like there are some technical difficulties. This can just happen. It can always happen. That's why we are here for, to just, you know, cover the space, cover the time that they need to figure out everything. We already saw the bans and picks. We already saw the survivors and the hunters that were being picked. And I assume that we will see exactly that constellation later on. But there might be a little bit of a technical issue right now going on. So, yes. Articuno, tell me, what are your predictions for the upcoming 2 matches that we will see?
Oh man, that is such a... You are really throwing the...
I'm putting you on the spot right here. I know. I'm putting you on the spot. And
oh gosh.
You really can't go wrong. Like, this is not... I don't mean like what's your favorite team right here,
right.
Which one you prefer. I just mean like, what do you think could happen? And again, you can't really go wrong because both teams are extremely strong. And I expect the best from both teams. I just can't really decide. Again, we have the 3 times champion GR right here versus AL. And we just saw how AL is performing. Absolutely outstanding. And again, that's just my I'm just throwing this in right here. I would actually... I can't. It's difficult. It really is difficult.
It really could go both ways, because the way I look at it, like on one point, you would just love to see that champion run continue for GR.
Yes, of course.
On the other hand, there's also this possibility of seeing a new team emerge victorious as our new champion for the tournament, just to shake things up internationally. So, and AL could very well be that team. Who knows? AL has come super prepared this time around, and it's a tough
very, very tough question. I agree. Can't really decide which team will make it. But yeah, as you already said, I would love to see GR emerging again for the 4th time. But at the same time, it would be, you know, a little bit of fresh air, a little bit of fresh competition at the top would also be very, very welcomed. So...
Oh, okay.
I can't really
see into the future, can you?
I can't really see into, you know, like, I can only see what is happening, but I can't really see what is going to happen in the future.
I would stand to get a prop of my own, but it's gonna ruin the magic of the behind the scenes where since we're broadcasting at home, I don't know about you, but like the magic is that business on top and then like some comfy shorts at the bottom. So
I am no idea what you're talking about. I am
No?
business all the way. I don't have to prove it or anything, but I am.
Okay, if you say so. I'll trust you. I'll trust you. Yeah, again, more behind the scenes magic of what goes on during a broadcast. So yeah, apologies, folks, by the way, for the wait. We're just ironing things out to make sure that everything is a-okay on both players' end. So we just, yeah, again, we want to make sure everything is as smooth as possible. Don't want any except the last time. So, yeah, fingers crossed that everything will be a-okay for all our matches moving forward here at the Global Finals.
Yes, and I think it's better to have these technical difficulties before the match even started than having it in between the matches where you just... I see this happening every now and then where you're in the tournament and just in between there is something happening for maybe one player. You have a little bit of a connection issue or just in general a technical issue. And again, I would rather have this before the match starts and we are just covering the air, covering the time that we have to cover, than it happening during the match. Because if something like that happens during the match, it can always be seen as advantage or disadvantage for one of the both teams. So again, would rather have the technical difficulties before or after, which is before, after the match is before the match. So in between the matches than during the matches. Apparently one of the players was pausing the game, but now we are just jumping right into it. We're just getting thrown into the action. Again, the constellation, we had it before, we saw it before. We have an Embalmer, we have a Coordinator, we have a Seer, as well as the... what am I missing? Coordinator, Embalmer, Seer. I don't know. We will see. For now, we have PPX going for the Coordinator first. We saw this happening in the match before too, when he was guard 26. Going for the Coordinator early. Coordinator shooting to buy more time for the team to just decode while she is trying to buy more time and contain the Hunter. What we can see right here is transitioning over with the help of the Owl, was transitioning over to the factory, is now taking another route, leading the Hunter away from the factory, because the Seer is at the factory and you want to just stay away from your teammates. But now, since the Coordinator had to go back, was allowing PPX to give her a hit, and now she's a one hit, no matter with what. We have Blink. Oh, predicted the Blink, went back, but the Sigil went right through the window, hitting the Coordinator. First survivor down, but look at the Cypher machines. Just look at the Cypher machines. 3 Cypher machines remaining. The Cypher machine pressure is going on. And from what I can see right now is that they really want to decode the Cyphers. They really want to put pressure on the Hunter right here by decoding Cypher machines. We have the Coordinator on the chair. I assume they will leave the Coordinator on the chair for now. We can see the Wildling in the bottom left going in to put pressure, because right now the Sculptor PPX can put pressure on the Cypher machines. But as soon as the Wildling is coming in, he's forced to stay at the Cypher machine and to take care of the... is forced to stay at the rocket chair and not look at the Cypher machines. You can see the Embalmer right here having a little bit of trouble to decode, trying to avoid the statues. This is an opening for the Wildling to actually go in for a rescue, but is it going to happen? We will see. Wildling is right here. Wildling is just in the area to put Tinnitus on PPX, so PPX won't use the skill to put pressure on the Survivor's decoding.
Definitely, and this is tricky, in which case for AL, some pretty decent progress, I will say, but that's going to be the expiration of Takaku right there. So again, nice start.
We saw this before. We saw this before where one survivor was on the chair and we had the Wildling in the area to just give to Nidus to tell the hunter that someone is around and might rescue, to prevent the hunter from putting pressure on the rest of the Cypher machines. Again, this is a point game. AL wants to get survivors out of there. AL wants to be escaping with at least one survivor and don't want to give PPX and the entire team of GR the 5-point game right here. And if we look at the Cypher progress, they are doing a fantastic job. They're almost down to only one Cypher machine. Another one is halfway done and they start with the third one because what I assume what they are trying to do is they don't want to go through the same routine they went through earlier. We saw history repeat itself in the match before, where the last Cypher machine has been manipulated, or the code was reduced by the abnormal. So maybe they are now spreading out the Cypher machines a little bit so they can get the Cypher machines done easier.
Indeed, and man, this chase though, there you go. So Cat will be the next to fall. Finally, patience was truly a virtue here for PPX, but no, this is complicated. Not gonna lie, it's gonna be very complicated here for AL moving forward. I mean, they have 2 Cyphers Prime, but if this keeps up, it's almost like a precursor, like a foreshadowing of what could be happening later on, because you're gonna have that one last Cypher, I feel. But take note, that last Cypher might be that leading into the tug of war that we had earlier again.
That's what I mentioned. Look at that. The progress of the third Cypher machine is going up, and they don't want the history to repeat itself. So they're preparing that PPX is bringing an abnormal to bring down the Cypher machine, but then they will have another Cypher machine ready. They are not playing the same game as before, as we can clearly see. They are decoding that Cypher machine. They are buying time right here. The Wildling will most likely go in for the rescue before the Seer is getting sent off. That is crucial. PPX is getting ready to get the Wildling right here. And the rescue is happening. The Cypher... Oh, there we go. That's okay. That's fine. Cypher machine might be popped. We have 2 more that are ready. So that could be the chance for AL to pop the Cypher machines that they need. They have 3 Cypher machines ready right here. 1 Cypher machine is needed. And they popped it. They popped it, putting pressure on PPX right here. We have 3 Cypher machines up and running. The Bomber has a coffin on himself, but obviously going to concentrate on the Seer, because the Seer will be dead on chair. You want to bring out that Seer and try to get the rest of the survivors, or to get at least 1 survivor, because if that is going to be a tie, that is putting a lot of pressure on... I mean, it's gonna put a lot of pressure on both sides, and it is going to be a tie. It is a tie for both, obviously for both teams. It is a tie. We have 2 points for both teams. Fantastic job from AL. Really putting pressure on GR right here with that gameplay. But again, I mentioned this before and I will say it again. If anyone can do the same, or if anyone can actually turn around the tables right here, it is GR. What an exciting and very, very amazing gameplay to spectate right here.
It really was. And to be honest, I was expecting it to lean, like realistically, if I'm honest, I was expecting it to lean towards GR a bit more, because like I said, there's just this arsenal of picks that was readily available for PPX to take that was still in meta, one of which was clearly one of the most sought after, being Sculptor. But the fact that AL was able to get a tie, like,
amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Especially if you look at the Cypher machine progress, they had 2 Cypher machines ready to pop, because they learned. You immediately see how these teams play. They learn their lessons. We saw in the match before, in round number 2, that they brought abnormal, and that abnormal was destroying, because with that abnormal you could just keep that 1 Cypher machine intact like before it popped, and you can just bring down the Cypher Machine progress, and that is putting a lot of pressure on the survivors. And as you saw in the 2 matches in round number 2, it was not only putting pressure on the survivors, that was the destroying factors of this for the survivors, because they couldn't bring down that last Cypher Machine. So this time they actually spread out and were preparing 2 Cypher Machines. So in case PPX would bring up normal again, they still have another one ready, which would be a little bit of a surprise right here, but you can just see how these teams adapt under such difficult, harsh tournament conditions. Very, very good. And I also want to mention it is extremely interesting that AL was able to bring down all these Cypher Machines in that amount of time extremely fast. They were sacrificing the coordinator yet again, as they did in the match before. But this time, the match turned out completely different. Fantastic job, great strategy. Curious to see what GR is coming up with this time.
I am wondering as well. I'm not gonna lie, Grizzly. Gosh, let's go back to the discussion you were bringing up earlier when it comes to bans. You were kind of highlighting that earlier, because that's something we really have to look into. Survivor Pool, again, because of the number of bans, Survivor Pool just dwindles. So you have quite a bit of a selection left. But I'd say for the Hunter, at least, take out 2. There's just so many good Hunters out there these days. So big question is, what Hunter will we be seeing from AL to potentially make the most of this tie that they were able to pull off of against PPX, which I'm still very impressed by the way. Japan is representing today.
They did a fantastic job. That also means that if they are able to get 3 survivors out of the game, that's it for them. That's AL proceeding in the brackets, which is impressive going against GR. But at the other side, if GR is getting out with more than 2 survivors, GR will proceed. For now, I think when it comes to the bans on the Hunter side that you have mentioned, I would assume that we can see a Dream Witch ban. And since AL was utilizing the Sculptor previously, I would assume that we can see a Sculptor ban, because Sculptor is just extremely powerful. We just saw it right here, we saw it before, we saw it throughout the entire tournament day so far. Sculptor definitely one of the stronger Hunters right here, so I would assume besides the Dream Witch we will also have the Sculptor ban. Question is, what will AL bring on the field, bring into the Arms factory if Dream Witch and Sculptors are being banned?
Oh my god. It's tricky. It's very tricky, I would say. The interesting thing about this though is GR can just ever so comfortably just go straight away into banning Sculptor as well, Sculptor basically, maybe Dream Witch as well. So that said, I'm very curious to see what Vampy is going to bring to the table as a result as far as Hunter. Will he go for the more second in command as far as the meta Hunter picks, or will he throw out a curveball this time around? I'm thinking it's going to be more of the first then the latter, just because I'm not sure you would want to take that big a risk considering you were already able to pull off the 2-2.
You're right. You don't want to take any risks right here, but of course I would really appreciate a little bit of a surprising factor right here if we could see a different Hunter, maybe a Hunter we haven't seen before. We saw Mad Eyes, we saw the Disciple Anne performing extremely well earlier. Maybe one of these Hunters, maybe a Hunter we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen the Photographer yet. Maybe we're gonna spectate a Photographer match later on. We haven't seen Feaster match yet. I'm just throwing that out there. But as you already said, this match right here is the deciding round, and I don't think that they necessarily want to go for any risks. They definitely want to get the free survivor elimination right here, and they are thinking, alright, at least that's what I assume. They are thinking, we're gonna go with the meta, we're gonna go with the Hunters that we know will be able of bringing out survivors, so let's go with whatever it will be. I would assume, just to make it very even, it's gonna be a Guard 26. If the Sculptor is being banned, I would assume we're gonna see Guard 26.
Oh gosh, I would love to see some Bon, to be honest.
I would love that trophy, to be honest. Or the car. Or anything. Anything at all.
One of the lights, maybe?
The lights? I'm taking them. It's okay.
Fun fact, guys, like that Call of the Abyss 2 art that Grizzly has behind, they had so many of those at the venue, which I regret not taking at least one of them. I have so many regrets. That's like a cardboard poster kind of thing in really good quality print. I am so many regrets.
Oh, I bet. And like there were so many laying around, and I was just taking one. I was like, can I have it? And they were like, how are you gonna transport it? And I don't know. I will somehow, and I did. It wasn't like it's actually not that small. It just seems because it's behind me, it seems a little bit smaller. It didn't fit into my luggage, so I had to carry it through the airport, and I had to carry it through in the plane as well. But yeah, we can actually see that not the Sculptor has been banned, but the Dream Witch, which allows Vampy to go in as Sculptor again if Vampy wanted to. You can see the new meta bans right here. We can see Mercenary, Mechanic and Explorer being banned, really trying to bring down the decoding speed with these bans. Now again, we are waiting to see the Survivor picks. I don't know, a female dancer. Seer's coming in. For some reason I am now strongly assuming Wildling in every constellation that is coming to the table. There it is, Wildling. And for the Hunter side, again, will we see, that's the question, will we see another Sculptor?
Oh
Third
my gosh.
game, second half. Both teams know what is on the line. This could be the final match of this game right here, and again, both teams tied. So whoever is taking more points out of this final match right here will proceed into the next brackets.
Oh my god. I'm on the edge. Okay, I need to back up a bit. I'm kind of on the edge of my seat. Yes. Interesting that we're gonna have the Dons come through.
Yeah, the dancer, I mean, we have seen GR utilizing the dancer before, and dancer strategy, it's gonna be extremely interesting to watch them utilize the dancer in this match. Especially on Arms Factory, we have seen that GR was utilizing the slowing down music boxes in the Arms Factory building. So that might be where we can find the female dancer dancing around, I want to say. So very, very curious. We are still waiting for the Hunter pick again. I'm still in belief that we will see a Sculptor, since Sculptor was performing extremely well. Yeah, there we go, in round number 2. So trying to repeat history right here with the 5-point game, but obviously GR is trying their best to prevent this from happening. Let's see and let's find out.
Oh my gosh.
Might be interesting to see what strategy GR is pulling off right here. Might put down all the music boxes and then just give the dancer another item so she is still useful. Because as soon as she's running out of item boxes, she can't really do anything else. But lucky for the dancer, she can pick up another item. Another item. So let's see. You can see the constellation yet again. We have the Wildling. So far we have seen Wildling, I would say, in every single match, which is quite surprising for me, but I assume for the top teams it isn't. And who will it be?
Who will it be indeed? We'll find out in a bit. Let's check out this video first.
Come on, let's hit the gas! Hit the gas, Prospector, let's go! Alright, jumping right into this match on the Arms Factory. Again, this time we have AL on the Hunter side as Sculptor again. Since the Dream Witch was banned, we saw the Sculptor previously. And there we go, we have the Dancer putting down the slowdown music box in not the factory, but the shack area. We can now see how Vampy is trying to find the first target. It is XMM getting the Seer, and it's gonna be an interesting chase. Seer can buy some time, but luckily for the Sculptor, can get rid of the Owl very, very fast with the statues. So let's see what XMM can pull off right here. Nice job, nice job. Taking that hit, predicting the ward.
Not bad, not a bad start here. Just a small bit of a hit. Progress going really well on those ciphers for the rest of GR. Owl did have to get exhausted though.
Very, very nice. Very, very good job. Utilizing the Owl right here to buy more time to transition over and to just give the team more time. Look at the cipher progress. Fantastic job on GR's side. They know what is on the line. Oh, fantastic job dodging the statues, taking the hit right here, but still being on the feet, still buying more time, going into the... Oh, was trying to get into the direction of the slowdown music box, because as you can see, 2 slowdown music boxes will definitely help the survivors to kite around in this area. But Vampy just putting down that statue right in front of the Seer, not letting him go through.
Okay, yeah, it was a bit unfortunate right there that the Seer wasn't able to make it in time within the zone of those music boxes, but still, it's undeniable that a lot of time was bought out either way, so it's a good start here for GR. Take note, those cipher pops already 3 primed, and I think if ever those ciphers aren't popped right away, then it's great forethought from GR, having learned from something that AL did as well earlier, where you might not want to pop everything right away, just so that you have the Hunter a bit confused and you don't give them that chance for forethought on whether or not the scenario for Abnormal will be needed, because you leave the Hunter guessing, where do I pop this? Because for all you know, a lot of the other ciphers could be just as prepped. So it's a good game plan here coming in from GR, similar to what AL kind of did.
You can see GR is not going for the rescue of the Seer right here. We have the Wildling on the Cypher machine, probably going to finish off that Cypher. Cypher pops. We are now down to 3 Cypher machines, and you can see that they are already working on the rest of them. Fantastic job. Oh, was able. There we go. Sees the... Oh, that was an absolutely outstanding blink. Really hitting the Ford right here. Fantastic job. Now going to hunt down the Ford. Ford needs to buy more time. If the Ford is able to buy enough time for the team. Oh, nice! Was getting away from that statue just in time. You can see that the Cypher machines are being worked on. We still have another Cypher machine that needs to be decoded almost completely. That is definitely putting GR in a little bit of a pickle right here, because they need to bring down Cypher machines. But right now, only 1 more is needed. What will they do?
This has proven to be quite the tricky task here for Vampy, because there's just so much time being allotted here by Seaside, and what Vampy wants to try to accomplish is at least get 2 more survivors, just so that they don't have to worry about a tiebreaker. And looks like patience has proven to be a virtue as he succeeds in taking down the floor.
Fantastic job. They were concentrating on the Cypher machine together, so the technique of bringing up normal and just putting pressure on that last Cypher machine is still up. It's still debatable, if not debatable, but it's still a strategy that Vampy can utilize. But at the same time, we have the wildling coming on, and you have to consider that the forward was on the chair for the first time, so if they're getting the forward off the chair before that, they might even have another rescue chance.
Indeed.
Oh, actually leaving the forward right there, concentrating on that cipher machine. So now, again, the question is, forward is off the chair, the question is, will we see abnormal? Yes, I would assume so. Or at least, not immediately, but at least putting pressure on that cipher machine. Wenpi knows that that cipher machine must be very close to being decoded, since the wiggling of the cipher machines roughly give away how far it has been decoded. And I would assume that cipher machine wiggled a lot already, and Wenpi does not like that.
Oh man. Tricky for AL's Hunter here. Question is, are there any tools for Vanpy to maximize here to continue to control the game? Because what Vanpy is doing right now is really playing hardcore defense and
healing up. They're healing up. Now they are splitting up. Same strategy. They are adapting, just like AL was adapting previously. GR is now adapting and splitting up on the cipher machines. We can see that Abnormal was being used on the cipher machine in the middle of the map. Now that is forcing Wenpi to go back and forth between the two cipher machines. Concentrating on that one right here is giving an opening to, for example, the Dancer to go into the middle again, or to go for another cipher machine. Dancer actually healing up, as I said before, putting down all music boxes and allowing her to pick up another item. This item being the syringe. Fantastic job, healed up. You can see all survivors have a little bit of damage, but now they're splitting up on the cipher machines, putting pressure on on Wenpi.
yes, this is good play coming in from Vanpy, though. Really laser focusing on this forward, knowing very well that that is going to be the very much feasible target to try to take down next. And once that, if ever Vanpy is able to successfully send this forward back to the matter within the next minute, then that should theoretically make it much more feasible to go for one more survivor, assuming that the survivors aren't able to get the... There you go, that's the pickup.
Oh, did not hit the Hunter in time, but still, look at the cipher machine. Look at the cipher machine, look at Kong. Oh! I did not know that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have the forward out of the game. Now we have two survivors. That means Wenpi needs to concentrate on one more survivor. Again, we had a tie in the round before. If Wenpi can get only one more survivor out of the game, this will mean AL will win against GR. But if GR is able to get through the gate, we can now see that MKK is trying to take the time, is trying to buy time right here for the team. I would assume that Kong is opening up the... is going, we can see it in the bottom left, is going to open up the gate. And MKK, I have to be honest, I didn't see the dungeon, I don't know where the dungeon is, but I assume that that is the strategy right here. We have Kong going through the gate, and then MKK trying to escape through the dungeon. That might be the plan, that might be the strategy. Oh, fantastic hit! That is another fantastic hit! We have the Wildling coming in for, I would assume, the rescue. They know, GR knows, if they are getting out of here with only one survivor, they will lose their chance to proceed in the tournament. So now, Wildling is getting ready to rescue if needed.
Oh my goodness, it's coming down to the wire, folks. Getting very intense.
It's so close.
Just needs that
Wards
one
right
hit.
here. Yeah.
Question is it gonna come through or not? Still a bit of a way to go. Trying to peek over MKK. Can Vanpy get the hit? Has had enough, gonna take down that pallet. Gonna transition into getting within physical distance of MKK.
Oh, Wildling is coming through, probably pushing away. No, dodged it. Fantastic job from Wenpi, really concentrating on the Dancer right here, taking down the Dancer. We still have the Wildling in the game. Again, the Wildling knows that if that one survivor is getting out of the game, that's it for GR. So therefore, Wildling right now opening up the second gate, trying to maximize their chances of getting out of there. But we can also see Vampy, extremely smart move, putting the Dancer away, extremely far away from both exit points. This is going to be so intense, but right now it looks like this match is in the favor for AL. Let's see what Kong can do. Opened up the gate, is most likely getting on the ball right here. Seems like he decides to leave the game, and therefore we have AL proceeding in this tournament to the next round, to the semi-finals, defeating GR in the first fight in this tournament. What an amazing match! Look at the players! Look at the players. AL just being so relieved, so happy that they were able to compete against GR in that manner. Getting 1 point that they needed, that one match that they needed. Got one survivor more out of the game than GR did before, and therefore proceeding in this tournament. GR.
Oh my gosh.
Got eliminated, and we can clearly see the fans right here are being destroyed. You can see GR being very emotional, understandably emotional right here. Fantastic job. We have to give it to AL. They were putting not only putting up a decent fight, they were putting up an extremely huge challenge for GR, and GR could not overcome that challenge. Fantastic job. We have the second team after GG. We have AL proceeding into the semi-finals, and next up we will see SST going against TIANBA. I'm still trying to pronounce the name right. What a match! Alright, again, want to mention this, both teams definitely deserve to proceed in this tournament. Both teams showed what they were able of doing. But you also have to say, the way AL was coming up with the strategy of diversing the Cypher machines and just having 2 Cypher machines ready so they wouldn't have to deal with Abnormal in the third round, like they did in round number 2. They were doing a fantastic job utilizing this strategy and getting 2 survivors out of the gate. And GR, we saw it. They were trying to do the same as well. They were diversing the Cypher machines. They had the Cypher machine in the middle, and they had the Cypher machine that was quite far away from the exit gates. We're trying to do the same. Vampy, we have to give it to Vampy, was doing a great job defending both Cypher machines, making it extremely difficult for GR to proceed with the same strategy to get 2 survivors out of the gate. And therefore, there we have it. Well deserved, fantastic job from AL. Congratulations also to GR to make it to the Call of the Abyss as every year so far. But this time AL proceeds. Very, very intense matches that we have seen so far.
Yes. Can I just say, Grizzly, I feel very fortunate right now that you're my partner casting this. Well, even if it's Poch, even I would say, because I was trying to like collect myself after that, like just needed a moment to pause and let all of that sink in, because
so much going on.
There is, like, you saw the emotion from the players, both sides. Like the Japanese representatives were just like beyond themselves, knowing that they were able to overcome the massive hurdle of going up against the champions, the 3-time champion of Call of the Abyss. On the flip side, like you see GR, like you said, understandably like emotional in that moment, because this is going to be the year where it's sad for them, but on the flip side, it's also anyone's title for the taking at this point. This, for the first time in Call of the Abyss history, in IdentityV history for esports, ladies and gents, this is the first year we're going to be getting someone that isn't GR as our champions. And AL could very well be one of them. They've proven themselves. Now all they have to do is continue to persevere. Quarterfinals, semis, and finals is ahead of them. And just like that, we also have our second team to make the top 8 of COAIV, and it's going to be AL of Japan. Well deserved.
Very, very exciting. As you already mentioned, we will have someone else on the top. And as As sad as it is for GR that they were eliminated that early in the round, again, we saw the players very, very emotional, which is absolutely understandable. Very, very, I would assume, very unexpected for them to be eliminated this early in the tournament after winning the tournament 3 times in a row. Very, very unexpected. But again, this is opening doors for all the other teams to just take the title this year. And this is opening the doors for every other team to show the world what they can do, what they are made of, and what they are capable of. And very, very... I'm still a little bit speechless. Of course, AL doing an absolutely fantastic job. Outstanding. Defeating GR right here.
Yes.
Period. Period. I
that's put it down. Period. But yeah, they're just, oh man, I could go on about this, but I think all of us just kind of need to take a moment to digest what has happened. I'm still in shock, to be honest. And you know what? It's very much well apt because we'll be heading into our break, I guess. We both need to take a breather after that. Just let everything sink in. Same for our audience. Once again, guys, you are what? We're only halfway through Call of the Abyss for Global Finals Day 1. Still 2 matches up ahead. When we return, it's going to be Gaming Grizzly and Poch Spice that'll take you all the way for the next 2 matches, the last 2 matches of the day. I'll be taking my leave for the broadcast today, but you'll be seeing a lot more of me tomorrow. This has been Arcticuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly, and you all are watching Day 1 of the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Final. IdentityV action coming your way. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. when the room goes silent. The will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。但畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞静待期盼。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他 他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王。有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态，但畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞里静待审判。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction? Trick or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you scream.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
啊，我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次 抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次的划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. Botch Spice and Gaming Grizzly, the powerful tandem here to give you guys a bit of a recap of what just transpired, because Gaming Grizzly, a team just shocked the world just a while ago.
That was absolutely outstanding. I hope my quality is good enough, because I know it's going up right now. I just don't
I hear you perfectly.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, let's just talk about everything that happened. But let's start at the very beginning. Let's start at RD versus GG. I want to let the audience know that we are right now still on a little bit of a break. So instead of us showing you the trailers over and over again, we just want to go over a little bit of a recap, what just happened, a little bit of an analysis, and we also want to talk about what we can expect later today. And yeah, let's start at the first matches, RD versus GG. What do you think of these matches?
First of all, what a way to start off Call of the Abyss 4 with a clean, we didn't even see round number 3, meaning that GG won the first 2 rounds, Pipija as well as Swam, XAWM. Their Sculptor and their Ann. That's the most we're actually going to see these guys. Not like the previous match where they really pushed to the limits. So great job on RD trying to roll with those punches. But there's a reason why GG had that auto bid for them to get here. And it showed just by that, just them winning the round 1 and 2. So excellent stuff. How did you find that match?
I thought both teams were absolutely amazing, but just seeing the Mad Eyes being utilized in the way it was, that was really, really good. I have to give it to RD. Again, definitely one of my favorite matches so far. I want to say that all matches from GR versus AL were just extremely intense, because they were always head to head. There was like they didn't give each other anything, was always head to head. But with the Mad Eyes play, you were just able to see how strong a good Mad Eyes can be. Was able to get 3 survivors out of the game. And again, early game, bring down that Enchantress, later on trapping the Priestess and protecting both sides of the gates to actually get at least 1 more survivor out of the game. That was extremely good. At the same time, as you already said, we saw a Disciple on GG's side, which was utilized just as good. Really like the way that this Anne was making her way to the 5-point match. And yeah, as you said, GG was definitely more dominant and was getting the victory versus RD within only 2 matches. We didn't see that in the previous match where it was GR versus AL. I already mentioned a little bit. Very, very close matches. And I was very, very fascinated to see what they are capable of, especially AL. Really, really putting pressure. And you could see that. I want to mention this again, because we saw the players being on AL side very, very relieved. On GR side, definitely a little bit devastated. But you have to understand how much pressure there is on these players, and they know, for example, AL exactly knows who they are going against the 3-time champ.
100%.
So the way they reacted after they won, the way how emotional they got, it's so understandable if you just think how much pressure just got relieved off of them.
Yeah.
So what do you think about
do you
think about the games GR versus AL?
That was intense. I casted the first one just with Articuno, then you jumped in, which was crazy because alone in this room, I was like screaming to the top of my lungs with how back and forth it was going. And I think, as you mentioned, right, Leo's Memory isn't a map we see all the time. But if we look at IVL, we don't see that much Leo's Memory. So I think that...
understandable.
Yeah, there you go, right? I mean, I keep joking with Articuno that that's my favorite map, but not really because it's so big, right? And for right reasons. So I think AL did their homework in terms of them making sure they push for the ties, really making sure that, because usually, right, as you mentioned with PPX, he's really dominant at the start. He really gets those 4Ks. But in Leo's Memory with his Dream Witch, it was just too far spread out, and it was really tough for him to really hunker down on one survivor. So it just shows that AL, they came prepared, and the emotions that came out of them were that much more rewarding because I'm pretty sure they had so much pressure coming into this because they were going against the 3-time champ. And also, shout outs to GR because you know what, they're always here, they're always game. They had a very consistent performance in the qualifiers. And you know what, Grizz, I'm gonna say this, that this is just going to make them better. They're going to learn from this. They were taken in rough waters. They understand what they need to improve on. And who knows, they could be the returning champs in COAIV. But for now, the victory goes to AL.
Yes, absolutely. And the same, as we already said, AL under a lot of pressure going against the 3-time champion. You also have to understand it's the other way around. GR coming in there and they know almost everyone has high expectations.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Everyone knows how they performed the last 3 years. So everyone is expecting them and be like, hey, GR is they're gonna take the title, or they're gonna make it at least top 3. But
that's a lot of pressure too, right?
That's a lot of pressure too, right? Exactly. And that's definitely something we have to take in consideration. These players are under a lot of pressure. And in general, you couldn't see that. In general, you did not see how much pressure they are under until the point it was over, right? Where you could just let go of all the emotions of everything that was there. And I just want to go over these matches real quick again. We saw the first match, the first round where we saw 2 matches tied up. Both sides were able to get 2 points in each match.
Tie.
And tie. And it was the Dream Witch on GR side, which was in round 2 and 3 immediately banned because everyone knows you don't want to face GR's Dream Witch. That's something you want to avoid.
And that was pretty smart because the maps were really small in those, in Hospital and Arms. Oh, if you got PPX's Dream Witch there, wow, that would have been a really tough feat. So great job with the bans that you were explaining there.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. Yes. And the thing is, you mentioned this to me in the break. It's very interesting that we saw AL utilizing the Sculptor and really keeping up with GR. If you look at the points, you were able to see that in the first round, they tied just as GR tied. In the second round, you saw that they were able to get 5 points just as GR got the 5 points. And GR was still confident in not banning that Sculptor and allowing AL to utilize the Sculptor yet again. I think I said this. I said that I assume that GR would ban Dream Witch and Sculptor, but instead of Sculptor, they actually banned the Bloody Queen, which was allowing AL to utilize the Sculptor again. So it was a run throughout the entire match, throughout the entire 3 matches on AL's Hunter side as Sculptor. And in general, really, really good matches. AL coming out on top.
And to note also that AL having 2 hunters with Vampy and Yanasa, both of them being very good at Sculptor is also something to highlight there. But again, they really didn't look past GR. They did not take them lightly. They made sure that they went up against the 3-time champ, and they're reaping the rewards of that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you just have to imagine you're practicing for this the entire year, and then you get the brackets, and you see, all right, we're gonna face the first team that we are facing.
GR.
3-time champ.
Oh
3-time
my
champ.
gosh.
GR. So they definitely did their homework. They definitely were prepared to face GR in this competition, and they showed the world that they will not just give up. They will put up a challenge, and they were actually putting up a fantastic challenge. So very, very, very intense. Next up, we can see SST versus TIANBA, as well as XROCK versus Before You.
Yes.
I'm expecting nothing less.
Oh yeah, just a bit of info, and I know we're going to talk about it a little more. SST is regarded as one of the strongest non-mainland China teams, and TIANBA, they did kind of fall a little bit in IVL fall, like they got 10 out of 10. So this is going to be a pretty interesting match because both these teams have a lot to prove, and I'm sure that they're going to be both game to just put it all on the line, because this is again COAIV 4. They want to be able to showcase all their skills, and I have a little more information, but I will save that towards the end. But I do want to ask you, Gaming Grizzly, because you did highlight the Mad Eyes, right? Another thing you highlighted as well was the Wildling. How cool is it that the Wildling is in the meta now?
It's crazy. I genuinely did not expect that. I have to be very honest. I'm a casual player. I look into the top gameplays, and I see what the top players are doing, and I'm learning from them, obviously. But I just did not expect to see Wildling being utilized that frequently in the entire tournament. And we saw it in the first matches. We saw it with GR versus AL, which just proves that Wildling is definitely a very good character. We saw how he was being utilized. He was basically keeping the hunter away from everyone else, putting pressure on the hunter. Even when the Wildling was not rescuing, it was buying so much time because the hunter couldn't put more pressure on the decoding. Exactly, on the decoding Cypher Machines survivors. And very, very interesting to see that. I'm definitely surprised to see it, but after seeing the matches, I'm not that surprised anymore, to be honest.
Okay. Because, I mean, just comparing this to COAIV, the third COAIV, the one we were able to MC before, the variety of characters is just insane. Usually it's just the usual standard picks, usual suspects, but here, like starting things out with the Sculptor, Mad Eyes, and we saw an Enchantress in the mix. We saw as well a lot of Explorers are also becoming very viable. Not much Queens. Again, we've said this time and time again that the Queen has kind of fallen in the past, but that's what you got to love about the game, right? It's an ever-evolving, ever-changing meta, so it's a great time to be playing IdentityV, ladies and gentlemen.
It's always exciting. It's always something new with the game. And yeah, they're releasing more survivors and more hunters. And that is just making it more interesting, especially as you said, the more survivors are available, the more variety we will see during the tournaments. And I am still curious to see a little bit of Melly, a little bit of the entomologist, because I think she's an extremely fun character to play.
Very unique.
Very unique, very unique. There's also a new survivor coming out, which is, in my opinion, the most unique survivor ever. I'm not sure
if the Toy Maker.
The Toy Maker. I'm not sure if that is the final, like the official name, but that's the name that everyone is giving her. And she is so unique and has so many different abilities, which makes her very, very interesting to me. I'm very curious to see if she will be a character that we can see in future tournaments.
Maybe
might be a great addition to the teams. But for this tournament, we just have to see and wait if we're gonna, see some entomologists, see some other characters that haven't been utilized that often. Again, Wildling making a strong performance, a strong entry right here already. So maybe there might be room for other survivors as well.
Yeah, for me though, one of the since you mentioned that you're waiting to see entomologist, I actually want to see one of the OGs come out. I want to see a gardener come into play. That shield is right. She could play, especially in once we get into those overtime rounds or into the into the finals where it's best of 5. So you really can't discount any of these survivors. Now I know there is the international team, the tough guy meta, all of this, but then again, if you bring something to the table that your opponent doesn't know how to deal with, that's a good job on you for you being able to bring that strategy into a high level. So really interesting stuff.
I agree. If you can surprise your opponent, you immediately have the upper hand. If you bring something to the table that they did not expect, then yes, you have an advantage. Gardener, after the Gardener nerf where or not necessarily the Gardener nerf, but like the Hunter buff, where all the Hunters were able to just pick up the chairs again.
Oh yeah, just none.
Gardener was basically useless, but you just mentioned it. The shield, the 2-second shield, exactly. If you utilize it in the right way and you destroy the chair that the survivor is going on to, and you can do this like several times before the hunter actually gets the survivor on the chair, and that might even push the hunter to drop that specific survivor 1 or even 2 times. That can be very, very interesting. Again, it would be interesting. I agree.
Interesting. But then we can't like hard say that we're gonna see it for sure. I don't want to play that hard. I don't want to look into my crystal ball because I've been wrong in the past. And hey, I want to be proven wrong if ever. But that's why when it comes down to these matches, we do say some of these facts, but then all these are just facts. Like definitely the teams have been leveling up, and as you and Artikuna mentioned, that each region has been leveling up and has been bringing something new to the table, and we just witnessed that in the previous match.
Yes, and I'm very, very excited to see the future matches of all the other teams. Definitely excited for Before You too. Again, we don't have Persuable here today because he is coaching that team, and we all know how energetic Persuable is. So I can only imagine how he is drilling the team. Can't wait to see how they will perform in this tournament. Very, very excited to see them later today. And yeah. In general, again, you mentioned the Gardener. Now that you said it, Gardener would be something I would love to see, especially in high tier, in someone's hands that actually who actually understands how to utilize her and just like annoys the hunter. I mean, that's the same thing that would Melly, the entomologist, do. Just annoy the hunter with the bees. That would definitely be something I would look forward to. In general, I'm always happy when I see a character that is not in the meta, that is just a little bit maybe undervalued, or in general is not that good. But if you know how to play her, you can surprise your opponent. That's definitely something I'm looking forward to as well, as on the survivor side as well as on the hunter side. Because on the hunter side, we already saw a little bit of variation right off the bat with Mad Eyes and the Disciple.
Okay.
Then it went immediately back when we saw GR versus AL.
Oh yeah, very meta.
Very meta. We had Dream Witch from the very start. We had Sculptor coming in. We had a Guard 26 match. So we saw these meta characters being utilized. But for myself, I would love to see a Feaster.
Feaster. Let's will it to come to fruition. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this has been just a wrap up of what's to come. Again, as Grizzly mentioned, our next matches are SST versus TIANBA and XROCK versus Before You. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this wrap up. We're going to just take a short break, but right after, we're going to see SST versus TIANBA. This has been Potch Spice Gaming Grizzly. See you in just a bit.
愤怒 让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们 只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。 他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
are back and we are bringing you the heat. As we already saw, the two teams that are competing next up are SST versus TIANBA. Very, very excited to see these two teams fight against each other. Very, very excited to see if it's going into a round 3 like we just saw in the matches between GR and AL, or if we're gonna see it only go to round 2 as we saw before when it came to RD versus GG. So here we can see SST is starting on the Survivor side, while we have TIANBA on the Hunter side. We have the Mercenary ban. Let's see. I'm just gonna say we're gonna see a wildling. I don't care what the bans are. We're always gonna see a wildling.
Oh yeah, you saw how effective the wildlings were in previous plays. The forward as well. Probably gonna bring in a very brawny team for them to be able to really help out this mechanic. So still don't see the wildling, but still a very formidable composition here. You have that seer just to prolong the kiting if ever any of these guys get caught in a bad situation. Forward has that football to really prolong the kiting, and you know what, the Gravekeeper can eat a lot of hits as long as he has that shovel. And do we need to say anything more about the mechanic?
We don't need to say any more about the mechanic, absolutely not. But the Gravekeeper is actually going to be, I think, the first Gravekeeper that we see in this tournament. Very, very excited. Yeah, so I'm very excited to see the Gravekeeper being utilized. Definitely excited to see what we have on TIANBA's side. When it comes to the Hunter, we have the Arms Factory as first map in the first 2 rounds of this match. Very, very excited to see what we can expect from both of these teams.
Just looking at my notes here, I know QY does have a Dream Witch at the start. He did bring it out during the qualifiers. Usually goes Dream Witch Patroller, especially in a map like Arms Factory. He might be considering that, but as we've seen in the previous match, AL versus GR, that Sculptor is one to be respected as well.
Yes, I couldn't agree anymore. That Sculptor can be extremely dangerous. But since you mentioned it, I assume that Dream Witch will be the first pick right here for the first round, because we can also assume that in the second round we will see a Dream Witch ban. So let's see. It seems like they are getting ready
to lock in. We're just waiting for it. Also, just to add a little more context to this type of Hunter, QY does have an An as well, so that might come into play. But as Grizzly mentioned, the Dream Witch will be coming out. It's looking at Call of the Abyss 3. And we talked about this off stream. It's so hard to keep in track, like, oh, which leech are we following now once everyone's leeched? So this is going to be quite an interesting matchup. Very meta, I would say. Very by the book match we're about to witness here.
Yes, this makes it just the more interesting, because again, we saw GR versus AL also following the meta playbook right here, and they were making it very interesting for us to watch. So I assume we can expect the exact same situation right here. Love to see the fans right there cheering on the teams, and I would love to see the fans in the chat right now.
Yes.
Just writing down some support for the teams. Do you think SST will win, or do you think TIANBA will win this fight between these two teams? And we are about to jump into the match I hope right now. There we go.
Yeah. So here we have it, SST versus TIANBA. SST, one of the most formidable teams in Japan. Just a fun fact, this team actually won against Do5, a very formidable pro team in the IVL. So there's a lot of eyes on SST, but TIANBA can't overlook this team as well.
And there we go, full speed into the next match, full speed into the fight between SST versus TIANBA.
Full speed ahead.
Victory.
Yep. Ooh. And starting things off with QY over here at the shack area. Going to switch in and out of the bodies here. And oh wow, perfectly located Limb. The mechanic. This is actually the best possible target for QY.
Yes, I couldn't agree anymore. And I think the doll is not even placed yet, which could be just the better, because as soon as Lim is going down right here, we can have the Dream Witch concentrate on the other survivors. There will be no additional decoder on the ground. Fantastic job so far, giving an early hit, trying to down the controller right here, slowing down the mechanic. Now we have the leech right in front of that pallet.
But the mechanic's doing a good job just trying to just drop these pallets and make sure that the bite animation is going to happen. But as she's transitioning to the shack area, that leech is still going to follow and pursue, but the owl is going to extend the mechanic's time a little more. But as you mentioned, Grizz, she hasn't dropped that doll yet.
Yes, she hasn't dropped the doll, but here you can see the team knows how important it is to have the mechanic. She now dropped the doll, bringing in the Sears Owl right here to rescue the mechanic from another hit, but fantastic usage of the leech. Very, very good timing of the main body leech, and now we can be putting down another leech just to have it on the floor, have it on the ground, and bringing the mechanic to the rocket chair.
Yeah, and just in previous matches that I've watched, QY, he really knows when to switch traits from Patroller to Blink, so they have to take note of that. Still, the Patroller with Dream Witch has been seeing its way in the meta now, and for good reason. If the Dream Witch knows where to place the Patroller and knows when to use the main body to stuff any of the vaults coming from any of those windows, the Patroller Dream Witch combo is definitely one to be feared. We do see Mochi has wanted order, and we have the Gravekeeper trying to go for that rescue.
Great bait. Great bait. Oh, we have the Ford coming in to stun the leech now.
Just like that.
And blinked into the mechanic. Fantastic job. That will bring down the mechanic. But at the same time, we have to look at the decoding progress. We have one cipher already primed. 2 ciphers are on their way to getting completed. Question is, nice job putting the leech right there. Question is, can they finish the ciphers before the mechanic is dead, or will they have to leave the mechanic behind?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? QY already used up his trump card, so we can't have what happened in the last game and have Abnormal in the play because he already switched to Blue, so he does want to come in. Gets the stun.
Okay. Gets the stun on the leech right here. Can't really follow up. Was a very long stun. Fantastic job. Comes in with Blink. Brings down the mechanic. Fantastic job. But look at the cipher machines. Are they able to bring them down? We have the mechanic store decoding right now. Wait, she's still up. She's still up.
Yeah, but we still have the forward in the area just in case she gets picked up. He has that stun ready. 2 ciphers are primed. Grizzly, it could happen. They just need to be synchronized in this. We see that. Oh, wow, excellent hit. Once again, then they pop it.
That was so good. Was tricking the leech into hitting so the animation would start.
Exactly.
Fantastic job. Oh, they have 4 survivors up and running, but we all know Dream Witch can be extremely dangerous late game. We have 2 leeches. We have Lim, which is the mechanic, down again. So now concentrating on the other survivors while bringing Lim to the chair at the same time.
Yeah, and man, as you mentioned, that it just has the main leech now. You see at the lower left side of the screen, the Gravekeeper, the Seer, and the Forwarder on their way out. Is this going to be a 3-1? I think it is.
Fantastic job from SST right here. Bringing out 3 survivors. Great teamwork. Again, we saw how they rescued the mechanic, how they protected the mechanic with the Sears Owl, how they were buying time by trying to get rid of the leech and just triggering the leech to hit the forward and to buy the time with the attack animation to get them up with the Cyber Pop. Fantastic coordination of these teams. Very impressive against the Dream Witch in the first round, getting 3 survivors out of them, definitely giving them a little bit of an upper hand right here in round number 1. We have to see what SST will bring to the table when they are playing on the Hunter side, though.
Yeah, just to highlight that, I want to highlight what you said, the coordination and the chemistry with everyone, especially in the last parts where they primed two ciphers. The timing on that pop was so, like, chef's kisses goes out to that, 5 stars, especially as you mentioned when he was trying to heal up the mechanic and just trying to bait out a hit just so he'll eat it, then pop that cipher. And the mechanic, yeah, she got the doll out when she had to. She was the one to get sent back to the manor, but Grizz, they got the job done.
That was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we mentioned it. We were surprised. Oh, the doll isn't out yet. The doll is not on the ground, so that means there's one decoder lost somewhere. Right? But I think that was just as intended, right? Finding the doll early in the game and getting the doll out of the game would have changed the entire game.
Yes.
So I have to say there was a fantastic job from the mechanic, waiting it out, waiting until the mechanic could put down the doll when the hunter wouldn't see it and just get the doll away from the hunter, because that was crucial to the game. We saw the cipher machines being primed and also being popped by the doll because they had another decoder on the ground. So therefore the forward could harass and actually rescue the mechanic late game. So fantastic coordination, and again, the mechanic was doing a fantastic job, just really keeping up a good kite, getting rescued, getting protected, and also bringing decoding to the ground.
I would say, though, kudos to TIANBA's QY. He was able to adjust accordingly. Like, that was a great patroller he used. He did switch to blink right away because the ciphers were already popping. So he thinks that, especially if a hunter would go blink, he wants to definitely be more aggressive, right? Instead of like trying to position himself better with that patroller. So QY switching to blink, again, I think it came down to that false sense of security that SST built on for them to be able to, hey, there's 2 ciphers left. It's all good. But then once that forward got hit, 2 ciphers popped, and they were ready for that exit gate.
And I think it was even like for the longest time they had 3 ciphers ready. Like this one cipher was not getting popped for the longest time. So I assume that, as you just said, TIANBA was definitely thinking that they would concentrate on different things. But they really didn't. They really put down a lot of decoding very, very fast. And that was definitely a surprise. Not necessarily a surprise, but definitely a good job from SST right here.
Yes.
And I'm very, very curious to see what SST can bring to the table when it comes to the hunter side. I don't have any insights on SST right now. Maybe you have about the hunter player. So we could already make our little predictions. I still, without even knowing the hunter player, I would still predict that they would go with the just judging the survivor picks they picked, which was very, very meta. I would still assume that they would also go for a Dream Witch or maybe the Sculptor as well.
I did a bit of research. Alf or New is the name of their hunters. Alf does play a little less meta, so we might see some Violinist or Bonbon. But then again, you can't really tell because these guys won the 2020 Autumn IVC Championship, so they had that direct invite. So I guess they've been practicing, and who knows? I mean, we've saw how effective and how terrorizing the Sculptor can be. So even though on paper he does prefer less meta characters, I mean, it's not going to be out of this world if he does go for that Sculptor.
Yes, you're right. And you just mentioned it. Violinist would be something I would definitely like to see.
Ooh, we haven't yet.
Yeah, we haven't yet. That's basically what I'm always saying. As soon as we see a hunter we haven't seen that often, that is out of the meta, I'm getting very excited because it's just Feaster would definitely be my favorite thing to see. That is for sure. It was from the very beginning of this game. As soon as Feaster was there, I was just that's him.
That's my boy. That's my chunky boy.
Yes, exactly. And again, whenever we see something that is off meta, I'm curious to see how they use it, because we see how they use the mechanic, we see how they use the mercenary, the seer, we see all these meta characters. But we don't see, as you already said, for example, the Gardener. We don't see the Embalmer. We had an Embalmer earlier. We had the Gravekeeper now. We don't see that often, and I really, really enjoy just watching top teams utilizing characters that are off meta. Because not everyone likes to necessarily play the meta, but wants to get better. For example, I don't play the game just to be the best and to play all the meta character. I want to have fun, but I still need practice, and I still need to look at the top players utilizing and using their strategies with these characters. So for me, it's always very, very inspiring to see off-meta characters being utilized by the top teams. Now we are going over the team right here. We can see that we have TIANBA,
King K. King K? Yeah, King double K. I will tell you this, though, that the TIANBA survivors are very consistent. They have very good coordination. We're going to see it in just a bit, but Cao Shi, very good kiter. Are consistent, like 2 ciphers or 1.5. If we're going to see him come up on screen, but we are seeing Yozi here. We do have a really impressive decoding progress as well as containment time. So I wonder what character he'll be playing. But yeah, something to highlight in their run in the qualifiers is that their survivors are very well coordinated. So this is going to actually be pretty cool to see really these two teams with strong survivors face off.
They definitely have to be very, very well coordinated. They definitely have to be, since SST is leading right now with the 3 points, and TIANBA is following with 1 point. They definitely want to coordinate well and want to get 3 survivors through the exit gate as SST did before. You can see right here, Priestess as favorite character. Very, very interested in seeing the Priestess. We have seen her once before, very early in the tournament, where we saw the Mad Ice gameplay. We are playing on Arms Factory right now, so I'm not sure if we will see the Priestess, to be honest, but very curious to see what we can expect.
And now Bobo here, the forward of the team, really good harasser, had highlight moments here and there when it came to the qualifiers. Has past 100% in the decoding progress, as well as containment time is not one to be looked over. That is almost 100 seconds. So really good stuff coming from TIANBA. You see a lot of fans right there with those light sticks. I'm excited to see some amazing survivor play.
I couldn't agree anymore, but I'm also very, very excited to see SST on the Hunter side.
Oh, yes.
It seems like they are so relaxed, but they are. I mean, I would assume they are not. But
yeah, their faces don't tell the internal like pressure they're feeling right now. They're calm on the surface, but man, I'm pretty sure they can feel the pressure of this moment. And here we have the Hunter of SST. We're going with Silk. So quite interesting here. Not much stats on this, so I don't have that much research. So I'm ready to see what Silk can bring to the table.
Not much stats on this. Yeah, exactly 0.
So it's they might pull a wild card here when it comes to bringing a new Hunter into the mix, because the Hunter that is known for SST is really Alf.
Could be a wild card, but you said that Alf is rather known for playing out of the meta. So I assume that we have Silk right here coming in with the Dream Witch first.
Smart, yeah.
The meta gameplay right here, and then maybe switch out, maybe keep Silk, maybe switch out the Hunter to surprise SST later on in this match between SST and TIANBA.
Yeah.
So that is just my guess right here, that we won't necessarily have like a wild card. We rather have like the solid meta to have the wild card later on.
Yeah, I guess that's the wild card in itself. Like expecting like, that's the wild card, the meta pick. So again, going with Silk. Big stage for him, especially, there weren't that much stats, but I'm pretty sure he's known in his region. I'm pretty sure he's done the work because he's already here in this huge stage. So can SST maintain that momentum? As you mentioned, it's 3-1 right now. The lead isn't so grave yet, but if they're able to secure this round, that's definitely going to multiply the pressure that TIANBA is feeling now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see the stage right here. They are ready to jump into this match, just as ready as we are to spectate the match of these two giants. What will they pick? I'm very, very curious to see what they would pick.
Yeah,
I would assume that they will go for, on the survivor side, they would go for a meta pick.
Oh yeah,
basically like Wildling, Gardener, Entomologist.
Exactly, that's the meta. Let's go with some lawyers. Just put it in there. But
Yes.
let's see if our radical picks will come. But I have a feeling no, they're gonna stick to the book. That's gonna be pretty fun though. But I do know that TIANBA, yeah, they do like playing, especially their survivors. They like playing within the meta. And now we see Silk banning the mercenary right off the bat. So could we be seeing that Gravekeeper, like that trend?
We definitely saw the mercenary ban earlier as well. So let's see what we have on TIANBA's side right here. They are about to pick. We have the forward. Are they going to have the same team? I don't think so. I'm not really expecting the Gravekeeper to come in. I was actually not thinking to see the priestess, but she.
Oh, okay, Gravekeeper coming in. Interesting.
No
so they're going
this
for,
time.
Yeah, no mechanic. So they're going for a more survivor-heavy lineup, a kiting-heavy lineup. I think they want to get as much. They are gonna prioritize surviving more than cipher rushing for them to be able to run this composition, since they didn't really run with either explorer or mechanic. Interesting.
Very, very interesting. Now I'm curious to see what SST is coming up with. Will Silk be the wild card and bring out the Dream Witch? Again, I assume yes, he will. But
or Sculptor.
Sculpt, yeah, that could be a thing too. I'm ready. Just start.
There we go.
There we go.
This is a good pick.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Dream Witch, always in the meta when it comes to high level play. You saw how crazy the Hunter of TIANBA was, but again, with great coordination and great tempo and pacing of the survivors, you really can catch the Dream Witch off guard. When it comes to deleeching, you'll be able to kite for so long for her not to be able to snowball and stack, because again, this Hunter really needs to rely on leeching everyone to really deplete all the resources.
Yes, exactly. Especially late game, it can be extremely dangerous if you have all the leeches down and all the survivors are forced into either one or the other direction. Can be very dangerous late game. We saw it right now where we had TIANBA trying to go with the Dream Witch, but wasn't really able to put a lot of pressure since the leeches were not on the ground. The leeches were not on the ground, so therefore you don't have a lot of power to put pressure on the survivor side. Now the question is, will Silk show us how to put pressure late game, or will TIANBA show us how to outplay the Dream Witch?
We'll find out as we head into the match, Grizzly. It's TIANBA versus SST, and now we see Silk in the main body trying to look for the best, most optimal target. Finds the Seer. Since there's no mechanic, I think he'd settle. He'd be fine with just chasing the Seer.
Yes, I agree. You want to get the first survivor down as soon as possible, as fast as possible as well. And we can see the Seer really blocking the way right here, blocking the window, forcing the Seer to go around.
And we do see that he is leeched already, so he will try to manipulate him to get into that sandwich, and also has a patroller in the equation.
Seer doing a fantastic job here, though. That was extremely close, getting away from that hit. Seer was actually in between two leeches, but was able to get out of the situation. And right here we can see the controller is going down. Now that's gonna be a difficult time for the Seer to get away right here from the body leech, I think it is. And here we go, it comes the Seer's Owl, buying more time for the entire team, doing a fantastic job. If we look at the Cypher Machine progress, great job
so
on
far,
TIANBA's side. Yeah.
And now the patroller is gone, so Yuzi doing a great job for him to be able to buy enough time, but it was only a matter of time till he ate that hit, and luckily for him that was his leech, so one less body to worry about on the side of TIANBA. And I would say, yeah, the Cypher progress is doing a lot well, but I think Silk has a little more breathing room since it's not the mechanic that's in this composition.
Right. Yes, I couldn't agree anymore. You're right. We can see that the Seer is still putting up a really good kite.
Yes.
Putting down the pellet right here to stun the leech.
And he did. And look how much time he's buying just going around in and out of the factory. Silk now is forced to close in. Still has yet to put a survivor on a chair here. Gets the swipe, not quite there.
Oh, taking the terror shock, which is extremely important because now you're getting more presence for that one hit. Good job from Silk, but at the same time, you have to see what the survivors were able to do in this time. We are down to 2 Cypher machines right now. One is almost primed, and now you have 2 survivors still that on the map that can decode, while 1 survivor could go in for the rescue. We have the patroller on the forward, and seems like Silk is actually putting pressure on the forward right here.
Yeah, just calling him out right there because he saw that the forward was about to pop that Cypher. It is now Bobo that is trying to zone in on before it hits the halfway mark, gets the hit, and that's a halfway done survivor. Not going for the rescue quite yet.
Oh, change to blink, and there we go. At the forward down. 1 survivor is remaining. It still means that we have 2 survivors on the field. We can see the COAIV Keeper immediately going in for the rescue now. Wants to get survivor on the rocket chair off that chair. To takes the hit right here. But look at that. Struggle 3, struggle. Was
able to down him.
Fantastic job. Was bringing 2 leeches. So if the forward struggled 3, you would have the second leech to just hit the forward. But look at the Cypher machine progress. A lot of there is a lot of pressure on the Dream Witch right now, but we all know Dream Witch can put a lot of pressure the more leeches are on the ground late game. And now we can see that she's just doing exactly that, putting down leeches, leeching the survivors to have that late game pressure.
Yeah, this snowball can turn into an avalanche if they don't stop it. But look at that. The Cypher is already primed. The Gravekeeper making sure that he times the save properly, gets the hit, and gets the pop. But fortunate for them, that was the leech. So less bodies for the Dream Witch on the field.
Fantastic job though. Dream Witch leech was hitting the Gravekeeper immediately after the Cypher pop. So Gravekeeper is down. Now the question is, what is TIANBA going to do? Are they splitting up, trying to just leave the game and get the 3 survivors out of there to make this round a tie? Or are they trying to actually go in for the rescue, which is potentially extremely dangerous with all the leeches on the ground?
Plus detention. So that's going to be another factor they have to worry about. My goodness. And also, you see that the Seer has wanted order. I don't know if they're going to try to go for it. I believe the exit gate is open. The Seer is already there. The Priestess is on the other side of the map. I think it's a 3-1 Grizzly.
Okay. Is dashing through. Ford has an... Yeah, I was...
My heart stopped for a second there.
Was a little bit worried too, but there we go. Fantastic job tying this first round right here between SST and TIANBA. Great job on the survivor side. TIANBA just showed SST that they can do the exact same that they did before, and that is outplaying the Dream Witch. We now have the Dream Witch out of the way. I assume we won't see the Dream Witch again. I assume we will see a Dream Witch ban in all the upcoming rounds. So very curious to see if we have the, what did you say, Guard 26 and?
Maybe Violinist. Yeah, based on my notes, Alf is a little less meta heavy. So, I mean, I guess the Violinist is not so meta heavy, the An as well. QY though has an An, so that might be something that they have to respect as well. But incredible performance on the Survivor side. Just great coordination, great utilization of those skills, and I would say great tag teaming throughout that performance.
I can only agree, and you can say the exact same thing about both sides, because both sides were able to get 3 survivors out of there against the Dream Witch. Extremely dangerous Dream Witch. If we look at the gameplay that we just saw where TIANBA was on the survivor side, we have to say that Silk was able to put down more leeches on the ground, especially late game. Was really putting pressure on the survivors with all these leeches. And we saw how immediately the Cypher machine was popped and the Gravekeeper was down. So that was definitely a difficult situation. But the survivors were spreading out to the exit gate, not wasting any time. We saw the forward coming back a little bit, potentially thinking about a rescue, but decided to get the tie right there. So great job from both teams. Definitely great job from the survivor sides on both sides. Curious to see what we can expect in the next upcoming rounds.
You know, it's interesting, and I just realized this now, that the Dream Witches that have been coming to play haven't been performing as scary as the ones in COA 3. So
You're right.
it just shows that everyone's understanding the meta of this Dream Witch. Even though Dream Witch brings Trump Card Patroller, we've seen the teams grow, and it just shows that the regions are slowly resembling each other in terms of high-level competition. So it's going to be an amazing grand finals, Grizzly.
I am just so like Are you wearing a Koa pin right
Oh
here?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I am. Got to represent. You want to go get it? Yeah, go get it. Yeah. Got to represent. There we go. So while you're putting that on, yeah, great time to be a There we go. And it's such a great time to be a fan of the game. You can enjoy it in high level or in casual level as well. It's a great time with your friends or if you want to play as the hunter. So please, guys, if you guys are watching, just spread the love of Identity 5 and Call of the Abyss. Boom, right there, representing.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I had it it was right there. I had it laying around. But
there we go.
Sometimes you need someone who is smarter than yourself and tell you what to do.
no, just that. I just wanted to wear it just because it's like, oh, it's Koa, it's a Koa weekend, right? We got it.
It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. Yeah, sure. So now we can just wait and see what the teams are coming up with. We saw that both teams were utilizing a little bit of a different setup, both with the Gravekeeper this time. First time seeing the Gravekeeper, and both teams are bringing it to the table. Very, very, very excited to see what they're coming up with next. I assume we can see a Gravekeeper in future matches as well. The setup between these two teams, because Gravekeeper is not in the meta yet, and he will probably not be banned. And we also saw the Priestess as well as the Mechanic. I assume Mechanic might be banned in the next round. And that is definitely an advantage for TIANBA, since they already decide to not play the Mechanic. So if the Mechanic is getting banned, they don't have to adjust at all. They just
could keep the lineup, right? Yeah.
Exactly. They can just perform as they want to perform. So very curious to see what will happen next when it comes to the survivor bans as well as the hunter picks. Not really excited about the hunter picks because but about the hunter picks,
yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. And one thing I do want to ask you is that since we talked about hunter survivors, is there a specific map that you want to see? Because so far we've been seeing Arms Factory, we saw one Red Church, I believe, we saw Hospital, one Leos. I know there's not much love for Leos, and I can understand why. But how about you? Is there any map specifically that you want to see?
I would say yes. I would definitely say yes. We all, maybe we don't all know. I want to mention this. The Chinatown map, which is the recent map that was released, is not allowed to be picked. So we won't see the Chinatown map. But at the same time, we have the Ever Sleeping Town map, which just has such a beautiful flair. I really like the atmosphere of the Ever Sleeping Town map, and I start to enjoy playing on that map myself. So I would definitely want to see how the top teams perform on the Ever Sleeping Town. But I'm not expecting to see that map that often during the tournament, if even.
Oh, actually, I might be expecting it because if it just goes to IVL, it turns out that was the most picked map in IVL. Yeah, Ever Sleeping Town. So this might actually play in TIANBA's favor because they have that Priestess ready and locked and loaded. And you know the Priestess can be so dangerous, creating exits for everyone in Ever Sleeping Town. But I agree with you. I really want to see Ever Sleeping Town as well.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite maps. Not necessarily because I know all the ins and outs, but it's just visually pleasing. And I have to say that the Chinatown map definitely is like stepping up the game when it comes to the atmosphere a little bit. But again, that's a map we won't see, not in this core. Probably next year around this time. This map will be available to all the players in the tournament. So yeah.
Okay.
Very curious to see that map.
I honestly get lost in that map till now, so I wouldn't know the callouts. But yeah, looking forward to Ever Sleeping Town. I wonder what map is going to come into the fray in this next match. And also, as you mentioned, looking forward to the survivor picks, right? definitely going to, if they ban the mechanic, which is great, definitely going to leave a little more room for the hunter to chase the survivors before they push for the end game. What's interesting to note is that with TIANBA, they didn't even need the mechanic for them to push for that end game. So I wonder how SST is going to be able to adjust to that, since they could rule out mechanic in their banning unless they want to be able to bring in ban both mercenary and gravekeeper. That's gonna be.
You're right. Also looking forward to see one of the bigger maps, maybe Munadero Park. We have seen Munadero Park. Not in this tournament yet. I assume that we will see it. And talking about Munadero Park, I'm thinking about a few different survivors. For example, we haven't seen the Prospector yet, which could be in general a good pick, and we haven't seen the Acrobat. That's why I meant like talking about Munadero Park. There are a lot of very, very good scenarios for the Acrobat, and I assume we're gonna see an Acrobat pulling off some tricks in this tournament. I don't know when. I hope soon, because it's always great to see these non-meta characters pulling off extremely good tricks. I personally hope to see First Officer. I'm just trying to think of all the survivors right now, and it would be very, very interesting to see a First Officer as well. In general, there's just so much love for all the characters on my side right here. I just want to see all of them.
Actually, you know what? The First Officer and the Acrobat might actually come to fruition, because based on my notes in IVL, the First Officer was actually picked 11 times out of like the entire season. Acrobat not so much, but then again, we can always 3 times. But then again, if a Moonlit is picked, there's a lot of jump spots there that can definitely help aid the kiting prowess of that Acrobat. And it's always hype whenever you see a well-placed bomb.
Exactly, and we can see it right behind you. We can see all the Call of the Abyss 4 characters. It is the Acrobat, it is Barmaid, it is the Priest, it's the Prospector, and all of these characters that are right behind you haven't been really utilized. We saw the Priestess, twice, but curious to see a few more of the Call of the Abyss 4 characters. We also haven't seen the Gamekeeper, who is basically the face of Christopher 4. Hopefully we're gonna see him.
Fingers crossed. In IVC Southeast Asia, Gamekeeper did come out. So again, in competitive Identity 5, nothing is for sure until they lock in the characters, right? Anyone can pick whatever as long as they're able to perform once the bright lights hit them. So going to match number 2, I believe it is SST that's going to do the surviving first. So I wonder how they're going to change things up and where we're going to be doing the hunting.
Very, very curious to see what they will pick. We already talked about it. We want to see some off-meta picks. Not necessarily something that we can expect anytime soon, but you already mentioned it. All these characters we have been talking about, not necessarily all of them, but a few of them have been utilized in other tournaments. So it's definitely something that we don't have to expect, but it might happen.
Yeah, for sure. So just about to get ready here with the Hunter of TIANBA. And just a little more about TIANBA is that they do go for the meta hunters. So we're definitely going to see probably a little more of the Sculptors, the Dream Witchers, but they, based on previous performances, they have kind of struggled. So this is probably a big moment for them to be able to solidify themselves as one of the best in Identity 5.
And they are getting ready right here. We talked about this while nobody was listening. I want to mention it again. Look at these two.
Look at that.
In the background. Look at what they wear. It looks so good. I wish I could get one. I want to get my hands on one of these.
I would love to as well and have like our names at the back. But then the black one looks a lot more dope though. Because I'm a klutz. I spill a lot of things on myself. So if I have that white one, there's going to be a lot of stains on that. So we'll see. The black one looks really good though.
It looks really, really good. Yeah, I really like it. So here we are looking at the trophy that everybody in this competition is trying to get. Everyone wants to make it to the top. We can now see that we have TIANBA going against SST again in round number 2. Both of these teams were not giving each other anything.
Yeah.
Ending up in a tie in round number 1. Will we see another tie in round number 2? Who knows? We will see.
Yeah, so just to give a little more information, this team right here is the one that won against Do5. So Do5 being a team we're going to be seeing, tomorrow, I believe. Do5 will be going against BL. Do5 being a very formidable team. So for them to be able to get a win over this team, they're definitely proven to be one of the strongest Japanese players out there. And if that's the case, I mean, AL making it to the next stage of this just puts a lot of pressure on them for them as well. They want to be able to represent their region. So do show your love to this team as well as TIANBA in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and we were talking about maps already and what our map that we would love to see would be. And I'm just thinking to myself, talking about maps, there could be occasions like the Moonlit River Park map or maybe even Lakeside Village map that is being utilized and therefore pushing the hunters into a little bit of a different direction. For example, you want to bring out Wu Cheng, who can just travel a far distance in a very quick time. You also would like to bring out a non-meta Bloody Queen, which can also travel a far distance and put pressure on survivors on Cypher machines far away with the Mirror. So maybe we just have to wait. We right now can see that it is the Red Church. On Red Church, I have also seen amazing Wu Cheng players, but I'm not definitely sure if we're gonna see Wu Cheng. I would love to see different hunters for sure. That's what I mentioned like several times already. I should stop. We can see the expected ban is coming through. It is the Dream Witch ban. We might have the Mercenary ban again and the Mechanic ban.
Okay. Excellent stuff. Yeah, just denying the Dream Witch because, I mean, you gotta respect that pick, especially in a compact map like the Red Church. Mech and Merc being banned, very standard. Probably we might see a Sculptor just so that, you know, the chip damage would definitely not affect. I mean, the Mercenary would counter that in a way. And at least this would give Daoxing a great opportunity for him to be able to get going, taking out the Mechanic.
I agree. And here we go. Here we can see the Wildling being utilized yet again, really making it into this meta. And we saw that this team was bringing... Oh, we see the Priestess again. We see the Explorer again. This time a little bit more on the decoding side with SST right here.
Yeah. So again, it's gonna... Daoxing's gonna have his work cut out for him. Oh, what?
Yeah, no, SST was bringing the Mechanic earlier, right? So I mistaken them. So they are still staying on the decoding side. But they're switching it up quite a lot.
Yeah, I guess they have to really roll with the punches since they were denied the Mechanic and the Mercenary. So they have to substitute that with possibly, having the Forward as well as the Wildling and our Explorer here, just doing the Cypher Rush. And we're seeing another Sculptor.
Another Sculptor, as you predicted it. And I assume that in the next match where we switch Survivors and Hunter sides, that the Survivors won't necessarily have to switch up the team composition that much, since they already brought the Priestess and didn't even bother to bring the Mechanic, and we're doing a fantastic job. But at the same time, we don't know if Mechanic will be banned in the next round 2, so let's just concentrate on this match right here. We are going through the team composition once more. We have the Sculptor on the Hunter side. Very curious to see how the Sculptor performs. We have seen the Sculptor performing very, very well earlier in this competition, where we saw AL going against GR, actually bringing out the Sculptor in every single match and actually winning that competition between GR and AL. And on the Survivor side, we have the Forward, we have the Wildling, who is also one Survivor that we have seen very frequently during this Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. The Explorer, who brings in the decoding to supplement for the Mechanic. And we have the Priestess, who can be very useful on the Red Church map.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think based on this pick, I think they were kind of expecting the sculptor pick because they didn't go for the seer, and the seer again, once he gets hit by that sculptor, the owl's completely gone. So let's just wait and watch this intense video. Again, it just gets me so hyped for the next one. Tao Xing here at the broken side of the map. I think this is top broken, and to the left is going to be the red carpet. So you see that he does see some scratch marks on the floor, and I believe, oh wow, I think it's the Explorer. So this is actually a great target for him to go to really zone into.
Yes, it is perfect. Oh, good job from the Explorer. Oh, fantastic job from the Sculptor, immediately hitting one statue as well as one hit and avoiding that pallet stun. Now all it needs is one more hit and we are right at the basement. That is a lot of pressure on SST's side right here. TIANBA getting the Explorer down into the basement while the Cypher machines haven't even been halfway decoded. Fantastic job.
Yeah, the stars were just aligning for Tao Xing there for him to be able to find the Explorer right away. The basement just so happened to be at the area where he was kiting. That I wasn't able to start my timer, but that was a really quick down. So great job on TIANBA's side. Now moving over to SSC, how will they respond to this? Mochi is in the area here, jumps on his on the wildling now just to harass and probably buy some time for someone to go for it. But I don't know if they're gonna go for that save, Grizzly.
So we already saw this technique earlier where the wildling is just taking the attention of the hunter while the survivor that got downed early and got on the rocket chair early is not being safe. The wildling is just here to take away the attention of all the other survivors, and we can see Sculptor is doing a fantastic job. Wildling is again not going for the rescue. They want to concentrate on the Cypher machines, and we can see very good job from TIANBA not concentrating on the wildling, because here we know wildling is just here to take the time, it's just here to distract the hunter, and therefore not concentrating on going down into the basement or protecting the survivor in the basement, because TIANBA knows that nobody's going in for the rescue. We have the distraction of the wildling, and now we want to stop the other survivors from decoding, and honestly doing a fantastic job. If you look at the Cypher machines, we have 2 Cypher machines done, and the first survivor is already out of the game.
Yeah, it's the equivalent exchange, right? They made they kind of sold the Explorer just so that they can pop some of these ciphers and get some objectives. We still see some decent progress, but then Tao Xing is not resting on his laurels, trying to find more survivors to down. Sets his sight on this priestess, but this priestess can be pretty pesky, especially when she gets going in the hospital, in the church. But Lim eats a hit.
Fantastic job right there, and TIANBA just following through, just trying to catch up. That's what you want to do. You already gave 1 hit to Lim, so now concentrate on that survivor, bring it down, and put more pressure on the survivor side. Again, they still have 4 Cypher machines remaining. The main decoder, which was the Explorer, is already out of the game, so that is buying a lot of time and was not able to put down that. What a fantastic job. Second survivor on the chair. We can see the Cypher progress is going on. We can see that there are 2 Cypher machines pretty much primed. Now it's 1 primed and another 1 on the way, but they need 3 more Cypher machines. So
exactly.
Very, very good. Very, very good gameplay from TIANBA's side. Fantastic job putting pressure on the survivors. We have the wildling who is really
going for the save. Yeah, he's forced to because he doesn't want any more survivors to get off. Oh, gets a chair hit. Excellent stuff. And the forward was there for the stun for Lim to get a perfect rescue. Excellent. Now she's all the way at the church. So Tao Xing trying to find ways to close in on this priestess. And Grizzly, something to mention, she has blink, but she hasn't. Tao Xing hasn't used it yet. That means her statue hits have been really on point.
That is very true. Very, very on point. Now concentrating on the floor right here. There comes in the blink you just mentioned. Fantastic job putting the forward on the chair. And what we saw, the rescue was absolutely fantastic. Great rescue, but at the same time, all survivors had to be there for that kind of rescue, and therefore not a single survivor was decoding. We can see the decoding progress is not really going on. Oh, I almost missed that.
Yeah, the priestess ate a statue hit there, and she fell down. We see that the wildling will try to pick her back up, but man, Tao Xing is still putting a lot of pressure while still camping Grizzly. That's why this hunter is one to be feared.
Extremely dangerous. Great gameplay, and at this point, SST wants to prepare to find the dungeon, because if you look at the Cypher progress, there's almost no way to actually finish 2 more Cypher machines while TIANBA is on the hunt. So therefore, we now have to concentrate on the dungeon play, or of TIANBA, if TIANBA will play the long run game where we just bring down one survivor and bring down the other survivor until they can't get up anymore.
Yeah, that's true. That's one thing. That's one strategy to actually take into account. But then the priestess falls again, and she used up her self heal. So now it is all up to the wildling Muro here, for him to be able to survive as long as he can for that dungeon to open, because Tao Xing will not grant this priestess a chair.
No, not at all. Again, we were playing the little bit of a ping pong game right here, where you go left and right. We have the priestess actually getting up. I think the priestess got up by help of
there we go.
Idling earlier. But now you are very right. She used up her second her heal to the limit, and now she's on the run. As soon as she goes down, she can't get up again, and we have TIANBA concentrating on the wildling after that, because wildling is very difficult to chase down if he's on the board.
Oh yeah, 100%. Here we go. The chisel again, chasing her inside the hospital. I keep saying hospital. Inside the church. Lim knew that the sculptor was in there. Just uses her portals to try to buy as much time as possible. You do see that the wildling is trying to push over at the reception area of this map, and you know what? Tao Xing has his sights set on Lim, and he's not letting go of it.
Not letting go. It is like a shark who was smelling the blood in the water, just trying to get to that point where you can find your prey, where you can find your victim, and again comes through, strikes with the blink, and now all it needs is one hit on the wildling. At the same time, he is on the board, which will definitely buy the wildling more time, but will it be enough time to actually get to the dungeon and out of the dungeon, because the priestess will bleed out? I assume not. We will see right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Mochi has to buy so much time, because the priestess is not even halfway through expiring. So let's see how long he'll be able to last here. Finds him at the back exit of this map. We're gonna see Tao Xing zone in on him, waiting for Muro to get off his board, just so that his down would be all the more faster, especially since he's already a chip away. And now we see that Mochi is trying to find a way to get away from this sculptor.
Oh, I did not know that. He jumped. Oh no, he didn't. I was very confused.
Oh, where he jumped over the... Oh wow, gets the hit, and that's gonna be GG's for TIANBA.
Fantastic job. I'm sorry, on my screen it looked like he was jumping through the closed window on the side. That would have been very, very crazy.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's why I said I did not know that, because it's not how it works. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. SST on the survivor side was not able to escape TIANBA Sculptor. Fantastic gameplay from TIANBA right here, really showing off what they can do. And this means they have 5 points after this match. This also is something I want to mention, that we saw that SST had to switch up their entire team, almost their entire team, after the mechanic was banned. If SST is now banning the mechanic from TIANBA, it's not that much of a change they have to go through. They still could go for a different team composition, but they already went with a team composition earlier where they have proved to be very, very successful without the mechanics. So that might be something to take in consideration, but that also might be something that SST will take into consideration. So therefore, they won't necessarily ban the mechanic. Who knows? They definitely studied their opponents. So that is now putting SST under a little bit of pressure, because they need to get a 5-point game, a 4 survivor elimination as well.
That's true. If we talk about what you just mentioned, like the options of bans for the side of SST's Hunter, will you go with the standard mechanic mercenary band, but you're gonna leave that priestess in there? And we saw how the priestess was so effective on Tianba's side. So it's quite the double-edged sword, like picking your poison, right? Choose the devil you know or the devil you don't know.
Exactly. And then if you keep an opening for the mechanic, then what happens if they bring the mechanic? It's not really a better option. Or what happens if they, bring the seer? Like there are so many options, you can't ban them all. Luckily you can't ban them all. But we will be patient and see what they will pick. I think they won't pick anything out of the norm. I don't think they will pick anything that is not in the meta currently. What we are hoping is some variation in the survivors, but I just don't feel like this is going to happen.
Yeah. For this match in particular. And also, just to let you know, Tianba can go for the same strat that we've seen with RD versus GG. They didn't really pick them. They brought an Enchantress. They brought a Priestess into Arms Factory because they just wanted one out. They just need one person out for them to still win this round.
Yes, exactly. That's very, very right. They just need one survivor through the gate to win that round for themselves, which would put them into the lead for this match between SST and TIANBA. So that's definitely something to reconsider, that they need one survivor out. But of course, you want to get as many survivors out as possible just get ahead even more. But it's gonna be a close fight, because I know and they know they need one survivor out, but we also have SST and they know that they need no survivors out, and they will do anything to make that happen. So very, very curious to see that head-to-head fight yet again. We had this before. If we look at the statistics of the fight between GR and ATL, they were tying the first match, and they were also tying the second match. And the outcome of the first match was very different, where it was a tie for both teams. And then the second was a 5-0 game for both teams. Yes. So what we saw right now was a 3-1 for both teams in round number 1. So maybe we're going to see a 5-0 for both too.
Yeah.
Still everything on the table for both teams.
Yeah, that's actually a good prediction, especially with this high level of competition, right? You want to be able to keep up with your competitor, and you want to be able to here, actually you can see the scores right there. So can SST's Hunter be able to get that 5 points just to keep this game going and really put it all on the line in game number 3, just as Grizzly mentioned with AL versus GR. Tensions are pretty high, especially on the side of SST. I wonder if they're going to bring out Alf or go back with Silk.
Yes, that is a good question too. You're right. And we will definitely go into round 3, since the first round was a tie. I'm very excited for that, because then we can expect to see, as always, the Dreamwitch and Sculptor ban. So we can hope for a little bit of a different Hunter. That is my hopes always go up when we see a round 3 or like round 4 to 5, that we actually see very, very different Hunters that we have seen before. And here we jump right into it yet again. We see SST on the survivor side this time, and they are getting ready. They are talking to each other. They are just prepping their strategy.
You can see I mean, the first time we saw them, right? They looked super focused. Tensions were kind of high. They were very stoic. But now it seems like they have that confidence coming into this, especially after their Hunter got the 5 points for them. So let's see what they'll be bringing to the table as we head into the second half into Red Church.
Very, very true. Very, very true. They're just waiting for this match to start, just as we are very curious to see if TIANBA can bring it on right here yet again.
Yeah.
TIANBA is on the survivor side. I messed that one up. That was just, TIANBA is on the survivor side.
Yeah. TIANBA being on the survivor side. Again, both these teams have really good survivors. Is still, I can't tell because he had the mask on last time.
We will see. We will find out as soon as the match starts. At latest when the match starts. Very, very focused players right here. They know what is on the line. They know they want to get into this next round with a with a tie right here, because they definitely would be better for them to get into this next round with a tie, because the pressure would be a little bit lower for round number 3, and with tie I mean a 5-point game for them.
Yeah, big ask for the side of SST, and we are seeing Alf come into that mix, so we might actually be granted that off-meta hunter, or slightly off-meta, maybe a violinist coming to play. But you see that they still respect that Dream Witch. Gonna put that out there, gonna ban that right off the bat. I wonder who Alf is going to ban on the side of the survivors.
Same. Again, we saw they didn't utilize the mechanic, so would the mechanic not necessarily be the best ban if they don't even utilize it anyway. But at the same time, what if you don't ban it and they use it? And
yeah,
it's just gonna bring so much decoding speed to the ground. So we would just have to wait and see. We actually see that Alf is now playing. Violinist, you said. I'm hoping. My hopes are up. Wildling is being banned. We have an opening for Seer and Mercenary. Very interesting. Really taking apart the composition that we have seen so many times before, that the Wildling was in the teams.
Yeah.
Now,
based on this ban of the Wildling, I'm guessing he doesn't want to deal with that strategy where the Wildling has to camp with the hunter. I think he wants to be a little more proactive, and this is a great strategy if ever he's going to bring this, because again, Alf has to take 4 survivors out. 5 points is the name of the game for him to be able to come into game 3 with a little more confidence, because again, it's going to be really tough for them to secure that game number 3 if there's still that 5-point disparity.
Yes, I absolutely agree. It's gonna be a game where they want to really get all of the survivors out of there. I'm just curious to see which hunter they will pick. I mean, yes, Sculptor can be predicted, but I would definitely love to see a violinist or whatever other hunter.
Maybe, less off meta. I mean, round number 2, maybe an Anne. What else? Axe Boy would definitely be also a viable pick here, especially the mobilization. Oh, but we're gonna go with a guard 26. Okay.
I like to see that. We have seen the guard 26 before. Can be very dangerous. Can just be as dangerous as the Sculptor, essentially, with the bombs. So we're gonna wait and see how Alf is utilizing these bombs. Again, we have the Seer on the survivor side, which is now not necessarily as helpful, since you can just get rid of the owl with a bomb. So that's definitely in favor of SST.
Yeah, and getting rid of the Wildling, interesting. So opening up the forward and the mercenary. Again, we always see a lot of the forward and mercenary picks, so him allowing them to come through, I guess he has something planned for this type of composition. But we digress, ladies and gentlemen. Match is about to start. We have TIANBA versus SST. TIANBA, you have King K, Yozi, Shaoxi, and Bobo, while Alf is rocking that Bonbon. Guard 26 in red church.
Guard 26 in red church. Yes, gonna be very interesting. Again, with the guard 26, the Seer and the Mercenary are not as dangerous, because we have the bombs, and there's an additional hit that the Mercenary would need to go down, or that initial that time that the Mercenary gets before he goes down can be reduced by just utilizing the bombs of the guard 26, and the same with the Seer's owl can be sent off by just utilizing the bombs and giving it to the Seer. So very curious to see how this will play out for SST, and very curious to see how this will play out for TIANBA, how they will face this challenge, and if they will, again, you already mentioned it, if they will go for the strategy to just at least bring one survivor through the gate.
Yeah, so let's see. Good points mentioned, because guard 26 can counter a lot of these survivors, especially with those chain bombs going to the graveyard. King K is in the area trying to sneak past. Very cunning of him. But then we do see that he does catch a whiff of him. Does he? I think he does. You saw the scratch marks on the floor. Oh, but it's the Mercenary.
He has tinnitus, so he definitely knew someone was in the area, but just hiding there is buying more time. That's a very, very good strategy. You know the hunter is coming for you, but you can buy more time by not even moving and just hiding right here. Transitioning far away from his teammates. Fantastic job, just allowing the rest of the team to decode in peace. Now, changing targets. Fantastic job. The owl is coming through.
Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful utilization of the teleport. Probably a quenching effect. Knew that, yeah, just I guess his strategy was, all right, it's the mercenary. I'll make him use his elbow pads, but I do want to get that seal.
I definitely don't want to waste my time on the mercenary because he still has 2 elbow pads left, so that's gonna buy him more time. Fantastic job from both sides. You can see Seer took the hit right here, but was also able to stun the hunter for a moment. Now the question is, will the Seer get away from the Guard 26 and buy enough time for the team to decode more Cypher machines?
Oh, we'll only find out. Alf really just tunneling this Seer, wants to down him right away. Already got rid of that Owl. The bombs are coming out, but you know what? The Seer's doing a great job. And wow. Yeah, the Priestess always having a backdoor exit, and a long portal will be used. He will be downed, but man, the work. Oh, he's not going to down him.
Oh, there were bombs. Weren't there bombs? They were bombs.
Yeah. Oh, there were bombs. Okay, there you go. Yeah, now a downed Seer. Yeah, they're gonna go. At least he's shifting the strategy to heal this Seer. So buying a little more time for Alf and just prioritizing healing more than ciphers.
That was extremely good. We had the Priestess and the Fort there healing up the Seer, so that was quickening up the healing speed right here. We now have the Mercenary that the Guard 26 definitely doesn't want to go for. Now the question is, will the Seer be able to actually kite for the rest of the match? It looks really good. They were able to bring down a lot of decoding progress already.
So far, so good by Yozi, but oh wow, try Alf again with these bombs, just limiting his kiting potential. Wants to go back to the graveyard, trying to close in on him.
Will there be an owl? Will there be an owl? Timed, no, remote bomb. Okay, now, fantastic job. There might be a connection. There might be a connection coming in. Okay, fantastic job from the Guard 26, but as we already mentioned, the decoding progress is going on. We have 2 Cypher machines being popped. We can see that they are working on another one in addition to the 3 they already started, maybe to either, you know, spread out the decoding speed on the map so they don't end up being in a little bit of a pickle when it comes down to the last Cypher machine, or because they are just closer to the other Cypher machine. Very, very good rescue right here in time.
Yeah, Yozi now just trying to buy as much time as possible, baiting out these bomb hits. But look at that. Oh, wow, eats that hit. Oh, and normal hit. Nice movement here, and going to get that down, though. Just the Tide Turner still in effect, though.
Fantastic job just getting into this area right here, which is quite far away from most of the rocket chairs, so just buying more time. If you go down somewhere where the hunter still has to go to a rocket chair, it's buying more time for the team. You can see they are almost at 70% with 2 of the Cypher machines. That means 1 survivor can easily go in for the rescue. You can now see the pressure on this Cypher machine in the middle. But it's not necessarily gonna help. Look at the progress. They are decoding a different Cypher machine at the same time.
Yeah, and Bobo just staying there just to make sure that Alf really can't move, because the threat of getting rescued is always imminent there. But teleport will be a factor for Alf, but will he just zone in here on Bobo and just focus on this forward?
Fantastic job from TIANBA. Really, really good thinking. They were letting the Seer go after he was putting up a perfect kite, letting him go to concentrate on decoding Cypher machines. They now split up the Cypher machines. 2 of them are almost done, which is putting a lot of pressure on Alf because he can't be on 2 positions at the same time. You already mentioned it earlier too. They need to get only 1 survivor through the gate. And right now, it seems like that is a really, really good chance.
Long stun! Long stun! Oh my god!
Oh, it wasn't a stun! That's gonna be a little bit of a problem right here. We have 2 hits, we have the Cypher pop coming in. Now we need 2 survivors to split up, and they are doing that exactly to get away from Alf.
Alf wants as much as possible, but yeah, as you mentioned, oh man, again, the Mercenary will be going down. Again, they just need 1 survivor, but having a tie would definitely put more points on the board for TIANBA.
So here we can see it. We can see that there's no teleportation, and I don't think that he can be there in time. We have Bobo running to the exit gate, or thinking about circling back maybe to the rescue or to the dungeon. But at this point, Alf just tries to find the survivors, and it seems like they are getting out of here with the priestess and with the fort, which means this is a tie in this match, which also makes this round a victory for TIANBA. Fantastic job now putting pressure on SST in round number 3, where they definitely have to win to have a chance to proceed in this tournament into the next bracket. Great job from Alf's Guard 26, but at the end of the day, amazing job from the survivor, just splitting up. As we said before, they were splitting up the cipher machines, one inside the church, one outside at the graveyard, and that is just extremely difficult for every hunter to deal with, because you can't be at 2 points at the same time, and therefore you have to decide, where am I going now, where am I putting pressure, and where am I releasing the pressure from the cipher machine for someone else to finish.
Yeah, you can't be at 2 places at once unless you're a Dream Witch, of course. But this Bonbon, again, did really well when it chasing down. But then again, the survivors were just so good at, especially the Seer, right? Buying so much time for his teammates, really knowing his routes, where to go. Utilize the quenching effect, because he knew that the mercenary wasn't the most optimum target, because he will buy a lot of time. So they really caught the Bonbon off guard there. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the cast of characters in this game. The mechanic and wildling, though, again, it just seems like TIANBA doesn't really focus on cipher rushes. They don't really prioritize picking characters that go for cipher rush. They want those big brawny characters and the priestess to have those exit strategies for them to be able to kite as long as they can, even though they don't decode the fastest.
Caught the guard off guard.
Caught the guard off guard. I just say these things.
Yeah, I realized that you didn't like. I was celebrating you for that pun, but you were like, just.
I know. Sorry, I was in the zone because it was.
yeah, you were just like being professional and just talking about it. Like, caught the guard off guard. Yeah, but as you mentioned everything that needs to be mentioned. Fantastic job from TIANBA. Fantastic job from SST at the end of the day. It was a tie, which makes this round a victory for TIANBA. Now I'm excited to see what we can expect in round number 3. Since the first match was a tie, we are seeing a round number 3. And in this round number 3, we might expect the Dream Witch ban as always. We might see the Guard 26 ban after this match. Or a Sculptor match, a Sculptor ban. I still think it also depends a little bit on which map we are seeing, and hopefully the teams will be switched up yet again. If we looked at SST and TIANBA, they were pretty much switching up the teams after the bans of the survivors were a little bit changing. So very, very curious to see which characters will be banned this time. Will it be a wildling again? This was actually, I think, the first time we saw a wildling ban in this tournament.
Right.
So maybe that is going to happen again. Switching up the entire team composition for the survivor side yet again. And I would absolutely love to see that.
Yeah, and it just shows the skills, right, of each of these survivors and hunters, because they really have to play with the card they've been dealt with, depending on the picks and bans. So especially if you want to become an Identity 5 player, ladies and gentlemen, you can't just main one character, especially if that character is taken off the table. That unless like you have like sub hunters and all that, but it just shows that the mastery of all these survivors and players and hunters with this game is just something to behold.
Yes. And there is a little reminder from my side to everyone, because I want to hydrate. I want you guys to hydrate too. We are in this live stream for already over 7 hours. It is an absolute pleasure to cast it with you, Poch, Spice, and also it was a pleasure to have Arcticuno with us. It's just absolutely amazing. Couldn't be any better. But again, 7 hours. Everyone out there should hydrate. We are still waiting for the next match to start, for the next round to start. So if you want to get something to drink, if you want to get some snacks, make sure to grab something.
Yeah, get cozy, guys, because again, this is a lot of Identity 5 action. After this match, after this round specifically, we're going to move on to our last match of the day, which is XROCK versus B4U. So that's going to be another barn burner of a match that we're going to witness. But again, SST, can they rise to the occasion here? Because TIANBA, again, if you look at the scores, they just need to get ties. They just need to be able to get at least one out. Well, they need to get a tie first and then get a 1 hour. And then when it comes to the point parity, that's when we're going to have to tie things up. Because as of now, it's 6-11. That's the point difference.
Good that I have you, because I can. Yes, it is. But at the end of the day, as you already said, if the last round in general will end up in a tie, we have TIANBA as winner because they have one victory in the second round right here. So that is definitely what they are aiming for, to just secure the tie, to have everything safe. If they can do better, of course, but they definitely don't want to lose out on the chance of deciding this game between SST and TIANBA for themselves. So there is, even if it's an advantage right now for TIANBA because they won the second round, there's still pressure on them. They still want to get this done. They still want to take the victory out of this. And SST knows that they can still turn it around. Like, nothing is over right here. Just because they lost this round by a little bit doesn't mean that this entire tournament is done. They still can turn everything around, and they will definitely put pressure on TIANBA right here. And if anyone, SST will be able to turn this around in their favor. So very, very curious again. Always curious. I'm a curious guy, as you may have realized.
Well, we're curious about this game. We're curious to learn more about this meta, especially as it's unfolding in front of us. I could say I'm curious too with what they're going to be bringing to the table and how they'll be able to adjust, especially what kind of as survivors, or let's say, okay, if depending on who's going to be playing, let's say it's the SST survivors, what kind of composition would grant a 4-person victory, right? That's a big question.
None would grant, like, if you look at these teams, none will grant each other like a 4-star.
A surefire,
yeah. It's definitely gonna be difficult, especially the later it gets, the more survivors are getting banned. Like the later the rounds, like right now round 3, we have 3 bans for survivors. But of course, yes, we also have 2 hunter bans, so they can definitely ban the most feared hunters. It's always difficult. In general, it's always difficult to get 4 survivors out of the gate. 3 survivors, already a challenge, but possible. But 4 survivors for the gate is very, very difficult. We have, let me think. Have we seen a 4 survivor escape in this tournament? I don't think so.
Not yet, actually. Based on we've seen 3 survivor escape, like a 3-man out. That was earlier this time, but that's the most. Not 4 though. That's a big, tall order to ask.
Yeah. I think if you get a 4 survivor out of the gate, you have very, very good chances of actually winning this entire round.
Oh yeah,
because that is just so highly unlikely.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with how everything's played. It's like one survivor needs to go back to the manor. But it just shows that really strong hunters as well. And for you to get at least 3-person out says a lot about your team chemistry and your composition.
That's for sure. So now we are just waiting for the next round to start. What is your all-time favorite survivor in IdentityV?
You know what? I've been mixing it up. I first really liked Enchantress. She was like my favorite, the one I wanted to main. Then I realized, because I'm playing with my friends, they needed a mercenary more. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna learn to rescue. And
you have this entire mercenary, the Cheshire cat outfit, right?
You don't remind me that. Yeah, but I did. That's why I got that outfit. I'm like, yeah, I want to rep the mercenaries everywhere. So yeah, maybe mercenary when it comes to survivors. But you know what? After watching all these hunter plays, and I think I mentioned this with Articuno, I'm trying to get sink my teeth into becoming a hunter, especially with Anne, as a disciple. Yeah.
Anne, interesting. That's cool. Yeah.
How about you?
Hopefully we're gonna see some more Anne, so you can.
I might cosplay as Anne. Okay.
How are you gonna do?
I have no idea. I gotta stretch my neck out, man. How about you? What about Hunters and Survivors all time?
For me, the thing is, as you said, like, and I think that is something that a lot of people can relate to. You start out with like one character, and then you start learning a different one just because you want to like change it up a little bit, because each character is played different, and each character has a different role as well. So, I mean, I'm playing this game for quite some time now. I was here when only the OG characters were there, so I started playing. I started playing with the Thief because back then the Thief was not that bad.
Flashlight.
He still is really good if you know how to use them. I have played with a few of my friends that are outstandingly good and like super fun to play with them as Thief. But for me, Thief went pretty far away after I realized forward is a thing. I played a lot of forward,
right?
A lot of forward, and I always like that. My community was just. I always had like this very, very severe, passionate hate for the Mind's Eye.
Oh my gosh, really? Okay.
I really did not like to play as Mind's Eye because I am a player, even if I know the entire map, I still need to at least see it. And she's just like, you're blind.
100%. Yeah.
I can't. I couldn't. I was terrible. Then they actually buffed her a little bit, so her vision wasn't as bad. And I was like, hey, let's give it a try. You know, like, hey, let's play Mind's Eye. And after I realized her vision isn't as bad, I was like, hey, let's play a little bit Mind's Eye. And I was
That's cool. Okay.
showing gameplay of the Mind's Eye, and everyone was so confused, like, you hate Mind's Eye. What are you doing? And I'm like, yeah, I still don't like her, but you know, I kind of like her. And
nothing in this game is like forever, right? When it comes to like meta or picks, like especially like that story right there, you know, you trying to go out of your comfort zone and realizing like it's not so bad. The changes had to happen though for you to really be okay playing her, right?
Absolutely, and I'm not only okay with her. I would say I'm a forward Mind's Eye main right now. Like
that is an amazing tandem.
I love the Mind's Eye. It's incredible. Like I don't know. I had a change of heart right there. It took maybe 1.5 years for me to finally appreciate the Mind's Eye, but now I appreciate her way more than I could appreciate her.
That's awesome.
Without the initial hate for her. And you talked about the Enchantress. I was playing Enchantress a little bit just because she is a fun character to play, right?
Oh yeah.
She is extremely fun. I started playing her extremely often when Tarot was around, because with Tarot she was
so good.
Very, 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 very strong character in Tarot. And I think I only played her in Tarot, to be honest, because outside of Tarot, I was not the best Enchantress player. So yeah, definitely, as you already mentioned, there is the possibility of always have a change of character, especially if you play the game for a very, very long time. If you look at the Forward and the Mind's Eye, they are just so different.
Polar opposites,
and therefore it keeps the game fresh. Like you can play this one character, and as soon as you play a different character, you have a complete different role. It's a not complete, but it's a very different game if you switch these roles.
It's different, like objectives to go after. Mind's Eye, you really want to kite as best as you can. Forward, really go for those stuns and be there where your team needs you. So you definitely different win objectives, if you would, especially if you're playing with friends. So great stuff. I like that change of heart that you experience. And now it's your girl Helena. So Helena, right? That's the name. Yeah, there we go.
Helena. Yeah.
No.
For the Hunter side, for example, I always loved Feaster. I got Monokuma during the crossover event,
nice.
And I was
I saw how happy you were. Yeah, you're like, you didn't believe it. Like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
It was my first S tier skin I ever got from an Essence.
Oh, nice.
And like that, I think that was season 11 or 13. I can't really remember. But that's like, since I'm playing from the very beginning, it took me quite some time to get my first S tier skin. And I really enjoyed playing him, but at the same time, like, people were telling me, "Oh, we see, Chrisley, we see you. You're leaving your Feaster for God 26," and I started doing that, but I realized very, very quickly that Feaster supremacy.
It's the way. Feaster supremacy. I only believe in Feaster supremacy.
Exactly.
I really admire character loyalists, especially like Helena. Also, anyone that mains the Mind's Eye, kudos to you guys. Especially people that really advocate Feaster. That's a great character, and I know why you always champion that hunter whenever we have big tournaments like this. And who knows, we could see one come up again. I don't want to jinx it, but it's gonna be a long weekend for us, guys. Anything could happen.
Yes. And here we can see again the teams are getting ready. This time we can see the TIANBA again on the survivor side, and we have SST on the hunter side. I want to quickly go over what we have to what we can expect right here. We had a tie in our first round. We now had a victory when it came to round number 2 on TIANBA's side. So TIANBA needs to push for this overall tie in round number 3, or even better. And on the other side, SST needs to get more points, needs to get the victories in round number 3 for the chance of proceeding into the next round. Here we can see Alf getting ready for the hunter side again. We just saw him utilize the Guard 26. So now question is, what will we see? 3-much ban for sure. Guard 26 ban, I am not that sure, because you know, maybe the mentality is we beat, or not, we didn't beat, but we got a tie against the Guard 26. Right? So why not just allow him to play as Guard 26 yet again, so we can get the tie that we are seeking for?
I think though that's definitely a mindset they can go for. Also, it depends on the map, because if we go for like a huge map, they don't need to ban Guard 26. They might want to ban, as you mentioned, like the Wu Changs, the Bloody Queens, the ones that really close the distance, because the greatest strength of the Bonbon is also his greatest weakness. Like, he's a really good camper, but when it comes to map presence, he's really limited to just how far he can throw his bombs. So I'm very excited to see where the map is going to take us, especially how that's going to set the pace of this last match between SST and TIANBA.
Exactly. And there we go. We see the teams getting ready yet again. So let me think, what could we expect from this match right here? We could expect, since we are on round number 3 survivor bans, we could expect to have the the mechanic and the mercenary ban, because that's a really common ban. Now are we talking about potential seer ban, or we are talking about a wildling ban, or are we talking about the priestess ban, because we have seen the priestess being utilized in both of these teams? So
we're seeing Red Church again.
So yeah.
So maybe I have a feeling Sculptor, interesting. So like you said, they might want to face the Bonbon of Alf once again.
Yeah, they might want to push it and want to like give him this opening to use his guard again, but I'm not sure what to expect right now. Is he going for Guard 26? Might be the chance. There we go. We have there we go. What I just mentioned.
Predicted it,
yeah. The mechanic ban, and we had the potential wildling ban. So I am not really sure with the mercenary ban. I'm not really sure if we can necessarily expect the Guard 26.
Something to note also is that they're going to grant TIANBA's Priestess to come through, and we've seen how the Priestess can really buy so much time for their survivors. So interesting to see that it's the mechanic, mercenary, as well as the wildling. I guess it comes down to preference with Alf, like he doesn't want to face that wildling, but I have a feeling that Priestess is going to come in, and there we go. Not really focused on decoders. TIANBA always wants to go for the tough guy lineup, as well as the Priestess to give them exit plans.
Yes, very good strategy. We saw this before, where they were using the global portal to just get away and to heal up that seer that was in a little bit of a pickle right there and was going down thanks to the global portal, but was getting so much distance. And with the priestess and forward healing up the seer, they were just able to get so much more time thanks to the seer, who was kiting for a very long time. And there is the opening for the Guard 26. Orf sees this opening and takes it, and we have quite a similar match and quite a similar lineup as we had before.
Deja vu. I think. Are we seeing a double right now? We've seen this match before, but Alf does have that experience, and let's see if he'll be able to make the adjustments. Now the mercenary isn't there. The Gravekeeper again can eat a lot of those hits when she's able to get that shovel going. But again, we've seen how he really wants to zone in on that seer, use that quenching effect just so that he'll be able to teleport to the best target. I wonder what the adjustments are going to be made.
I'm very curious to see that as well. And we can also see that we this time have the Gravekeeper on the lineup as well. Gravekeeper being utilized earlier. So I'm very curious to see. In general, as you said, we're going to spectate the same match as before, but this time on the Red Church. So, wait.
We've seen Red Church already.
I know.
This is they picked Red Church again, so.
Oh, okay, all right, let's go.
Yeah, so quite interesting. That's why deja vu. Right? We've seen this match, but Alf again coming in with a little more experience. Let's see how he'll fare. Good spawn here behind the graveyard, going over to the back exit to try to snipe out the most optimal survivor. I believe he also brought teleport, and Yozi just moving away from the back exit just to get to a better kiting position over here at Shack.
So now I'm asking you, what is the most optimal survivor out of this lineup? It's just, I don't know, everything is kind of difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I guess with the Seer, once he just used that owl, as you mentioned, like once you drop those bombs, just bait out an owl, he'll be pretty much a whiteboard after that.
Yeah, you're very right. That's very, very good find right here, going for the Seer first, but we also know the Seer was doing such a phenomenal job earlier in the previous match. There we go, taking the first hit. We can see all the other survivors concentrating on decoding. And will it be, oh, there must be the owl. Yeah, it is coming in, the owl protecting the normal hit, and there we have the global portal again. Are we having a deja vu right here?
Oh no, look at that, different story. Same title, but different story for Alf. Knew that the global portal was the one that really got so much distance between him and that Seer. Still sticking with him though, and just to note, he does have confined space, so Yozi does have to take that into account when he tries to transition from kiting areas.
Still such a good job from the Seer, buying time yet again. Look at the decoding progress, taking that shot right here. Is now a one hit with the bomb. There are not a lot of options to go, and there comes the remote bomb. Wait, dodge that remote bomb.
Oh my gosh.
Dodged it again. I tried to juke right here. There we go, juke, but took the hit anyway. Fantastic job from the Seer yet again, buying the team enough time to almost finish 3 Cypher machines. Good job, fantastic job from Alf as well.
Yeah.
Very curious to see how this plays out right now. Do we have the Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue? Yes, we do.
Ooh, okay, utilizing the shovel early on, and Alf.
Yeah,
great
that was
stuff.
close.
Yeah, great stuff here. Just trying to defend and harass this rescue attempt from happening. Just dropping the bombs, not being too hasty when dropping them. Just calculating his the timing of these bombs, just to make sure that the Gravekeeper tries not to get past the half. Ooh, it does get past the half.
Does get past the half. We have the Priestess, I believe, coming in for a rescue. A little bit sneaky right here. The Gravekeeper tried to get away and tried to keep the attention on him, but Guard26 really sitting this out right here, really wants to get Tian, the Seer.
The Seer out of here, exactly. We see
out of here.
The Seer is out of here, and now shifting his attention to the Gravekeeper over at the graveyard. Let's see if he'll be able to utilize. Oh, drops a pallet and makes sure he just avoids the bombs, but no! Excellent timing, and gets the hit on the Gravekeeper. One more and he will be down.
One more and he will be down, but he's still, no, he does not have his shovel. But the thing is, he can still take another bomb and can still run. There we go, tries to outsmart Alf right here, but with these bombs, there was no opening. With these bombs, there was no opening to throw down the pallet and to avoid this hit from happening. We can see though that they are really concentrating on decoding, teleporting away, putting pressure.
Interesting. Yeah, I know the no camp strategy might work out for Alf, and really forcing the Priestess to stop going for that Cypher rush, to go and try to make her way to save this Gravekeeper. So Alf now trying to go into the center of this just to try to harass that Cypher and stop the save from happening.
And so far, this looks really, really good for SST. Extremely good gameplay and. So.
Oh, it's all good. Okay. As you mentioned, great gameplay from Alf. Leaps and bounds different from the first time we saw him with his Bonbon.
Yes.
And we see that the Priestess is working on that Cypher over at Shack. And then the last Cypher that remains is in the reception area. And as long as the Gravekeeper was, just trying to buy time, now we're down to 2 survivors.
Man, this is such a change of pace right here. They have 2 Cypher machines ready to go, 1 Cypher machine remaining now, and that is already primed, and I'm pretty sure they know which one is primed. So they are transitioning away. We have the attention on the forward right here, already took 1 hit with the bomb, but the forward's football is almost entirely intact, which will allow him to avoid the hit. But of knowing where the Cypher machines were being decoded, so predicting that Cypher machine might be the next target.
That's true, and I like the cleanup that Alf did on that global portal, because these 2 Cyphers were the ones that were touched, and we see that Alf is just rotating back and forth just to make sure that none of them are able to push any of these objectives. Gets a hit on that forward, and that forward is half-life. 1 more hit away, or 2 bombs away from him going down.
Oh, we can see that the priest is actually changing targets and trying to split up the maps, the Cypher machines a little bit. We have seen the strategy before where you just decode different Cypher machines to have the hunter go for different objectives. And you can't really go for 2 objectives at the same time. But at the same time, this is taking some time, and forward really needs to buy some time right here for the priestess to actually finish that Cypher, and it seems like it might happen. It seems like the forward is buying a lot of time. He has the football ready. There it comes. Taking the hit. Taking the hit.
One more. Can it happen in time? It's about to pop. It's about 80%. Bobo doing a great job buying enough time for the priestess to probably... Not quite. Grizzly, it's so close. 1 more hit. Gets it. Is it enough? Oh my god. Excellent pop.
Fantastic. I was expecting Elf to actually put down a bomb to bring down the fort, because with the bomb you could immediately swing again as soon as the pop happens.
True.
Oh, that's gonna be that. Oh, that's brutal. That was brutal. Oh my god. Really buying the time for the priestess to open up that gate. And he still has a little bit of football left. Will he utilize it? Will he try to...
He'll try, because the dungeon's over there at the back exit, so he's gonna try to be able to gain as much distance as he can. Is there any holy key set up for him? He tries to go, but then gets blocked. Oh, he uses it! Oh my gosh, can he make it? It's a sprint, but no, the remote bomb. Alf gets a 3-1.
We are getting to see a show right here. Fantastic job. Forward was really buying a lot of time for the priestess to finally decode an entire Cypher machine that started from the ground and was not able to get to the gate. But after all, that is a 3-1. Very, very good job from Alf. This time we had again, as you already mentioned, a deja vu with almost the same teams, but this time the outcome was a little bit different.
Alf, great job on his part, gaining some points for his team. It is now a 9-12, still a 3-point disparity. Now it's up to SST for their survivors to try and get actually, it's either 4 or they 4K or they tie.
Nothing.
Yeah,
it's
4 or nothing. Because if they tie, as you mentioned, round 2 is already given to TIANBA. So, man, the pressure here is just when I thought that the pressure was enough already, it just got a whole another level of, because I think it adds more pressure because the victory is there, and the win condition for TIANBA is just to get at least one person out.
Exactly.
One person kill. Yeah, 1K.
Out of the game, exactly. So it's really, really difficult. We already mentioned this before. the most difficult task in this entire game is to get 4 survivors through the exit gate. We haven't seen it in this tournament yet, and this right now is the deciding factor. If they can get 4 survivors through the gate or through the dungeon, it will be a victory for SST. But again, that's extremely difficult. That's a huge challenge that they're facing right now. So TIANBA definitely has a little bit of pressure release right now.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, they don't want to stop right here. They don't want to, let down their guard. The guard won't let down his guard. And they definitely want to fight for this. And as you mentioned, they only need 1 survivor back to the manor, back to the moon to actually make this, turn this into a victory for themselves and to, go into the next bracket of this tournament.
So what's interesting to note, since we do have the same stage in game number 3 of the Red Church, it was the sculptor of Taoxing, of TIANBA, that got the 4K. Safe to say we're going to see that banned, right? A Dream Witch probably as well, because as my notes say that TIANBA is very meta heavy when it comes to hunters. Now that's quite interesting. Now that we have the top tier or the A and S plus tier hunters out of the mix, who are they going to be hunting with?
That is such a good question, and I cannot answer, and I don't even want to answer. I just want to,
discuss or just try to speculate. I know we're not going to give a definite answer for sure.
No, of course not. But I mean, like, I just want to wait for the surprise, because why not? We might see something of meta, but we also might see. I mean, again, Sculptor could be banned along with the Dream Witch, or we are playing on the Red Church, so I'm trying to think what could be banned too, but at the same time, it's probably going to be a Sculptor ban, right?
Safe to say those two, because we did see the Dream Witch of TIANBA in the first match. But even though it was a 3-1 on the Hunter side, that's still something to consider, especially when it's a Dream Witch after all. And if anything with Alf, like, they did try their luck again with the Bonbon, and he got better. So I'm pretty sure TIANBA's Dream Witch is definitely going to get better. So when it comes to the Red Church, I think banning the Dream Witch and the Dream Witch as well as the Sculptor, definitely an okay pick for them.
I agree on that. And then we're gonna see. We're gonna wait and see what what TIANBA is bringing in on the Hunter side. If these 2 main hunters are being banned, we just have to sit this out and wait until we can see it. But you know what? Let's predict something.
Let's not say predict. Predict is such a scary word. I'm always bad at predicting. Let's just speculate. Let's just talk as 2 friends and try to. Let's try to decipher what the cards are on the table for TIANBA here. TIANBA. Feaster. Calling it.
I'm telling you.
Manifesting.
Nobody manifesting Feaster. Nobody is expecting it. It's going to be such a huge surprise. It's going to be a Feaster for survivor elimination after 5 seconds.
After 5 seconds, tentacles everywhere. It's going to be a massacre, guys. I hope they're ready for this.
It's going to be brutal. Oh, God.
We can only hope and wish, right? But who knows? I have a feeling that I'm hopeful. We might see a Feaster come popping in, especially when it gets, maybe if we get into overtime or if we get into the grand finals when we have best of 5. So it's especially when there's more banned hunters. Feaster's definitely going to make his way to the mix, I believe, Grizzly.
I really hope so, but I am not mad to see other characters. Again, we saw the Mad Eyes, we saw Anne already. Very, very interesting to see these characters as well. I'm not mad if we won't see a Feaster. Definitely happy if I'm seeing one, but as long as there is a little bit of mix in between the normal meta picks, I'm very happy about it. All right, and here we're gonna dive into the next picks and bans. Gonna start with the bans on the Hunter side. We can see the expected Dream Witch and the expected Sculptor. Now the question is, will we see the Mercenary? Will we see the Mechanic Priestess? And okay.
Interesting that, yeah, they took away the priestess. Don't want to deal with those pesky portals. We saw how Tianba was able to really maximize the full utilization of that priestess. So I agree with this pick. When it comes to, looking at this pick, I have a feeling he might go for maybe will he go for an axe boy or a violinist?
I would love either of these. We're gonna see
Prospector.
First Prospector of the day.
Yeah, again, taking out the stunner here of the forward definitely brings Prospector to the equation here. Wildling is still going to be a factor. Mechanic is the only, is going to be that one target that he wants to go for first, if ever. But again, can't take too much time chasing any of the rest of the survivors, because that mechanic can definitely utilize that Cypher strategy.
Very, very curious to see how this plays out. As you already said, it's gonna be an interesting match. And just to mention this yet again, TIANBA only needs one survivor out of the game to decide this entire game for themselves and to proceed into the next brackets, into the semifinals of this tournament. So that is a lot of pressure. And we have Anne!
Okay.
We have Anne! Okay, now you can see and learn, write down some notes from one of the
100%
top players right here, utilizing the Anne. And I'm still curious to see how you will. I'm looking at this animation. I am curious to see how you will cosplay that.
It'll happen. It'll happen. I'm gonna manifest it. I'll have to diet for like a week or something.
I actually recently, I would say 2 days ago, I opened up my essences from this season. I saved all of them up. And I was very happy because I got the schoolmistress for the Anne, which is having the swings cat, which is like the Bingus cat.
Yeah. Cool.
Bingus. I'm very happy about it.
Nice. That's awesome. So yeah, we are gonna be treated to another Anne. Anne, again, being able to contest for Bloody Queen here in terms of late game, or tie queen if you would. But TIANBA versus SST, the question is, can SST rise to the occasion, get that 4-man out, or will TIANBA score that 1 for them to be able to move on here at Call of the Abyss 4?
And we also have to mention that we already saw an Anne Disciple earlier today, and that was just an absolutely outstanding match. It was a 5-point game for the Hunter, for the Disciple. So we see how dangerous this Hunter can be. And I'm very, very sure that TIANBA will utilize the Disciple just as dangerous as we have seen her. So it's gonna be very, very difficult. Again, as a team, 4 survivors out, or TIANBA will win the game against them. So it's 4-1-0.
Yeah, those are the win conditions. Let's see how they're going to fare out. We see that Daoxing spawning here at the center, chose to go to the back part of this church, the back exit, and now gets a cat early on this prospector, but then that prospector, though, dropping that pallet just to gain a little more distance.
But will the cat disappear in time? Yes, it will! Oh, fantastic job. So that magnet actually bought the team a lot of time, because I already saw the first hit coming in with the cat being attached to the prospector. But fantastic play from SST right here. Okay. Having one cat trying to get away from this. Might be difficult. Go down. Oh, he's getting away from the...
Yeah, he is. Wow, again, such a slippery target is this prospector. Now we got to wait for the cooldown time, because again, Anne is very cat dependent when it comes to her chase. Oh, again, great utilization of the magnets. Knew the real estate well enough. Daoxing now still determined to try to down this prospector.
Oh, look at that. That might be a little bit more difficult for the prospector without anything around. But look at the Cypher machines. Oh my god, with the mechanic on the ground, you just have so much decoding speed that you can bring.
Wow.
There we go. With the blinks down that prospector. But again, look at the Cypher machines. That is incredible. We can see the mechanic already slowly transitioning into the area to rescue. Oh, we have the doll right there trying to get away. If she's going for the doll, we can see the mechanic is going for the rescue. That's gonna happen. There we go.
Oh my gosh, called it as you saw it. Gaming Grizzly good ebbs and flows here. Oh wow, Cat uses the cat bite to get to the mechanic just to snipe her away. But the Cypher progress has been quite impressive so far, and the owl has still not been used.
You're right. We still have the owl, and at the same time, I want to mention how TIANBA's cats are on point. Not a single cat has missed. Immediately attached to the survivors. There comes the owl. Mechanic is still a little. There we go. Gets a little bit more time. Was still stunned, but that's gonna be very difficult right here. Look at the cats.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So again, I want to mention this. TIANBA's cats were just on point so far. You have to give it to the Prospector, who was just, as you mentioned, a slippery target and getting away from these cats. But if we look at the Cypher progress, we have the mechanic on the Cypher machine for the first time. The robot is out of the game for now. She still has a little bit left, but not necessarily needed. If we look at it, we have 2 Cypher machines almost done, and only 1 survivor needs to leave the Cypher machines to actually rescue, which will be...
Oh, Mochi gets the attention of Tao Xing. Again, they have to go for 4-man out. They need to commit to this rescue, and I believe Mochi will oblige to that. 1 Cypher remaining. It is almost prime. Mochi will be the one going for this save. Tao Xing, again, making sure that his cats will be on point for this rescue. Eats that hit. Oh, gets the last effort. They're going to have to wait for the Tide Turner to finish for them to be able to pop the Cypher, and they do.
Absolutely fantastic job from the survivors. Again, they know they need 4 survivors out of here, and they are just doing a fantastic job to make that happen. We have the mechanic taking this hit, going down right here. But let's see what we can oh, the basement.
Oh my. Okay, he's gonna secure this 1K.
Yeah, again, TIANBA knows I only need 1. Oh, mechanic was out of the game anyway. I did not. It was a fantastic match. Just look at the survivors. 3 survivors getting out of there. Fantastic gameplay. The only thing that is the problem is that they actually needed 4 survivors out of there. Again, an almost impossible task, especially in these high-tier top gameplays with the best players from all around the world. To get 4 survivors out of there is literally an impossible task. They did a 3 survivor escape, which was outstanding. If this was a normal match, outstanding match from the survivors. But again, the goal was to get 4 out of there.
Yeah, so kudos to TIANBA. They are moving on, but do show your love and support to SST because they really pushed them to that limit, and they showed a lot of prowess and a lot of potential. And them being one of the most hailed teams from Japan, you know, I think the sky is definitely the limit for this team. So keep supporting them. Their COA 4 journey might end now, but I'm pretty sure their competitive journey as well as their team journey has only begun. So again, please show your love to SST. They put up a valiant effort, but it is TIANBA that is moving on.
That was such an outstanding match. I really enjoyed watching that. The cooperation, the teamwork between the communication as well between the survivors was just so outstanding. You saw what was happening. They were really pushing these Cypher machines. We had the Prospector buying so much time by getting away from the cats. Imagine, like, first of all, the cats were on point. Imagine that Anne would have been able to catch up earlier. Wasn't able to do so, and that was buying so much time, especially for the mechanic with her doll to decode the Cypher machines. Then we had the rescue where Anne was concentrating on the doll, hitting the doll. Mechanic was coming out right behind her, rescuing the Prospector. Such a good play. Really enjoyed that. And then we had, of course, Anne concentrating on the main decoder, the mechanic, which is first of all an easier target to bring down than the Prospector. And second of all, if you wouldn't bring down the mechanic, she would just bring out her doll again and put so much decoding speed on the ground that it would be extremely painful for the disciple to catch up to this. So it was the right decision to switch from Prospector to the mechanic. But after all, fantastic job from the survivors. Still, TIANBA needed 1 survivor out of there. They secured it and they proceeded to the semifinals.
Yeah, it showed that TIANBA was not only are they a force to be reckoned with, it kind of showed like their strategy when it comes to these things. Not only do they not rely on a mechanic meta, they also their hunter Xiaoxing knows when to change priorities, especially as you mentioned, having that slippery target of that prospector, you know, buying too much time. I don't want to chase him again. I'll go for the mechanic because my cats are really on point. I'm able to get those stuns in. So another force to be reckoned with is TIANBA. So excellent stuff coming on their side.
Yes, I couldn't agree anymore. And this also means we have our third team, but next to GG and AL, we have TIANBA, which will proceed into the semifinals. Next up, we have XROCK going against Before You, another match that I am looking forward to see, forward to spectate, forward to cast. Very, very curious to see how both of these teams will perform. And this will also be the last game in today's tournament day. Tomorrow we will see the remaining 8 teams fighting for a spot in the semifinals. But let's just get some hype in the chat. What do you think, guys? Will XROCK or will Before You win? Leave your favorite team in the chat right now. Show support, show some love. And I'm excited to see both of them.
Same. So guys, please show your love in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a very short break. While we're taking that break, we will check the chat. But once we return, we're going to be seeing XROCK versus Before You. This has been Pot Spice and Gaming Grizzly. Don't go anywhere. More Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals when we return. Whoa, my mic almost fell.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在外，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？ 从这里开始便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，悲苦的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞静待习判。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Call of Duty PS4 Global Finals, Botch Spice, and the Great Gaming Grizzly. I'm pointing at you right there. Giving you IdentityV action. We saw some amazing matches, and we're going to cap off the day with XROCK versus B4U. Any thoughts
very,
on this?
Very excited. Very, very excited for this match. As you already said, we are jumping right into the last match of today between these two giants. I'm very excited to see them. I'm very, very excited to see them compete against each other. And as far as I know, none of these teams are in China, not at the main venue. So that's going to be something to keep in mind. I can't wait to see them. It's just seeing these top players play against each other. And I know most of the Before You team, and I am really excited to see them play again. Haven't been able to stay that much in contact lately because they are just practicing, trying to, get here where they are right now and just preparing for the day that is coming, for the matches that are upcoming. And I'm very excited to see XROCK as well. They have been performing extremely well too. So they both have a very, very good opponent ahead of them.
Right.
XROCK as well as Before You. But again, this is the fight for one of these two teams to get into the semifinals. We already saw GG, AL, and TIANBA proceeding into the semifinals. Very curious to see which team will make it as well.
So just to give some backstory with XROCK, again, for those of you that have been following the qualifiers, they're actually the ones to get the last chance qualifiers. So a lot of love and support is going out for XROCK. They're actually known as the Purple Miracle because they're known for turning the tables and their logo is purple. And I think if you guys have been following, Afu the Hunter was interviewed a couple of days back. So really interesting to see that. But also turning the sides to B4U. I had the pleasure with Articuno to be able to cast the NAEU qualifiers, and B4U has been like tearing it up in terms of their performance. So they're definitely going to take the fight to XROCK, and I'm interested to see what are they gonna bring to the table as they represent the NAEU region.
Yes. Very, very excited. Very, very excited. I want to see the chat right now post down or like leave some love for your teams. Again, we have B4U versus XROCK, XROCK versus B4U. Leave your favorite team a nice message, cheer them on, and I'm curious to see which of these teams will perform better. And at the same time, we could just talk about what we will expect. And for me, as always, let's just think about the possibilities. For the first round, we have the Dream Witch still open, free for all, and I think both teams will just go with the Dream Witch. Very, very excited to see that, because let me think back. We haven't really been seeing a really, really dominant Dream Witch yet.
Yes, that's actually a good point. We've witnessed Dream Witches here and there, but the ones that have been like really putting numbers on the board for their teams were the Ans, were the Sculptors. Dream Witch. Could
Mad
it be her?
Eyes.
Mad Eyes too. Could it be the time for the witch? Is the witching season over? Gaming Grizzly.
Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? It's still a very, very dangerous hunter. Still one of the best hunters. Still in the meta. We mentioned this earlier. It might just be that people over time learned how to counter her, and we have new survivors coming in, and we can see that the wildling is being utilized more often. So strategies are changing over time, and we can clearly see that that's the fact. Compared to Call of the Abyss 3, we haven't seen such a dominant Dream Witch yet as we have seen in almost all of the matches when it came to Call of the Abyss 3. But at the same time, this is opening up the chance for other hunters to make an entrance. This is opening up the chance to, show that other hunters are exactly. But other hunters are very, very important to understand too. And obviously all of these top tier hunter players, there's not a single one-trick pony. All of them know various hunters by heart. I'm very curious to see which hunters we will get presented in the fight between XROCK and B4U.
So I did some notes on XROCK and watched them and the qualifiers. Now Afu does have a Sculptor, uses it at the start. Also has an An, and I believe an Axe Boy as well, if I got my notes right. And I think, his Axe Boy is something to really take note of. But also, if you look at B4U side, something that's very interesting to note is that Sprinter, during the qualifiers, had 4K in all 3 rounds. So that is a one dominant hunter. And having them face XROCK is a huge test for them, because XROCK being one of the best out there to do it. Their standing in the IVL fall was 4 out of 6, as well as the finals. They were fourth place out of 6 teams. So one of the best to do it, and I'm pretty sure a lot of support out there from XROCK.
Definitely. I'm very, very excited to see again both of these teams. What are we?
I was like, oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I'm here. Was just thinking about how this could... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, one thing I think B4U might want to bring to the table is kind of do what AL did. Really take these IVL teams, these mainland China teams, to unfamiliar territory, being Leo's memory. Make them surprise them with a map or a pick that they don't normally see. And that was really how they were able to dictate that dance. And as I mentioned, that we're going to get a preview of the XROCK players here on your screen. That was a quick preview.
And here we are again.
Yeah, we're back here. So yeah, I just think that for B4U, definitely needs to try to introduce something unfamiliar to XROCK, because XROCK, being one of the IVL teams, they play time and time again with mainland China teams who you would say are the best of the best. So for them to be able to introduce something new would definitely be an advantage on their side.
Yeah, and I think that B4U is definitely having the chance to surprise XROCK right here. Again, the only North American European server team that is representing our server. So maybe they have some tricks up their sleeves that you haven't seen in the IVL before. So who knows what they will bring to the table. Maybe they will be able to, just surprise them enough to get the victory in the first round, or maybe even throughout the entire rounds. We always see how the teams are adjusting. So even if there is a surprise coming up from one side or the other, you can always see in the next round the other team is immediately adjusting to what is going on, trying to counter the strategy. So I'm very, very curious to see what is happening. Are we seeing something that is a little bit off the meta when it comes to strategies as well? Or are we seeing the normal meta play that we have experienced over and over before, which is not a bad thing if you think about it. If you look at the statistics, if you go for the meta, it can definitely be an advantage for you. And here we go. We have XROCK's team ready to jump into the fight against Before You. We have, no, that was too fast to read all of them. So,
but yeah, just a snapshot as well as Before You. Again, a team that XROCK cannot overlook because they can surprise people, especially with that mastermind. You see that Persuade, one of the masterminds behind this team. So interesting to see how they'll be able to approach this matchup, if you would, because XROCK, again, the Purple Miracle, known for turning the tables, and we're doing the esports show.
Yes, the esports host. And when you say the mastermind behind this team, you could also say the puppet master, because IdentityV, all little dolls. So we have Persuadable, the puppet master behind Before You. Very, very excited to see the entire team jumping into it. Here we get the introduction video for the players. Really looking forward to this final match of today, and extremely looking forward to the upcoming matches that we will have tomorrow, because we still are in the quarterfinals. Right now we are deciding which teams will, well, not we are deciding, the teams are fighting it out, and we are seeing which teams will proceed to the semifinals, and tomorrow it will be the same thing. We will see who will move on from the rest of the 8 teams into the semifinals. Then in 2 days we will have the semifinals, and in 3 days we will have the finals.
Yeah, so again, an amazing weekend for IdentityV action. And just to start things off, AL just shocked the world, denying the 3-time champs. So big props to them. So we can safely say in Call of the Abyss 4, we will be seeing newly crowned champions.
Yes, that is very right, and that is very, very, very interesting to see. Again, we saw GR actually getting eliminated by AL earlier in this stream, and very, very, again, it opens up so many new possibilities for all the other teams, because GR is definitely a feared team amongst all the other teams. Yes. I mean, you don't just win 3 times in a row the entire champion title of the Call of the Abyss. So therefore, having AL dominating GR in this round, in this very first game that they had to play, very, very impressive. But that only shows how dangerous AL is. And I mean, what is better, facing GR or facing the team that beat GR?
Oh man, that's again, just pick your poison, because AL came into full form for them to be able to score that victory over GR. But I tell you now that this is just a bump in the road for them. They will be back in full form. And yeah, I do send your love out to people in GR. But right now we see XROCK versus Before You. We saw SXY, who was the mercenary, and we're seeing Sprinter doing the hunting first. Look at him, really relaxed. Very dominant performance when it came to the NAEU qualifiers. So he is definitely not a hunter to look past.
Absolutely not. And as you already said, very comfortable right here, and that is what you want to be. It already is an extremely, extremely tough situation to be in a tournament like this, and to be facing these teams, and it's a lot of pressure. So you just want to get as comfortable as possible and just concentrate on what you have to do, and you have to win this match, you have to win this round, you have to win this game against XROCK. So being comfortable is definitely something that everyone wants to be, but we can also see XROCK right there rocking in the gaming chairs of IdentityV. So that is definitely comfortable too, and we can see they are ready. They're just communicating, they're probably hyping each other up, and
yeah, I think it's kind of cold, like they're feeling the tension because, as you mentioned, the pressure is there. But you see the smiles happening. You see the fans of XROCK, the Purple Miracle, if you would. Wow, I really wish we could get some of those fan signs. That's awesome stuff.
I was looking at this, what was it, a little head, like the LED
the headband, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The headband, like I was looking at that, I was like, that is professionally made.
That's
that looks
so cool,
good.
Right? Yeah, it's awesome.
What can we
stuff,
see right here? There's like a little bit, I haven't seen this before.
Yeah, this is the, I think this is the data analysis between two of these players. So it's T and this is Schmitty. So I think they might be comparing, again, I know Schmitty as the forward. So T of XROCK, based on my notes, let me check that out. T.
In general, very, very, very impressive venue right there. Very impressive location. What we have seen so far, everything is set up very, very in theme of the Call of the Abyss 4. And
I'm just assuming that those are the numbers of containment times as well as those stuns. So just basing it off of context clues for now, ladies and gentlemen. But as we mentioned, while we were going through the player profiles, SXY, the person that we just saw, very impressive decoding as well as containment time, and the survivor he picks is Mercenary. XROCK, I believe, they don't stray too far away from meta. It's just that they have very capable survivors, and that's something that Sprinter has to watch out for.
Yes, and I think everyone is needs to watch out. Yeah.
Oh, T uses Seer.
Seer, and I think Schmitty is also Seer, but he learned to utilize the forward lately. Yeah, so very excited.
This was based on my notes when watching the qualifiers. So again, with high level players like these, I wouldn't be surprised if they switch around their characters. But we digress. We are going to our first match. I believe we're going to Ever Sleeping Town.
Are we? That looks like the Ever Sleeping Town. I am excited already. Ever Sleeping Town, let's go. It's a bigger map, so maybe we can expect a different hunter. It is the first round, so everything is on the table. You could utilize the Dream Witch, but I assume that we are not seeing a Dream Witch on the Ever Sleeping Town. We have the Priestess ban. Priest is very, very dangerous on the Ever Sleeping Town. Very, very understandable ban right here, but it's also allowing the team XROCK to just utilize the main meta. We see it, the Seer, the Mercenary, the Mechanic as well as the forward. This is just.
They didn't even hesitate. Did you see that? They were like, all right, Priestess out, we got it.
Priestess, we take the meta out, and I think that's the first time we actually see a composition like that, like the perfect meta. So very, very curious to see how that plays out for Sprinter. Very curious to see which hunter he will utilize.
You mentioned not seeing the Dream Witch. The Dream Witch, right? Or in this big map. There have been some hunters that try to use the Dream Witch. Again, it's huge. It's a big map, so definitely XROCK would take advantage of spreading out the Dream Witch. But a Sprinter, having that Sculptor, having that Bloody Queen in the mix, maybe might try to opt for those instead.
Yeah, it would be very, very interesting, especially the Bloody Queen. We haven't seen her yet, and she has been performing so extremely well in the past. So why not swipe her out? Because we can already tell that a lot of teams don't necessarily... Oh, it's gonna be a Dream Witch though.
Okay, so just gonna play with the rest of how the trend has been going, not really looking at how big the map is, but just still playing to the strengths of that Dream Witch. So XROCK has their work cut out for them, because they will have to spread themselves out real far just so that Sprinter won't be able to just down one real fast.
Exactly. And just to finish off my thought on that, I thought that we might have seen a Bloody Queen, because we haven't seen her so far, so she might be a little bit of a surprise. A lot of these top players realized, okay, Bloody Queen is not necessarily in the meta anymore, and therefore we don't necessarily have to practice against her anymore because nobody will utilize her. So if a team is coming in with the Bloody Queen, it might be a little bit of a surprise. And here we have the lineup again. We have Sprinter as Dream Witch. It is such a meta look right here. Sprinter as Dream Witch. Then we have G as Seer, we have T as Mechanic, we have Billy as Ford, and then we have SXY as Mercenary.
Based on my notes, and shoutouts to Kinwai, who is able to talk to me about this, how XROCK utilizes their strategy. Billy, a very slippery target. Not sure who Sprinter will lock onto. Most definitely, he would try to go after T, but T, being a very game survivor, would definitely not rock that mechanic if he didn't have rock hiding skills. So, again, a match to watch, ladies and gentlemen. We have XROCK versus B4U.
And I want to see some hype in the chat right now for your favorite team. Cheer on your team right here. It is starting the first round, first match. B4U, Sprinter on the Hunter side, and we have XROCK on the Survivor side on the Ever Sleeping Town. Immediately going for the mechanic right here, finding the doll, which will be a really beneficial find. Not really, yeah, there we go. Going with the main body leech to the doll, trying to figure out where the mechanic is. Fantastic job from Sprinter.
Yeah, and Sprinter now getting a little whiff of where the mechanic is. That mechanic hanging out at the graveyard area, as we see in the lower left side of the screen, but looks at this Seer and wants to leech him right off the bat. There is some decent decoding progress going on, and going for the Patroller, so this is going to be a tight spot for the Seer. Can he make the vault in time? Not quite.
There you can see we have two leeches on each side, and there comes the tram. Might actually hit leech.
That tram is so tricky. Yeah, just excellent stun there by YJJ, if he planned that or not. But yeah, he did eat that hit. Still has an owl on deck, so that's something to also consider. Sprinter being real close here and making sure that the main body or the main follower will not lose sight of YJJ.
Exactly, we have the main follower as well as the follower that is leeched on the Seer coming in, and we can just see that the Seers are doing most of the work. Now it's time. Oh, there we go. Seer owl is coming through. We also have the doll right here. This could be the end of the doll. But even if it is the end of the doll, you just have to look at the Cypher progress so far. It's immense.
Ooh, nice pallet drop to avoid the Patroller, but it's slowly going to go there to get that chomp. And now the Seer's buying a lot of time, but it's only a matter of time because he doesn't have any more resources. He has to transition to a better spot here, while the Dream Witch is closing in on him and gets a clean hit of his follower.
And there we go. I already mentioned it might be the end of the doll. The doll is out of the game, which is definitely a good thing to do, but we also have to, again, look at the Cypher progress. We are down to 4 Cypher machines. The first survivor, which is the Seer, is down, and there we go, is on the balloons right now, but at the same time, almost 4 Cypher machines in total are done, and the 5th one is already being, not really worked on, but already being touched, so yeah, it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, one of those ciphers was actually the one at the graveyard where the mechanic's doll was at, so it was a great job by Sprinter to just make sure that that doesn't get moved. But look at that, dropping another Patroller just to try to get to the oh my god, he negated the elbow pads.
That was just absolutely amazing. Perfect hit on the Mercenary. Mercenary is able to rescue. There we go. We now have the focus on the Seer. Look at the Cypher machines, almost done. We are waiting for the Seer to go down since we had a tight turner, and we can also see Sprinter concentrating on a different survivor as well, since that is what you want to do if you are the Dream Witch. You want to spread out your leeches and get as many. Oh, look at that, waiting in front.
So
more
good.
time.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't know when the tram's gonna happen. And look at that, excellent just multitasking from the side of Sprinter, leeching the Mercenary for him to just respect the range of the attacks from the Dream Witch to nullify him from popping that Cypher.
There we go, is getting the hit on the Mercenary. Mercenary will go. Oh, there was a rescue. That was a really, really good rescue, and we have Tide Turner coming in. Oh, that was a hit, but it didn't really stun the leech.
Wow.
Oh!
Body block as well, Grizzly. XROCK came to play. Yeah, and now one Cypher remains. The Seer is still gaining a lot of distance away from his followers, but the Mercenary is falling down. He does take 30% more chair time, so I guess they might want to go for him to be chaired just so that they won't go for that Cypher pop.
And the good thing about the Mercenary is that when he is sitting the chair, he's one of the slowest one to die.
Exactly.
So that is buying even more time for the survivors, and we can see that what I would assume is the mechanic, yes, is going in for the rescue. Switch to the leech right in time, taking that hit, and there we go. All survivors are up and running. We are now... That was closing in the gap just enough to give the Terror Shock. The Cypher machine is not ready yet, because I think that the mechanic was actually the one who was decoding earlier and had to leave the Cypher machine to rescue. Yeah. Now the question is, how will XROCK operate in this situation? They still have this one Cypher machine that is almost done, but nobody is decoding on it yet.
Not yet, and it was a great job for Sprinter just switching to Blink instead of keeping that patroller just to down the mechanic. We do see there is another Cypher being worked on by the Seer. Mechanic will spend her time on that chair, and I believe that the Mercenary was able to take out his leech. Oh wow, good call there by Sprinter, negating the forward tackle, and now Billy just making sure that he buys as much time staying under the tram. We do see 2 survivors here at the graveyard now.
So there we go, concentrating on these 2 survivors again. The Cypher machines have been split up, actually. Really, really good job so far. As you can see on the left side, we have another Cypher machine almost done now, and we have the forward on the chair in a few seconds. But I also want to mention that this team is doing a fantastic job just taking turns on the rocket chair, because this is I believe the first time for the forward, and that is just buying so much more time for everyone else. Everyone is injured, but that's absolutely fine because we have one Cypher machine almost primed. Here comes the hit for the Mercenary. They can get up and running if they are able to pop that Cypher, but it is being protected by... Oh, look at that, they're trying to push through.
They are, but look at that. Again, he's just waiting for someone to make their move. Yeah. Again, you have so many followers here, but he can only pilot one at a time. We do see Billy just waiting at the wings here for him to pop that Cypher, and they do. They push for the end game, Grizzly.
Fantastic job. We had Sprinter really in a difficult spot, because if he would have hit one of the survivors, the other survivor would have come in for the nice jump down hit. The other survivor would have come in for the Cypher pop, and that was just such a difficult situation. And we have to say, XROCK was really timing that Cypher pop extremely well. All leeches around, none of them was able to immediately hit, was able to catch up to the Mercenary, who is on the chair for the second time now, and that is definitely giving a lot of time to the rest of the team. But again, leeches are on the map, and we know that the Dream Witch is just extreme.
Got the owl for the save. Oh my gosh, excellent stuff from the mech to save it, and the mech also was able to open it, but the sniping precision of Sprinter, just able to find the Mercenary. But then the gate is already open, and you see at the lower left side of the screen, the Seer is working on that other gate. Mechanic is already waiting at the wings here, but Billy has to get out of dodge.
So we have SXY out of the game for the 3rd time on the rocket chair. Fantastic job from Sprinter, really securing that one survivor, but still putting more pressure. Oh, with Blink, almost hit it! That was such a close dash. The gate opens right here, and we can see T escaping. We can see YJJ escaping. We now only have one survivor remaining, and that is it. 3 survivors getting through the gate from XROCK, and really doing a fantastic job against the 4U Dream Witch. Again, we haven't really seen the Dream Witch rocking in this tournament yet. Yes. Whenever we saw the Dream Witch, which is mostly in the first rounds, survivors were able to perform very well. So very curious to see what XROCK is bringing to the table, if they will also bring out the Dream Witch in round number 1. And very curious to see if before you can do the same and escape with 3 survivors. Exactly, respond in the right way and make this first round a tie for them, which would be optimal. I mean, again, we already talked about this. Getting 4 survivors through the gate is extremely difficult. We saw it right here. XROCK was actually trying to get 4 survivors out of the gate. If we think about it, we saw the mechanic coming in with the rescue, with the Seer's Owl. If Princer was hitting the Seer's Owl instead of the mercenary, that could have given the team enough time to potentially get to the gate and to potentially get 4 survivors out of there. And again, 4 survivors, one of the most difficult tasks to get out of the gate. And that just shows how dangerous the survivor team of XROCK is. They were almost able to get out there with 4 survivors.
Yeah, no doubt. And 100%, I totally agree with that. And Sprinter did a good job just trying to go with the ebbs and flows. It's just that XROCK seemed to know their positioning very well, knew how to kite, especially as you mentioned, that knew who to go next in the chair. They weren't afraid to get in the face of the Dream Witch to get their attention. You saw that the forward was body blocking for the Seer. The Seer, being the first one chased, saw the chair twice, but was able to escape the game. It was the mercenary that was able to that was sent back to the manor. So it just shows that XROCK, their chemistry and their coordination is really on point, really taking Sprinter to that limit. And I'm excited to see more of that and how Sprinter will respond in game number 2. But as you mentioned, we will have to see Afu go up against the survivors of B4U.
Yes, and again, they really know how to play this. They really knew how to rescue the survivors, who should go in and who should take the attention of the hunter and who should get on the rocket chair at the right time. So fantastic coordination, fantastic communication from XROCK's survivor side. But we also know B4U is a team that you should not underestimate. So very curious to see what they will bring to the table. And I'm excited to actually see if they can even turn the tables around. We have seen this in many tournaments before where the first round was maybe not the best and maybe even lost the first round. And then you just turned the tables around and was going the entire different direction. So yeah, and again, we already saw it in this tournament where survivors or hunters were just doing a fantastic job with one strategy, and as soon as they tried to pull the same strategy in the next round, the survivors or hunters adapted, and it wasn't as easy anymore. So I'm very curious to see what is happening next right here. For now, the next round is our first survivor match on B4U side and our first hunter side on XROCK side.
Yeah, interesting also to see who the hunter of XROCK is going to be banning, because I think it was pretty smart that Sprinter banned that priestess. Because you imagine if they allowed that priestess to go through Ever Sleeping Town and they know they're well coordinated, that could have been a different game for XROCK entirely if they allowed that priestess to come through. So big threat for that priestess. But again, it comes down to preference with Afu. Again, Afu being a very skilled hunter, and he goes into that next level when he's pushed towards his limits. But again, they're in the lead. Can they sustain this momentum?
That is the question. That is the right question. We can see Schmitty right here, and we can see his stats. Attainment time around 60 seconds, even more than 60 seconds, which is, look at him smile.
Yeah.
That made me smile. It's just such a contagious smile. The decoding speed is over decoding per round is over 100%. And in general, as you already mentioned, character he is playing Ford. He was practicing the Ford a lot since he was a Seer main. Seer has been banned a lot, so he had to adapt. And oh, look at that. We can see in the background the mercenary. Here we have Milek. Here we have Milek, and here you can see he is such a good mechanic player. Decoding is usually around 174, almost 75. And in general, this team is very well coordinated as well. We have seen it in the past. It's not their first entrance right here at the COAIV 4 tournament. They have made it into the previous COAs as well. And here we can see Roland as Gravekeeper also has a lot of decoding progress on the ground per match.
I have a feeling that Persuable is telling them jokes when they're about to pop up, and that's why they just smile like that. Because you know Persuable with his
jokes.
His dad jokes, exactly.
Yeah, that's very possible, to be honest. That is very, very possible. And just like keeping the energy, the positive energy in the team, you can see it right here. They all smile, they are all happy. And we can also see Problems right here, who is playing Seer, and definitely a very, very well put together team. And I'm just curious to see what they will bring to the table against XROCK.
I would say one of their strengths is definitely their chemistry, their communication. They've been doing this for a while, so they're definitely on point when it comes to that. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to handle Afu's hunters, or whatever he's going to be able to pick. You can see that the Sculptor is his pick of choice, but then again, if that Dream Witch is on the table, it's pretty enticing to pick.
Exactly. Sculptor main does not mean that he cannot play other characters, and I surely assume that we will see first round it's going to be a Dream Witch, and second round we might see the Dream Witch ban, and therefore he comes in play with the Sculptor comes in play, since he is performing as well, and then who knows, maybe a Feaster, but we definitely know definitely know that all of these characters, all of these players know their characters to play, and they don't only know this one character that they can play, they know a lot of characters and how to utilize these characters. Very, very curious to see what XROCK is now bringing to the table on the Hunter side. Again, I assume it's going to be a Dream Witch, so I'm getting ready for some late game action.
For sure, because again, we have yet to see a very dominant Dream Witch outside of Call of the Abyss 3. Today, they've been kind of struggling, if you would. Like, let's call a spade a spade. Like, we haven't seen a very dominant Dream Witch as of yet. Yes?
I think it's fine.
I thought you were about to say something. Yeah, so it could be Afu to grant us that, but Afu, again, really known for his Sculptor as well as his Axe Boy. The IVL, I think, in the IVL, one of the matches they had, he got an Axe Boy 4K that really shot up Axe Boy into the meta and surprised everyone, really. So I'm pretty sure B4U did their homework to really understand the hunter pool of Afu.
I agree. It's gonna be very, very intense. Very, 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 very intense. I mean, we are at the top 16 teams worldwide. Of course, it's going to be intense. Question is, who will take the spot in the semifinals between these two teams, XROCK and B4U. Again, I can already see the chat. Whenever I check the chat, I can see a lot of hype for all the players, all the teams. So I want you guys to just put out more love for either XROCK or B4U, or maybe even both, because you can be a fan of both and cheer on both sides right here. This is, for example, the exact case for us. We are just excited and hyped to see these top tier players, these best players in the world, duke it out against each other. Here we can see the entire B4U team getting ready to go against XROCK's Hunter.
Yeah, again, I always say this, Grizzly, we have the best seats in the house. We're just here to just be professional fans at the end of the day and explain as much as we can to everyone watching and just bring in that hype. So now, I hope that hype translates to the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Do show your love. B4U versus XROCK. It is 3-1 in favor of XROCK. We are seeing a mechanic ban, so they're letting the Priestess come to play here at Ever Sleeping Town.
Very curious to see how this will play out. I assume what you just said, that the Priestess will be a pick. And there we go. Milek coming through with the Priestess. I have seen very, very impressive Priestess gameplays before from B4U, especially on this map. So I'm curious to see what they will bring to the table. And obviously, since it's very early, we will see some very meta picks like the Forward, the Seer, and the Mercenary going along with that Priestess.
Yeah, so again, it's a little bit reminiscent of the picks from XROCK. Like, they didn't hesitate since they were still on the table. They just changed a little bit for them to be able to go to the picks of their choice, but then they just changed a little bit of that, went with that Priestess, and shuffled it around with the tabs, but we landed on this composition here. Now, all is left, less than a minute left for Afu to pick his Hunter.
I have learned that timer does not necessarily tell the truth, but sure, less than a minute to pick.
We'll see. I don't know. I'll shoot my shot. Maybe, I guess. Maybe just to actually hover over the hunter, maybe.
Yeah, right. I still think that we're gonna see. I don't know. I'm very confident that we will see a Dream Witch, since again, both teams appear to be very, very meta when it comes to the picks. And I mean, he still has 55 seconds to pick his hunter.
Oh, it's a sculptor.
Actually going with the sculptor, but that is not. I mean, that does not necessarily. It does not necessarily exclude the Dream Witch. It just says, hey, I'm playing my favorite character right now. Nobody can ban it. And in the second round, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna ban Dream Witch and let me play my Sculptor again? Or are you gonna, ban Sculptor and then I just play my Dream Witch? So it doesn't necessarily matter that the Dream Witch isn't being played right now. We could still potentially see her in future matches, depending on the performance on XROCK's Sculptor.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at my notes, and I have a, again, maybe Chad can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure Afu is known for his Dream Witch, because I seen him use a Bloody Queen in third round, his Sculptor as well. So interesting to see if, as the matches go along, and especially if they're gonna be able to ban the Sculptor, who Afu is gonna bring to the table.
Okay, I would just go with your data right there. Might be definitely something I would really appreciate to see, right? Like, of course, we see the Dream Witch very meta, but maybe we're gonna see again a Feaster or whatever.
Yes, Feaster. My data says Feaster here.
your data says Feaster.
I'll make it say Feaster.
a huge paper just saying Feaster, and we just saw the team yet again. We saw the Sculptor, we saw Before You coming in with the Priestess, and then we had the very meta pick of Forward, Mercenary, and the Seer. So let's see what these two teams can do. Again, we had a match, XROCK versus Before You. XROCK was able to get out with 3 survivors in this very town, the Ever Sleeping Town, in this very map, in this very same map, the Ever Sleeping Town map. So that is what is Before You is going for, to get 3 survivors out as well.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely don't want to give XROCK that lead. They want to be able to go point for point with them as we head into this match. Afu just going to the center of this map, trying to look for the perfect target. Looks like he's going to try to go for Paul Blem, but Paul Blem's already dropping those pallets just to give him a little more distance. But then again, this Hunter's so dangerous when those statues are well placed.
And there we can see Ori from Milek, which is the Priestess, which could be a really good find early game, because that will definitely allow you to bring down the Priestess faster. While she may not. Oh!
Wow. Going for a ride there. Yeah, so gonna buy a little bit more time. Just to, again, just get a lot of progress done with these ciphers. Paul Blems, again, does not want this ride to end if it can. But then here we go, Afu again, back on the chase here. Paul Blem's hot on the heels, but great job for him to be able to bring the Hunter in this part of the map and away from the Cypher progress.
Exactly, fantastic job luring the Hunter away from the teammates, but at the same time we know Sculptor can cancel out the Seers out and therefore is making... Oh!
As you said it, Grizz, it just happened. Afu again, one less thing to worry about, but time is being bought, but look at that. The Sculptor is just being used for him to bring Paul Blems closer to him. Paul Blems doing a great job rotating it. Oh, he didn't see the tram!
No way! Paul Blems luring Afu right in front of the tram, buying so much more time. Needs to teleport to actually catch up to another survivor. That was so good!
Great utilization of the real estate, but did have a bit of that quenching effect for him to be able to move to another survivor. And right away, just left it. Oh my god, the tram got the Priestess too!
No, it was a Sculptor's...
okay, thank god. I thought I was kind of scared that the biggest Hunter here would be the tram.
Yes, exactly. Hunter just bringing down everyone.
Yeah, even the Hunter. So, my bad, ladies and gentlemen, but great utilization of the statues there to down my leg. So, we know that Afu knows how to switch priorities, even though he was able to get a lot of hits on Paul Blems, shifted to my leg when he had to.
Now see, will he be able to actually get the rescue without being injured. Not without being injured, but there comes Tide Turner. That is a little bit of a tough situation. Milek is actually running into the very corner, trying to buy more time, trying to force the hunter to go all the way there.
Right.
And maybe even allowing the team to rescue the priestess.
True. Yeah, it's for them to rotate accordingly, right? Because they got some decent progress done. 4 ciphers remain, but 3 are like almost being primed. And rest assured, Afu, once he just watch out, Schmitty going for the tackle, and he's able to get it. Good stun by Schmitty to give Milek another chance here.
Trying to get the attention, trying to do the same thing that XROCK was doing earlier, trying to rotate the survivors that Afu is going for. But Afu is not falling for it. Afu is not Afu is not. Yeah, I was thinking. Afu was is not going for it. He is actually concentrating on this one survivor that he already had on the chair.
Yeah, and that is
that might be. Oh, so
not
close.
Quite.
Trying to get into that could have been a game changer. Oh, that's it for Milek. Fantastic job from Milek trying to get into that.
Yeah, the tram, right? It was just so close there. 2 ciphers remaining, but we are seeing a little bit of progress on the side of the hunter, getting 1 down survivor already. It's going to be quite tough since we look at the progress being done. 1 cipher is like 80%, the other one is almost at 50%. So Afu still has his work cut out for him to be able to patrol around the areas here. But again, it could swing any which way with great placement and great coordination on the side of B4U.
And Afu doing a fantastic job just staying around this one cipher machine that is almost done. And we saw Paul Blims the Seer trying to be sneaky, trying to wait there for an opening to get to that cipher machine, to finish off that cipher machine, because that is just waiting right here. Oh!
Wow, that was good timing there, and goes for the teleport right away to try to catch Schmitty while he was decoding. Something to note as well that Paul Blims does have an owl, so that could play a factor in the late game. And we are seeing Schmitty utilize his football to get away from these from that chisel effect.
I think he took one though. I think he took a hit.
I think so too.
If we look at the cipher progress, we now have this one cipher machine in this very area outside the graveyard, and there we go. Survivor, the Schmitty forward is getting picked up. What I can expect right now is that we have one survivor trying to go in for the rescue, while the other survivor might try to get the cipher machine done.
Yeah, that's true. Again, with this chisel, it's just so it's gonna take a lot of guts for you to try to approach, because Afu again just knows where to put this chisel for him to be able to. Roland coming from behind. Oh, Afu catches him though. Gonna utilize the elbow pads and
the
also the owl.
Through.
Excellent teamwork by B4U.
He had to get away. Is the cipher pop happening? Is the cipher pop happening? Oh, Afu not concentrating. Afu not concentrating on picking up, and that is giving an opening.
It is, but then trying to down the Seer from the beginning. Paul Blims being a big problem for Afu, but the tension will be a factor. So the gate war has begun. Now zoning in on Roland, the mercenary. No more elbow pads. Actually, everyone is bare bones now, Grizz. So they're gonna have to rely on just the environment.
That was a hit. That was a hit. Roland is down. We have the mercenary on the chair right here. And we can see Schmitty and Paul Blims trying to go to the gate right there. I assume the gate is just being opened. Teleport is active.
Oh my gosh. Afu, the proactiveness of him not being contented with just camping here. Gonna want to down his first target while his detention is still up, and he does.
This is down. We might see Schmitty going in for the rescue. Yes,
he does.
And there we go. Now going for the gate. As far as I can tell, I think Roland was going to the other gate, and they are both going to the other gate. The thing is, we have the sigil.
Yeah,
she
the
can
chisel.
throw the sigil. Yeah, I can't pronounce that.
It's okay. Yeah, the statues there. Here we go. Roland has to dodge these statues coming out, and this is it's so dangerous. Wow, and that's a
second one.
Can he open it in time? But no, pushes him away from the exit gate.
We can see Ford is coming through, but Afu sees Schmitty right there, sees the scratch marks on the floor, and Wait, I'm trying to think. Did the mercenary already get up by himself
No,
once?
I don't think so. Yeah, he still has that self heal. But oh wow, downs him, and Afu realizes that, making sure to go to Roland to make sure that his self heal won't be utilized. And man, Afu going with the ebbs and flows of this match, so scary.
So scary indeed. That is such a strong hunter gameplay right here from Afu, and we can see Schmitty is still trying to get up, still trying to get it, not able to make it in time. Whew, that was such an intense game. We already saw how Afu was having a little bit of the upper hand during the entire match, but late game, the Cypher Pop, the final Cypher Pop was extremely strong, extremely powerful. It looked extremely good for B4U when they popped that Cypher.
Yeah,
And
something in the early game actually. Before you, Paul Blems was giving him a really hard time. He had to switch to go to my leg for him to be able to down that priestess early on. So it was looking like B4U was in control of the start and the end as well when they got that great Cypher Pop. But just the proactivity of Afu not being contented. All right, I'm gonna chair camp. No, chair. Usually you see a chisel first to check on the teleport. He just knew where they were gonna be. So man, Afu so dangerous.
extremely crazy. As you already said, as soon as the Cypher Pop was coming in, we were definitely expecting a tie, because getting one survivor with detention should be not necessarily a problem late game. So I was expecting to see a tie. That XROCK Afu was actually able to get all of the survivors, including a forward, including a mercenary.
Exactly.
Extremely powerful. That was an extremely powerful game from Afu. I am almost speechless.
Yeah.
It
And
is
something to highlight also with B4U, they played that pretty well. You know, my leg being able to extend, like had some good rebounding kites, did get some hits, but able to go to the corners to buy time. But after my leg was out of the game and he was trying to look for another survivor to down, he just knew when to guard that. And when you mentioned that he downed I think it was the forward, but didn't concentrate on picking him up, just went towards the seer to try to stop the pop from happening.
Yeah.
He just knew when to change priorities just to keep before you guessing.
Exactly. And I also want to mention, as you already said, before you doing a fantastic job. And if we remember the moment where the priestess was trying to get into the tram before she got sent out of the game, this could have been a game changer. If she would have gotten into that tram, of course the sculptor could still use the statues to get her, but to actually pick her up and put her into the chair would have her relocate across the entire map, and would give an opening to the survivor team to already pop the Cypher machine that they were fighting over at the end. That could have been a very, very deciding game change.
Yes.
But as we saw, Priestess was not getting on the tram by half a second, and therefore giving the sculptor Afu the chance to utilize the statues, bring down the Priestess, getting out the first survivor, and putting more pressure on the rest of the survivor team from before you.
I will tell you this, Gaming Grizzly, the biggest hunter, the biggest MVP was that tram. Gosh.
That tram! That was so unexpected that Problems was actually able to lure exactly the sculptor right in front of it. That was so good.
Actually, I thought I again, thank you for correcting me. I thought the priestess got run over too. I was like, oh no, like this tram. Just someone nerf this tram.
This tram, yes. I was actually thinking that the priestess was at this point in time also trying to get into the tram.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Exactly, just trying to get over there. But the thing is, what I assume what happened was that the statues were actually coming off the tram.
Oh, they bounced
so the tram,
off. Okay.
So the tram actually helped the sculptor getting the priestess at this point.
Wow. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot more sense. Actually, the way it kind of looked that way, right? Because I thought she got run over, but there were statues that were bouncing away. So just excellent placement on Afu. Like, just a sculptor. Yeah, to respect, and definitely to respect ban coming into the next match.
Yeah, most likely. I assume so too, that we will have a ban of a sculptor in the second round. And just for you, not really sure. if the survivors are getting run over by the tram, they are not going down. They're
just like stunned, like
exactly, they're just stunned, and the priestess
I-
was immediately down, so it had to be a statue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I experienced that a lot. Like, I need to look both ways before crossing the street, basically.
Yeah,
in Ever
same.
Sleeping Town.
I mean, you don't have to feel bad about it. It happens to me, and we saw it happens to the best of us. It happens to the
Thank
top
you.
players. Sometimes you don't necessarily think that the tram is coming along, and you don't necessarily think about that tram when you're right in front of a target, right? Problems
Yeah.
was right there.
Yeah,
There. Let's just go and get him.
And I would say also, I think it was it Roland or this was in the previous game. I think it was Billy from XROCK. Like he was down and he made sure to crawl to the middle of the rails just so he'd be under
Yes.
the train. So it's like,
Right
wow,
in
these
front of the train.
they're using the tram or the train as a part of the map, which you have to, right? In competitive play, if you can get any advantage, you can.
Yeah, and
Wow.
I mean, that's just an extremely smart play. Like, that is buying the team so much more time if the hunter just has to wait in front of the tram and just sit there and, all right, come on, tram. It can be, these, let's say, 10 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds that they have to wait might be the entire change that they need.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Very, very, very interesting. That's also one reason why I like the Ever Sleeping Town, because you
Right.
just have elements on this map that you have nowhere else, and it's just interesting to see these strategies. I would say that Problems definitely saw the tram. I think that was calculated. And
speaking of, he's the seer. He definitely has to angle his camera because he got another owl. So I'm pretty sure he saw the tram. He's like, all right, it's coming. Great play by him, and also great rebound by Afu, because that didn't deter
Yes.
him. He still wanted all right, I've got hit by the tram. All right, let me switch over to go for the priestess instead, because Paul Blem's very slippery target.
I couldn't agree more. That was a fantastic job. And again, definitely expected a tie after the Cypher pop. Wasn't really sure about a 3 survivor escape. I definitely expected to see a tie, but that Afu was actually able to put so much pressure so fast on the survivors late game.
Yeah.
That was crucial, and that was extremely destroying. We saw the statues coming out on both exit gates, just really putting pressure on these survivors. We saw Schmidty, who was trying to rescue and was actually able to rescue, but still everyone was in a very difficult situation right here.
Yeah.
And that is that is actually the first round is therefore going to XROCK. We haven't actually mentioned the points yet. So XROCK taking the round number 1 for them, and now we see that Before You needs to catch up on that. And even if they can catch up, and we are, for example, seeing a tie after 3 rounds, you also have to think about the points that XROCK has already. It is 8 points for XROCK to 1 for Before You. So that is already a huge gap. What Before You wants to do right now, they just want to win both 2 rounds that are following round number 2 as well as round number 3 to decide that for themselves. On the other side, if XROCK is able to decide round number 2 for themselves, that's already it. That's already their ticket into the semifinals.
That's true. So monumental pressure coming from the side of Before You, with the pace and the tempo being set by the players of XROCK, especially Afu. Just an amazing sculptor, would definitely merit a sculptor ban. And it seems like Afu is not done. He wants to go back in there because he will be hunting again.
He is not done with Before You. He wants to get his hands on these survivors again, and just really showing off his skill yet again. You already said it, the respect ban of the sculptor might happen. We saw how destroying the sculptor of Afu is, and I mentioned it a few seconds ago. Before You needs to win the second round, so therefore I assume that they don't want to face the sculptor right here. They don't want to face her again, and therefore the respect ban of the sculptor makes a lot of sense. We will see if they are going with it or if they are banning a different hunter. We also have to see on which map they will play on, which could also play part in which characters they will ban, and also which characters they will play.
Can I just say also, when it comes to picks and bans, Afu allowing the priestess to go to Ever Sleeping Town. He knew what he was doing there. He just wanted the Cypher-ish not to happen. He needed time to chase. So I wonder, depending on the map again, if he'll still stick to his mechanic ban, because he seems to be okay with the priestess running around, because he seems very confident with this chase.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. That was we already said it right away when the game started. Priestess being allowed in this, especially on this map, the Ever Sleeping Town map, where you can just put these portals on the buildings and they will give you these immense distance, and that is something that you definitely have to respect. And we clearly saw that he was respecting it. He was respecting it in a way that he was allowing it because he knew he could deal with it.
Oh yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, especially knowing that, all right, sure, let me chase the seer, went to the priestess right away, knew he had to clean up all those portals and not really give my leg any chance to set up any global portals. So interesting to see now the comparison. This seems like a different team. This is GG and our, so going back to Afu again, he will definitely try to duplicate the same magic he did in Ever Sleeping Town. Another point of discussion or something to consider is, where are we going to be able to settle this second match in?
Absolutely right. And here we have the data. This time we can see
Hunters,
yes, Hunters. We have Sprinter versus Afu, and we can see points.
I think
and numbers.
Yeah, I believe the first one is
average elimination,
maybe, yeah, it seems like that. And then the second one seems like hits, average hits, and then
Yeah.
3.38 seems to be, since Sprinter also has a sculptor, so I'm not sure what the 3.3 there is, but I think the one below that is the remaining ciphers, because I know Sprinter had a pretty amazing record coming into the qualifiers. So again, this is a battle of these hunters. Afu will be hunting once again for Team XROCK, while B4U has to make those slight adjustments for them to be able to put some points on the board for their team.
Yes, and I'm assuming that the numbers below that, where you can see 10,000 on the left side with Afu and 1,000 with Sprinter, will probably be the deduction points after each match. And there must be a mistake, because 1,100 is probably not the right number when he is coming to an average of 3.6 elimination and 8.6 downs. It absolutely makes no sense. There might be a little mistake, but that's fine. We can see on the spot how dangerous both of these hunters are. And I mean, we saw it in the matches, we saw it in the game, how dangerous they are. Very, very excited to see what Sprinter will come up with. We had the Dream Witch in the first match, which XROCK was able to counter pretty well by leaving with 3 survivors. And again, they were trying to actually get 4 survivors out of the gate. And now the question is, will XROCK ban the Dream Witch later on, or will they allow the Dream Witch to come to the field? And if they are banning the Dream Witch, what will Sprinter bring to the table in the second round? Again, they know they need to rock the second round. If they are not winning the second round, or at least tying the second round, that's it for B4U, and that's something they definitely want to prevent. So I'm very, very curious to see the picks as well as the bans for both sides.
Yeah, that's actually a good way of putting it, because they can't drop they can't drop points anymore, especially with the pace and the how much difference that of points XROCK put on the table. So it's really it's super important for B4U to put their best foot forward. And I believe, is this ARMS?
This should be Arms Factory indeed. We can see B4U is banning the Dream Witch, which allows Afu to utilize the Sculptor yet again. Very, very confident that they will be able to defeat the Sculptor on the Arms Factory, having probably a good strategy. So there's a good reason why they banned the Dream Witch. And we can see we have very, very meta bans with the forward as well as the mechanic on the survivor side. Curious to see what B4U will pick, and curious to see if we yeah, we will most likely see another sculptor. After that performance, there's no doubt that we will see another sculptor.
Yeah, Afu definitely wants to double down on that. But before he's adjusting to the bans here, we're seeing a substitute of a decoder here, an explorer, as well as a rescuer in the form of the wildling here, just so he can harass once they're ballooned. Doesn't really necessarily go for those stuns, but can push the hunter away, just so the struggle time will be more free. Now, I mean, the explorer, they say, yeah, he definitely counters the sculptor, especially when when he shrinks, because it's hard to lock onto him, and it's hard, and the statues don't really know. It's really hard for you to see that, especially in Arms Factory where there's a lot of grassy areas. My leg would definitely thrive here, but again, you're going up against Afu, and Arms Factory being one of those, being the third most pick stage in map in IVL. So I'm pretty sure Afu is pretty confident with his rotations as a hunter in Arms Factory.
Yes, we see it right here. This is Skype. There was no doubt.
No contention here,
Yeah, not at all. So therefore, we definitely gonna see another very intense match. I mean, at the end of the day, what we saw was before you just doing a really, really good job. There were a few small things that were really game-changing in the advance of XROCK. Of course, these things were perfectly calculated from XROCK, and they did a fantastic job going against before you. But at the same time, if before you, we saw it, right? They did a fantastic cypher pop, and I was expecting to get a tie. So they already had a chance to get a really good game going. So I think they are trying the same, and they are very confident in doing it.
Yeah, so again, just minor tweaks to see how they can understand this very dangerous sculptor of Afu. So let's see how this match will shake out as we head on over to the Arms Factory. Schmitty again with the Mercenary, my leg with the Explorer. Wildling will go with Roland. Paul Blems with that Seer. Again, they're going up against this very formidable sculptor. Can they do it? Before you puts it all on the line here in match number 2, because again, the pace that XROCK put on the table, do they keep up? And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Afu with that sculptor spawning near the shack area, wants to go for the most optimum target, which would probably be the Explorer, just to stop that Cypher rush. But again, that Explorer does have a little bit of the advantage here because he can see where the Hunter will be coming from. But if he catches early on, especially when the Owl is hovering around, he could definitely try to find that Explorer. Paul Blems over at the factory area. Afu making sure he rotates just to make sure that nobody's there. Just checking to see, just putting those sculptures around to try to catch anyone who is hiding. And it seems like he has his sights set on Paul Blems again, so it seems to be a rematch of the previous round here. And he seems to be having the full commit here. Paul Blems already receiving his owl back, would definitely try to utilize that to extend his kite longer here as we head into the factory once again. Paul Blems gaining a lot of distance from this Hunter.
Very good job coming in with the owl, taking... Oh, that was actually the hit of Afu, and he was taking the statue hit, so that was a really, really good move. Dodging these statues in there. It's so difficult. It's so difficult to dodge the statues when it comes to vaulting pallets or vaulting windows, because there's only one way you can go, right? You go over the window, and if there's a statue right there, it's most likely. But Problems did a fantastic job, bought a lot of time for the team. They have the Cypher machines halfway done, but at the same time, halfway done, that also means Afu was doing a fantastic job, really bringing down the Seer very, very fast, very early in the game. He utilized his owl too, so that is gone. And now it is Mercenary taking that hit, going in for the rescue right away.
And Paul Blems again. Great start to that rebound attack. Again, working with what he has here outside the factory, dropping one pallet and making sure to shoot and drive away, but the tear shock, the last effort will be popped, and full presence Afu is gonna run amok now as he waits for the tide turner to take away its effect. That was really quick, going to the happy corner here to try to gain a little more time for his team.
The happy corner for Afu, it's more of a sad corner for problems. Doing a great job going into that corner, just buying a little bit more time for the team because the hunter has to go back and forth to the rocket chair. Good job so far, but at the same time you have to give it to Afu, really putting pressure on the survivors. We have problems on the rocket chair for the second time. We have Schmitty taking the hits right here. We have Roland trying to come in for the rescue, but that also only leaves one survivor, which is my leg for decoding. And we can see Roland is taking a hit yet again. Such a... No, wait. Roland is taking the hit. So
yeah, so Paul Blems is still up and running. So it's Roland that will be falling down. The Paul Blems still buying a lot of time. And there we go. The tide turner is about to run out, and it does.
That's gonna be a double down, as we can see, and the double down means that the Seer is out of the game. We also have, again, that was such a good play. We have Schmitty, who is the mercenary, down. He did not really have the chance. Roland is pausing the game. Apparently there is an issue with the connection or with something else on this game. So therefore we're gonna get into a short intermission right here where we can talk about the game so far. What we have seen is Afu doing a fantastic job, really putting pressure on these survivors, really putting pressure, especially on the Seer right there, who is trying to buy more time for the team. But at the same time, with all these statues and perfectly timed hits and concentration, focus on the Seer. We saw Seer getting rescued over and over again, but at the same time, Sculptor Afu not taking his time to go for example, the forward or the mercenary, not even thinking about it, straight up going for the Seer again. And we will have to see what is happening next, if this match is going to be restarted or if we're gonna just continue where we left off. We will wait for information on that. But for now, if Afu can keep up that pace, it's gonna be extremely difficult for B4U to catch up.
100%. Great job on B4U side. My leg doing some rebound kiting there, just working with what was it my leg? Oh, no, sorry, it was Paul Blems. The Seer. My leg really doing a great job just hiding. He was the explorer. That was one of the most optimum targets. But then again, I said to the viewers that this is a rematch of what we've seen before. But Afu wanting to really down Paul Blems. And he did a really good job trying to just buy time. And they did also a great job in tag teaming who's going to go for those saves, who's going to go for those stuns afterwards. So if they can, again, Afu keeping up this pace would definitely be a big detriment to B4U. So really interested to see how B4U will be able to bounce back from this.
Exactly, that is exactly my thought. And we just got information on the situation, and it seems like there are technical difficulties, and that is just something that happens every now and then. So we just have to wait and see what is going on. Again, as you said, as I said, it's gonna be tough if XROCK is keeping up that pace, if XROCK is keeping up that pressure on B4U on the survivor side right now. And we watched the match earlier where we saw XROCK on the survivor side, and XROCK was also putting pressure on the hunter side. So definitely interesting to see how B4U will adapt to the pressure that is XROCK is putting on them. At the same time, you can't underestimate B4U. They have been proven themselves as very coordinated, very good team in this entire tournament. And I'm just curious to see what will happen next.
Yeah, something also to note is that B4U is really put in a tough spot with one ban, right? And in Arms Factory, you really don't want to let Dream Witch. You really have to respect Dream Witches in Arms Factory because it's so small. But in that sense, they allowed Afu to pick the hunter of his choice, which was the Sculptor. They can try going after it again, but his performance in the first seems to be snowballing again into this match right here. So quite tough. It's really tough, the pace he's putting, especially with not allowing them to really go for Cypher rushes. and just forcing them to go for saves, because it's really all or nothing in this match. They really need to get as much points as they can for them to extend their tournament lives.
They really, really do. Again, we mentioned this before. If we look at the points, we have an 8-1 point gap right here, 7-point gap right here between the teams. XROCK already having 8 points for the first round. 1 point goes to before you, and that also means that if XROCK is winning the second round, that would eliminate before you and would move them into the semifinals, and that would basically conclude day one. But at the same time, there's everything on the table for both of them to take, and before you can turn around the tables. But they have to do it soon. They have to do it in the upcoming matches.
They have to do it very soon. And it seems like we're going to head back into that game. Afu getting Roland into this chair. So quite the interesting turn of events. Still Afu dominating this dance and just leading the pack here with one survivor already back in the manor. And we still have 3 ciphers remaining, Grizzly, and only 1 has been touched. Oh,
it is 2 now, yeah, but it's extremely an extremely difficult situation for before you right now. There's so much pressure, as you said earlier, proactive. As soon as one survivor is on the rocket chair, Afu is not waiting on that rocket chair to for something to happen. No, he's actively going.
Oh,
okay, there we can see where the technical difficulties come from.
I think I'm not sure, but we're seeing that he is chasing after Schmitty. So quite the interesting turn of events. We're gonna see how this pans out. It seems like he wants to just down Schmitty.
Yeah, apparently it seems like Afu is respecting the connection of Milik, and just in general there seem to be technical difficulties. So here we can see why the game was paused. I am not really sure how we will proceed. We will see. For now, it appears that we will finish this game. But at the same time, I have a feeling that we might have to...
Oh, we're still continuing. Okay, so I guess my leg being able to move now, the technical difficulties are done. But man, Afu already just so dominant here, going after Schmitty, and now turning his attention towards my leg here. My leg trying his best to be able to survive as long as he can, but Afu, again, such a formidable hunter, downs my leg and gets another 4K, I believe. But again, we're going to get a little more clarity on the situation to see what went down.
So definitely want to mention that Afu did a fantastic job early game when everything seemed fine, when the connection seemed stable on both ends. Afu was coming in extremely strong. Getting the seer, it was out of the game. So definitely a hunter to fear. Afu definitely did put up a good fight, and we can clearly tell that the end of the game was not necessarily the biggest fight, since we had Milik standing around. There were clear issues. I want to mention this. There were clear issues.
There's no technical difficulties, right?
No reason to talk this down. So we just have to wait and see what will happen, if we will have a replay, or if before you says, all right, that's no, I don't think so. I don't. Nobody wants to say it is how it is. That's in that case, in such a tournament like Call of the Abyss 4, I don't think that they won't say anything against it. We just have to wait and see what will happen.
Yeah, so we were just waiting on the words on what would happen next. But then again, you can't deny Afu. Before the pause happened, he was dominating that part of the tournament, and how he was really able to find a survivor, be able to down that survivor, which was the seer, camp accordingly, use the chisel so that so he'll be able to harass, like map harassment throughout. So still a very dangerous sculptor.
So here we can see, apparently, the points go through. We can see a 5-0 game, which means 4 survivor elimination. And yeah, again, let's just wait with the conclusion of this match, because I feel like there will be something going on in the background that is not necessarily portrayed right now here on stream, and I don't want to say anything that isn't true. So we are just waiting on that. If this game goes through as it is, it would be a 5 survivor elimination, which would put Before You into a really, really tough spot because they would need a 5 survivor elimination as well
to tie things. Yeah.
To tie the round number 2, but then they still have to win round number 3 because we already saw XROCK winning round number 1. So just to keep on moving, they would need to tie things up.
Yeah, so again, tough task for B4U as we head on to the second half of this. All the weight of this goes on Sprinter's shoulders because he will have to be the one to hunt, and he'll have to be the one to gain points for his team, especially with one of the most formidable survivor teams out there. That's XROCK. So big test for him. So really interested to see how he's going to fare in this situation.
So we are slowly getting information on this match, just waiting for it. Very, very curious to see in general how Before You on the Hunter side will proceed, what we can expect from Sprinter when it comes to the Hunter. We can expect the Dream Witch being banned. Again, it could also be that they will ban a different Hunter because they were already putting up a really good fight against the Dream Witch earlier. The question is, Dream Witch extremely dangerous. Just because you put up one good fight, will you try and will you risk it to go against her yet again? We got confirmation that we are having a little pause right now because Milek, we already saw it. Everyone saw it. Milek was disconnecting. He was standing there. Afu was respecting that. Afu was clearly seeing it. There's no way that Milek was just standing there during a tournament. So he was respecting that, passing Milek, going for Schmidty at this point. And still, it is something that we have to take care of, or that the teams and the organizers have to take care of. So, yeah, I'm gonna let you talk for a moment.
No, we're still getting information on this, so still waiting on the situation there. But it was quite clear that there was a pause at the start of the game. So I guess again, technical difficulties, especially in this situation. So we're just gonna have to wait and see in terms of the ruling on that. But if we're gonna be talking about what's to come ahead, we did see that the scores did say that it is going to go through, and I believe that the next match that we have to prepare for is Sprinter coming next. So yeah, I believe there is a ruling now. There's only one pause to allow. They only allow one pause. So NetEase says that we will have to proceed with the next half of this match. So great side on XROCK. They were able to, again, Afu just being a class act, not really moving, not really going for waiting for his opponent to be able to come in first before he's able to continue the hunt, right? So again, especially with these trying times, right, we have to try our best to work with the conditions we're given. So we got to roll with these punches.
Exactly, and just to clarify on the rules right here, there is a rule that every team can pause the game once during a match. And the thing is, before you pause the game before the disconnect happened, and after the disconnect happened, they couldn't pause it again because again the rule said you can only pause it once, and therefore it seems like to the rules, if we are sticking to the rules, we just have to proceed to round number 2. The stats and points that are given out to XROCK right now because they got the 4 survivor elimination will be valid, and therefore we're going to proceed into the next round, which puts pressure on Before You on Sprinter because again they had a 5-point game. Sprinter needs to tie that 5-point game. That means he has to eliminate all 4 survivors, and we saw it earlier how good XROCK is communicating together. So getting all 4 survivors out of there is definitely something that's going to be a challenge. If anyone, it can be Sprinter who will be able to do it, but at the same time it's going to be very, very difficult. But they have, if they want to stay in the competition.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Sprinter, especially with one Hunter being banned and Sprinter having an amazing sculptor. If you take that away from the table from him, he does have a Bloody Queen. But again, you want to pick the most optimal hunter, and we haven't seen the Bloody Queen really. We haven't seen the Bloody Queen the whole day today. So I'm not quite sure if he has other hunters in his arsenal for him to get this 5 points from.
I'm not even sure if the Bloody Queen still exists.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Are we craving to see a Bloody Queen? This is quite interesting, right?
It really is. It really is. At one point, we were getting tired of watching her too in Call of the Abyss. Well, not necessarily tired, but it was like the common thing to see her.
Bloody Queen, yeah.
And now we're actually like kind of waiting for it. Now it's almost like asking for a feaster. Like, no, it's not gonna happen.
Right? Yeah. When are they? Do you think a Bloody Queen's gonna come out or a feaster's gonna come out first?
I mean, I would say just by the odds that Bloody Queen is still better than Feaster. I would still say we would see a Bloody Queen before we would see a Feaster, but I can't say that because I'm going with my Feaster all the time. So I am clearly telling you that we're gonna see a Feaster before a Bloody Queen is even on the horizon.
I'm gonna join you there on that Feaster. I believe in Feaster supremacy here with you, Grizzly. So again, big task for Sprinter here. Does have to get 4 points, 4K and 5 points in the hole for him to be able to extend B4U's tournament lives. And XROCK, known to be the Purple Miracle, they have really solid survivors. So big task ahead of him.
Very, very solid survivors. We saw it in the first round where they were facing the Dream Witch of B4U, and again, it was an extremely good looking game for the Dream. It was an good looking game for both, and XROCK was just deciding that for them, getting out of there with 3 survivors. Extremely powerful. Now we have to see what happens next.
Yeah. This kind of brings up the question, will they ban the Sculptor or the Dream Witch? Because they face the Dream Witch, but the Dream Witch and Arms Factory is definitely a threat to really be careful of. But again, if you give Sprinter that Sculptor, he can work magic. Again, in the qualifiers, he did get 4K all throughout, so he is definitely well versed with the Sculptor.
Very, very true. Very, very true. I mean, we still have to see the bans. Yeah, it's gonna be a Sculptor ban. Oh no, wait.
Yeah, that's the thing. Or Dream Witch. Not sure.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Only one ban.
So big choice for XROCK. It does give Sprinter 2 choices to go with, but we're gonna see the survivors being banned first. Maybe we could try seeing which we're gonna see the Dream Witch ban. Okay, so the Sculptor can come out and play if Sprinter so chooses. But now we're seeing a Sprinter on his side. Which survivors will he be banning?
Very, very interesting question. I am predicting a Mechanic and maybe Mercenary.
Boom. Oh, close, but still. Forward is, real close, but got the Mechanic. So Sprinter does want to take his time, but XROCK might go for that Explorer just to give him more. Oh, going with the Barmaid. Okay, are we going to see a Barmaid Seer combo? Hey, one of the people back here. Awesome.
Exactly, that was I was exactly talking about that earlier. I want to see more of the Call of the Abyss 4 main characters. So we finally see a Barmaid, maybe even in the Call of the Abyss 4 skin. You're gonna see the Mercenary, the Seer, and the Coordinator going along with that Barmaid. We have a pretty meta pick when it comes to the Mercenary and the Seer, and I'm very curious to see the Coordinator as well.
Yeah, I wonder. So they're going for the Seer Barmaid combo here. Sprinter, I'm sure well aware of that. Will he go for the Sculptor here, because that definitely can counter the Owl of the Seer if the Seer will use it himself. Also to mention, I think we saw Prospector, so that's one of the and Priestess. We see the acrobat left for the tandem in the Call of Abyss.
As soon as we see Moonlit River Park, I'm expecting. Oh, there we go with the sculptor. I'm expecting to see a acrobat as soon as we are on Moonlit River Park. We haven't seen Moonlit River Park, so we haven't seen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy. We saw a lot of Moonlit River Park in Call of the Abyss 3, but you just see how the map preferences are changing, and you see their Sprinter locked and loaded with that sculptor. So it's game 2 and second half, ladies and gentlemen. Do or die for B4U. They really need to get a lot of points on. They need to get a perfect score here for them to stay alive in this tournament.
It really is game time right now. It really is game time for B4U. They need to get that 5 survivor point game, 4 survivor elimination, 5-point game. Really excited to see it, because of course Sprinter will give it all to bring down these survivors. It's a really good survivor constellation right here, because they know they only need 1 survivor through the exit gate or through the dungeon. Through the dungeon, very unlikely. We have seen this game going on every now and then, where they just go back and forth if they are able to bring down all the survivors before the Cypher machines have been popped. If they can pop the Cypher machines, they need to get 1 survivor through the exit gate. And yeah, that's all they have to do. And that is what is on their mind. They know we don't necessarily have to rescue right away. We can play the long game. All we have to do is 1 survivor through the gate, and we are in the semifinals. Definitely putting pressure on the team of B4U.
Yeah. You painted it best here. So Sprinter, with the weight of his team on his shoulders, can he get it done? Can he get 4K here and get 5 points to extend the tournament life of B4U? We do see the barmaids slowly sneaking around the ruins area. Sprinter slowly making his way to the factory. Billy is already there, drops a pallet, and will he go for the chase of Billy? It seems so. So he's gonna try to lock in with his coordinator.
Very good start so far, finding the coordinator right here. I just got word from Persuadable B4U's team captain, team coach, and he said Milek's Wi-Fi went out, what we saw right there on stream, and therefore it is their responsibility. B4U will not ask for a rematch. They accept the results of this match. So everything is fair and square before you accepting the results, and we can just continue. We see Sprinter giving the coordinator hit with the perfect owl from the seer. Good job.
Yeah, extending. And also Billy has a flare gun to work with if Sprinter gets a little too close. Still not in full presence. Drops the pallet just to make sure he extends the life here. And still, Billy has been untouched by these statues.
Very good job. Very good job. We all know how important these statues are. Oh, dodged! Flare gun with the sculpture statue.
That was amazing play by Sprinter, utilizing the statues not just for offense but for defense as well. Billy now is in big trouble here because the pallet is gone in Arms Factory. Does have the window to vault, but can he make it in time? Sprinter does have blink. Will he be able to use it? Doesn't even need to. Downs him when he just jumped that window.
Yeah, there's not a lot of like room where you could go when you jump through a window. Fantastic job. It's great for Billy. It's great for Sprinter right here, because that is the basement. Again, they only need 1 survivor through the gate, but putting the first survivor into the basement is just putting pressure on the survivors. Now the question is, what is Sprinter going to do? Is he going to be proactive and putting more pressure by leaving this area and trying to get to the survivors, just as we saw Afu doing it?
You do see that the mercenary there is just waiting for his chance to use those elbow pads for him to be able to go there. And Sprinter just trying to use that chisel to try to stop the Cypher rush from happening, which he's doing a pretty good job because the Cyphers haven't been being pushed so far for him to worry about it. But Wanted Order is on the barmaid side, and I think Mercenary is going for that full commit to save this coordinator.
So Mercenary was actually just in this corner to give the Hunter tinnitus, to force the Hunter to stay here. Oh, drop down, perfect hit on the coordinator again. But at the same time, look at that, 2 Cypher machines remaining. It is going to be very close to being a Cypher pop, but at the same time, I did not really see, was the coordinator on the chair for long enough that she will be
it's past half already. So this is going to be a good done deal for him if he gets yes, and he does. But look at the cipher progress on those two ciphers. They could pop it once she's on that chair, just to extend it just a little bit, because attrition is slowly starting to go down. Wanted order is with the mercenary, and the chisel will be dropped here. SXE getting out of dodge, but so close to popping that cipher though.
Both are almost popped. They are just waiting for someone to take a hit right here and then to pop off that cipher. Very, very good job on XROCK's side. Sprinter is trying to put pressure. We can also see that XROCK is actually separating the cipher machines. Oh, that might be a cipher pop right here.
It could be. Oh, and it is. They push for that late game. And look at that, no detention, so it's going to be pretty tough for Sprinter to try to down these survivors. He's going to have to put his a lot of statue placements before he goes for that normal hit.
The thing is, we have 3 survivors running around, 2 exit gates. You can only be on 1 exit gate at the same time. Oh, that's gonna be difficult. We have the barmaid giving, there we go, giving tinnitus. Sprinter using the stitches to figure out where the barmaid is. But again, 3 survivors, 2 exit gates. They split up, strategically split up, and that means that Sprinter can't be on both gates at the same time, meaning 1 survivor will at least survive. We can see the Seer and the Mercenary are at the exit gate. I already mentioned it before. If 1 survivor is getting through the gate, this is it for XROCK. They will proceed into the next bracket of this tournament, and that would it be for you. And yeah, seems like...
Oh my god. Oh, so close there, but congratulations to XROCK. You wanted to go for that dungeon exit, but Sprinter getting that tie. Still a great feat for B4U. XROCK, one of the best in IVL to do it. A lot of fans going down. So it was a big test for B4U, but XROCK came out on top.
That was extremely strong from XROCK. We have to say that getting out of there with 2 survivors against Sprinter Sculptor. Really, really good game. We have to say they were really pushing these cipher machines, and they were even separating late game when they already had this 1 cipher machine going. They knew, okay, Sprinter will be in the middle of the map. He will protect that cipher machine. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna, first of all, we have the mercenary there. So if there's an opening, we're gonna pop the cipher machine, which ended up happening. And if there's no opening, we will just relocate to another cipher machine. They had enough survivors on the map to actually put more pressure on Sprinter by decoding another cipher machine away from the one that was already primed. And they tried to do that. They wasn't necessary. They were able to pop the cipher after Sprinter had to destroy this pallet to actually close the gap between him and the mercenary. Perfect cipher pop right there, really buying time. At the end, Sprinter was able to get the barmaid, but there's not much you can do. There are 2 exit gates, 3 survivors running around. You can split yourself in half and protect both sides of the gates. So
you might have given them an idea for a hunter. They'll split himself into half. Or wait, that's the Dream Witch.
yeah, I mean, basically.
But one thing I want to highlight for Sprinter also, he did a great job utilizing the statues to just counter the flare gun and really honing in. Also great awareness going for the basement, just to give, just to try to change the objectives of the survivors. But here you can see it, ladies and gentlemen. They went for a tie, but the tempo that XROCK started with 8-1 at the start really caught up to them here in the second round. They did get an amazing performance with Afu in the second round, and here just going for that tie really solidifies them moving on in this tournament. But show your love to B4U. They put up a great fight, especially with such a hard matchup and really known opponents in XROCK.
And I also want to mention that this is... I want you guys to show respect to B4U as well, because they had connection issues, and they're like, of course it's from their side, but they're standing up for it, and they are saying, all right, it was our problem, and we don't want the rematch. It's not fair. It is what it is. We accept the result, and they didn't put up a fight. They didn't even argue about it. They were just like, all right, that is our problem, our fault. So therefore, we're gonna give it to you. You take that victory. Persuable also told me that XROCK would have probably gotten the victory anyway. They were aware of that, and they see how XROCK was playing, and that they were an absolutely fantastic opponent, putting up a fantastic challenge 4v4U, and they are also just accepting how things are. And I, for myself, I have high respect for B4U to not make this like a problem. I have seen, especially in tournaments where you just want, because it's not just you play quick matches on, oh, it's a loss. No, it's actually during a tournament. And I have seen teams before arguing about situations like this and saying that it's not their fault and reasons are coming up, but before you just standing their ground and saying, let's continue, everything's okay.
Okay, awesome stuff. And shout outs to them for being accountable for that and not putting up a good fight. And also shout outs to Afu as well. Him realizing that something happened, not going for like respecting that, okay, there must have been some technical difficulties. I'll continue the hunt. I won't go after this one. So it's just, I love that Call of the Abyss brings out great sportsmanship and respect even throughout regions. So again, please support your local regions and players and all that, because they are leaving it all on the line for you guys and giving us amazing matches. So big shout outs to B4U, big shout outs to XROCK for giving us an amazing match to end the day with.
Yes, absolutely. And that's actually it for today, right? Like, we have seen 8 teams fighting it out against each other. We have 4 teams proceeding into the next bracket, into the semifinals. Tomorrow on day 2, we're going to see another 8 teams fighting for a spot in the semifinals. Congratulations again to GG, to AL, to TIANBA, and of course, we saw it just now, XROCK. These 4 teams make it into the next bracket. Also, congratulations to everyone who didn't make it into the next bracket, because being in the Call of the Abyss 4 is already an achievement by itself. So fantastic job coming that far. And of course, I hope we guys, you and me, Poch and me, and Arcticuno tomorrow, I hope we see you tomorrow when we have the second tournament day for the Call of the Abyss. I'm very excited. Do you have anything you want to say? I want to say thank you to all the viewers. We love you. We had a fantastic time right here. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. I hope you guys were excited to see these matches. And I hope you guys are excited to see the upcoming matches.
Yep. I'll just echo everything you mentioned there, Grizzly. Thank you to everyone tuning in. This has been a 7+ hour broadcast, but then seeing the comments, seeing the love in the chat just makes it all the more better. Again, this is the best seat in the house for us here as in emceeing this. And big shout outs to everyone in the back. Big shout outs to NetEase. Big shout outs to IdentityV putting this all together. Please show them some love. We will see you guys tomorrow. So please do stay tuned. Call of the Abyss 4. This has been Poch, Spice, and Gaming Grizzly. Goodbye for now, and we'll see you tomorrow.